Nations in ruins. More than 70 million dead. 2 world wars in a single generation. The unspeakable horrors of the Holocaust. And 72 territories still under colonialism. This was our world 80 years ago. A desperate world, grasping for any sign of hope. Courageous leaders gave that hope through our Charter of the United Nations. When signed on 26 June 1945, it was more than yet another empty political declaration. It was a promise from leaders to their people and from nations to one another that humanity had learned from its darkest chapters. It was a pledge not to deliver us to heaven, but to never again be dragged into hell by the forces of hatred and unchecked ambition. An acknowledgement that our failures came not from a lack of power, but from complacency. And the strong belief that our world could be better, that we could be better together. In the darkest moments of history, our grandmothers and grandfathers had the humility, grace, and I dare to say good sense to put aside their differences, their self-interest and their resentments, and to agree to work together. When faced with a crossroads, they chose the right path, the path of hope. But hope is not blind optimism. It's not the guarantee that everything will work out. It's a deep belief that we are doing the right thing, regardless of whether we succeed. Today, the hours indeed feel dark once again. We stand at a similar crossroads. We see children without parents searching for food in the ruins of Gaza, the ongoing war in Ukraine, sexual violence in Sudan, gangs terrorizing people in Haiti, unfiltered hatred online, and floods and droughts all over the world. Is this a world envisioned in our charter? Do we really need to relearn the hard lessons? Today is not about celebrating. It's about remembering those hard lessons and drawing on the courage to once again agree, to find hope instead of resignation, to find the spirit from 80 years ago once again, to choose the right path, not because of any guarantee, but because of the conviction that it's the right thing to do. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of States, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the artists, especially the young artists, for their wonderful performance, which have set the tone for our event. Today, as we mark 80 years of our United Nations, we are once again standing at a crossroads. We cannot take the easy path and simply give up. We have to choose the right path to show the world that we can be better together. Not because the last 80 years were perfect, not because for 80 years, because we have tried. For 80 years, this building has stood as a monument to our shared hopes for a better future. Yes, we have disagreed, we have struggled, but we have also triumphed. For 80 years, this institution has driven progress on sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights. Today's commemoration is not the story of an institution. It's the story of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people who tried to turn hope in something real. The people who stood between war and peace and chose peace. The people who are risking their lives to deliver food in Gaza. The people who are supplying education materials to girls in Afghanistan. The people who not only wear the symbol of the United Nations, but are out there on the ground, showing how we are better together. This is why this is the theme of this 80th session, better together. It's more than a hot motto, it's a hard-won truth. It's our commitment for the next 80 years. Our commitment to not only hope for problems to vanish, but to find the courage to confront them. Better together means to act where action is hard, to choose dialogue and diplomacy when division is easier. Hope at this 80th anniversary means that this session is not remembered not only for its milestone year, but as a moment when we called on extraordinary resolve equal to the extraordinary challenges we face. We owe this to the people, to the men and women, boys and girls who are not giving up, even in the darkest hours of war, who look still to the streaming blue flag for hope, the flag of our United Nations. Not perfect, not finished, but always better together. I now invite delegations to view a short film on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations entitled Better Together.
Chose peace. People who said, dignity cannot be broken. People who carried food on their backs, who rebuilt schools, who gave shelter to strangers. People who stood for the earth before it was too late. And the people who will carry it forward. The young, the unheard, the unstoppable. For 80 years, this has been and will be the work of humanity. Not perfect, not finished, but always better together. 80 years and more for peace, human rights, and sustainable development. UN. Better together.
I give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I invite you to return for a moment to our earliest days. When the organization first opened its doors, many of its staff bore visible wounds from war, a limp, a scar, a burn. One of them was Major Brian Urquhart, the second person to be hired by the UN. A British soldier during the Second World War, he had been blown up on a ship in the Channel, witnessed the liberation of the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, and carried for the rest of his life the limp from a parachute that failed to open. He was not alone. A clerk might quietly mention a bullet wound. A delegate, the shard of shrapnel still lodged in its chest. They had seen the worst of humanity, the horrors of the death camps, the cruelty of combat, cities entirely wiped out. And it was precisely because of what they had witnessed that they chose to serve peace. Excellencies, there is a persistent myth that peace is naive, that justice is sentimental, that the only real politics is the politics of power and self-interest. But those early staff were not idealists untouched by reality. They had seen war and they knew. Peace is the most courageous, the most practical, the most necessary pursuit of all. And in building the United Nations, they created something extraordinary, a place where all nations, large and small, could come together to solve problems that no country can solve alone. And yet, at this moment, the principles of the United Nations are under assault as never before. As we meet, civilians are targeted and international law trampled in Gaza, the Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond. As we meet, poverty and hunger are on the rise as progress on the Sustainable Development Goals falters. As we meet, the planet burns with fires, floods, and record heat raging through climate chaos. And at the same time, we are moving towards a multipolar world, but without strong multilateral institutions, multipolarity has its risks, as Europe learned in the First World War. To meet these challenges, we must not only defend the United Nations, we must strengthen it. And that is the purpose of Agenda 2030, the Pact for the Future, and the UN80 initiative, to renew the foundations of international cooperation and to ensure that we can deliver for people everywhere. Excellences, au fil des
Excellencies, over the years, our organization has led the way to some of humanity's greatest triumphs. The eradication of smallpox, healing the ozone layer, and above all, the prevention of a third world war. The tests of the next 80 years will be both familiar and new. The battle will continue against war and poverty, but also climate chaos, runaway technologies, the militarization of space, and crises we cannot yet imagine. To meet these challenges, let us remember what our founders knew. The only way forward is together. Let us rise to this moment with clarity, courage, and conviction, and let us realize the promise of peace. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. I have the honor now to give the floor to Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of Liberia, 2011 Nobel Peace Laureate, and Africa's first elected female head of state, a champion of peace, justice, and democratic governments, a former United Nations staff member, and a steadfast voice for multilateralism.
Excellencies, Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, friends, I'm honored to address this high-level meeting on peace and security as part of the UN 80th anniversary. 80 years after the founding, we must recommit to the Charter, to our common security, to the belief that nations can choose dialogue over destruction. We begin in Africa, our shared cradle of resilience and hope, where democracy is weakening, where fractures across borders from Sudan to the Sahel to the Great Lakes strain our regional architecture. Yet, across Africa, communities stand up to extreme violence. Regional bodies mediate transitions, and women's groups negotiate truces when the state is distant and humanity is near. We have learned hard lessons. Prevention costs less than reconstruction. Reconciliation is a process, not an event. Peace agreements require institutions and citizens to be real. When guns fall silent, skills training, jobs, justice, and dignity must follow swiftly. Liberia's story illustrates UN-led progress and success. The largest peacekeeping force joined Africa's forces to disarm fighters, support elections, reform security institutions, and create space for reconciliation and growth. India's all-female formed police unit strengthened protection and public trust. The mission ended with Liberia standing on its own feet, out of war, into a fragile peace with accountability, inclusive dialogue, and economic opportunity for young people. We must acknowledge that the multilateral architecture built to shield future generations from war is underperforming. That global leadership lacks a unified effort to respond to a technological enabled world. Commemoration without candor is unaffordable. The world asks whether this House will protect civilians and uphold international humanitarian law. These are not words of despair. They are summons to repair. Our answer must go beyond words. It must translate into actions felt by a family in a tent, a nurse in a clinic, a child in school. A call for change, a renewed vision of collective security, and a broader approach to the triple planetary crisis and worsening inequality. The call for the new design of a new vision, better together, must ensure immediate protection of civilians, finance for conflict prevention, proposals that pay real people, leaders who are audible and accountable, women at the table with budgets that guarantee their participation in all peace negotiation delegations, and the deep weaponization of the information space. None of this is beyond our reach. It demands humility to listen, courage to compromise, persistence to implement. Peace is not built only in conference rooms, but in classrooms where girls learn without fear, clinics where mothers deliver safely, markets where youth find dignified work, courts where law is fair, and in daily acts of neighborly coexistence. 80 years on, the United Nations founding generation would ask if we are still worthy of the hopes inherited. Our answer must be yes. Not because the world is less dangerous, but because our determination is stronger. Better together. Your theme, better together, your theme, it must be a strategy. Regional bodies and the UN working together. Civil society and governments co-designing solutions. Women and men sharing power equally. Truth and reconciliation traveling the same road. Let us leave this anniversary with concrete commitments, funded priorities, and a timetable for action. Show those in shelters standing in the bread lines and awaiting news of loved ones that the United Nations, as it celebrates its 80th year, remains a place of peace, a place of refuge, a place of unity, and a place of hope. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for your strong and wise words. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Gro Harlem Brundtland, former Prime Minister of Norway, former Director General of the World Health Organization, a medical doctor committed to health as a human right, and instrumental in placing sustainable development at the forefront of our international agenda.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address you marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. I was born at the cusp of the World War II. My parents were both active in the resistance against the Nazi occupation of Norway, and we had to flee the country. Some of my earliest memories are from Sweden, where my parents worked for Norwegian refugees. And I grew up in a Europe where the ravages of war were still clearly visible, where millions carried terrible scars on their bodies and their souls. It is against this background that the UN was founded, not as a symbol, but as a solemn promise. A promise to equip humanity with legal and diplomatic tools to prevent wars of conquest and domination. A promise to enshrine universal human rights as a bulwark against totalitarianism, racism, and oppression. A promise to foster peace, development, and dignity for all people. So, Madam President, let me highlight two areas where the UN has made an undeniable difference that also are part of particular importance to me personally. First, sustainability. When Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar asked me to chair the World Commission on Environment and Development, I accepted with great humility. And I am very proud of the report we produced, Our Common Future. It helped cement the concept of sustainable development in our collective consciousness. Thanks to UN-led efforts, we started charting a path towards economic development that does not destroy the basis of life for future generations, our climate and our natural environment. But we are today exceeding the planet's boundaries and approaching tipping points where there is no way back. Over 80% of the targets under the Sustainable Development Goals are today off track. Second, President, gender equality. During the UN's International Year Women's Year in 1975, I had just entered government for the first time. Many of my male colleagues hardly knew how to deal with me. In 1979 came the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. In 1981, I became Prime Minister for the first time. In 1995, 30 years ago this month, I delivered my address at the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing. I spoke of the moral and economic imperative to end gender apartheid. I believed too optimistically that we would have come further by now. I did not foresee the intensity of the pushback that would come. Even today, there are countries where not a single woman sits in the highest decision-making bodies, including among the P5. But despite such adversity, the UN has methodically worked to strengthen the position of women through education, through microfinance, through work for sexual and reproductive rights and health, and through intense and effective advocacy work. With resolve and determination, we will get there in the end. So, Madam President, I have lived longer than most of you. I have witnessed the tangible differences the UN makes through economic upturns and downturns, political ebbs and flows. I have no patience for those who dismiss the UN as outdated. We are going through a time of great geopolitical shifts and impressive, but also frightening, technological development. The UN as our common hub for getting the facts on the table, debating and deciding on solutions, and acting is more important than ever. We owe that not just to ourselves, but to the generations to come. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Gro Harlem Brundtland for her blunt and powerful words. I have the honor now to give the floor to Ms. Maria Ressa, 2021 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, award-winning journalist, professor at Columbia University, co-founder of Rappler online news site, and a fearless defender of freedom of expression in the face of constant political harassment and arrests.
President Baerbock, Secretary General Guterres, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm normally chasing you here, and here I am. It's actually a very interesting place. Look, 80 years ago, this institution was born to prevent humanity from destroying itself. Never again, after fascism manipulated information, eroded truth, and dehumanized entire populations to enable genocide and global war. Today, we stand on the rubble of the world that was, and the challenge is to rebuild the United Nations for now, for this moment, when similar forces that led to those atrocities 80 years ago are now surging through digital platforms, insidiously manipulating us for power and profit. The biggest battle we face today is impunity, and it leads to our dehumanization in both the physical world, where wars rage from Ukraine to Gaza, and in the virtual world, where our minds and emotions are manipulated by surveillance capitalism for profit. To fight that, we need information integrity to remind us to be human. I became a journalist because information is power. But news groups lost our gatekeeping powers when an atom bomb exploded in our information ecosystem, a technological one that's silently destroying the very foundations the UN was built to protect. This is the deadliest period for journalists in recorded history. More than 240 journalists killed in Gaza alone. More than died in World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and the former Yugoslavia combined. This is unprecedented. They're targeted, and there must be accountability. We're living through an information Armageddon, where lies spread 6 times faster than facts on social media. That's a 2018 MIT study. It is so much worse today with generative AI. And the 3 sentences I've said over and over since 2016, without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these 3, we don't have a shared reality. We can't begin to solve any problems, let alone the existential ones you heard from the speakers before me. We cannot have journalism, we cannot have electoral integrity, we cannot have democracy. This is manipulation of human behavior at the cellular levels of our countries. Algorithms reward outrage over empathy, spreading fear, anger, and hate, pumping us full of toxic sludge. Regulating technology isn't a free speech issue, it's about public safety. Because as has been proven time and time again, online violence is real-world violence. As a Filipino, I'm proud that my country was a charter member of the United Nations, one of only 3 Asian founding nations. Our commitment to multilateralism and peace runs deep. But that legacy was tested under the Duterte administration. Among the actions it took, it filed 11 criminal charges against me in a little over a year. Until today, I still need Supreme Court approval to be here. But I'm here. And my former president, well, he was arrested in March for alleged crimes against humanity and is detained at The Hague waiting for trial. Impunity ends. The rule of law, championed now by the Philippines as it chairs the 6th Committee on Legal Questions, ultimately prevailed. We moved to it. The trends are clear. We are electing illiberal leaders democratically. As of March this year, VDEM said that 72% of the world is now under authoritarian rule. So we turn to you at the UN. It has its critics because you have to move faster. Security Council votes paralyze action on major crises. Outdated representation excludes rising powers. Bureaucratic processes respond too slowly to urgent threats. But as you know, the solution isn't to abandon multilateralism, it's to strengthen it by addressing the very impunity that undermines international law. At this time of creative destruction, I implore you to create. Here are 3 solutions. First, end big tech impunity through global accountability. We need binding standards for international to restore and regulate information integrity, just as we have for nuclear weapons and climate change. There are 2 new initiatives, first from the Vatican, created last weekend with His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, a declaration demanding artificial intelligence remain under human control with clear accountability mechanisms. The second one will be launched later today, a global call for AI red lines, which more than 200 of us have signed. We urge your governments to establish clear international boundaries to prevent universally unacceptable risks for AI, at the very least define what AI should never be allowed to do. Second, build alternative infrastructures for trust. It isn't just big tech that failed to protect the public in the virtual world. It's also you, the governments. At Rappler, we built a chat app using open source protocols. Countries that care about data privacy, France, Germany, all their government websites are on the Matrix protocol. It allows real people to talk to real people without manipulation. The vision is a global federation of trusted news organizations, because this is how journalism will survive and how we begin to build infrastructures of trust. Finally, the third one, create. Create, that's our word today. Invest in comprehensive solutions. Let your imagination run. 3 examples that's happening now. More than 3/4 of UN members now recognize Palestinian statehood, showing that international law can advance despite impunity. On gender, the Nobel Women's Initiative have pointed out, demonstrated that in nearly every conflict around the world, women are leading efforts for peace, defying displacement, patriarchy, gender apartheid, and militarized violence every day. And finally, on Wednesday, Demokrasya Siyempre, 20 nations will pledge to strengthen democratic institutions and fight for information integrity. More than 40 Nobel laureates we have gathered together to support this multilateral initiative led by the Global South. Information integrity is the mother of all battles. Win this, and we can win the rest. Lose this, and we lose everything. Please choose courage over comfort, facts over fiction, hope over fear. A lot has changed since the UN was created 80 years ago. But its values, peace, human rights, justice, rule of law, these are more essential today than ever. It is time to create again, to build better. Together, please act now, before it's too late. Thank you.
I thank Maria Ressa also for her very powerful words. I now invite Ms. Mariam Burka, United Nations Global Advocate for Peace and youth leader, whose work bridges art, activism, championing women's rights, youth empowerment, and peace building, to recite a poem.
The President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, excellencies, good morning. Walking these halls, I realized that the United Nations was not built from harmony. It grew out of the ashes of war and the grief watered by the collective memory of what happens when dialogue and cooperation fails. Its foundation is not peace achieved, but peace pursued, fragile, imperfect, necessary, not just worth fighting for, but requiring a fight. And today, 80 years on, we gather to honor what has been achieved. Nations rebuilt, walls of division lowered, millions lifted by the shared will, but these are victories worth remembering, but the story is unfinished. The cracks in the foundation calls us to repair, to act, not to retreat. Our world bleeds before our eyes. Children in conflict zones, nations silenced by hunger and war. And it begs the question, are we witnessing the collapse of conscience in real time? Because behind every pact, there are people. Behind every statistic, there is a story. And behind every commitment that we sign, there are lives depending on whether we honor our words or not. And so this is not the time to feel powerless, because yes, hope and despair can coexist in the same breath because healing is not linear. The United Nations is not a monument, it is a mirror, and it reflects what we have dared to imagine 80 years ago, and today, here, it asks, will we dare again? Will we dare to work better together? Because if the past proves that we can build peace from ashes, then the present demands that we build it again, louder, braver, together. I speak as a global peace advocate, not because peace is easy, but because silence is complicity, and so I will not be silent. You know, I used to think that peace was a place, a final destination we arrive at after all wars have ended. But I have come to understand that peace is not a line that we cross. It is a choice that we make over and over and over again, especially when it is the hardest, especially when it feels far away. Peace is not a silence we force into people's mouths. It is not the absence of war, but the presence of understanding. Peace is a child learning to sleep again without flinching at the wind. It is a mother not having to choose between bread and dignity. It is a father not having to swallow his voice to feel like a man. Peace is messy, like forgiveness. It does not arrive in parade floats. Sometimes it comes crawling through broken windows when we finally agree that being right is not better than being whole. Peace is not found, it is built, brick by brutal brick, by hands that once knew how to fight now choose to hold instead. There was a time when we measured strength by how long we could hold a grudge. But today, let us measure strength by how long we could hold space for someone else's truth. Because there was a me and a you before there was ever an us. And if us is broken, then peace is what lets us lay down the shards without aiming at each other's throats. Peace is the poem you write after the war in your chest has finally run out of ink. It is the moment you return to your body and find yourself still standing. Peace is not easy. And so let us not forget the ones who have carried peace quietly through the fire. The women whose hands mend what war has torn, who rebuild homes from memory, raise children between checkpoints, hold their families like nation. Because peace has always known the name of a woman, carried through the way that she chooses courage over collapse again and again. And so today I speak peace into the bones of this world, into the rubble, into the rage, into the ruins. Because if war teaches us how to shatter, then peace must teach us how to stay soft, to stay human. And perhaps what makes us human is not that we always succeed in peace, but that we dare again and again to seek it, refusing to let our brokenness be the end of our story. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Burkhan, and as we conclude and after listening to this beautiful poem, let me emphasize again, peace is only a word and better together is only a slogan until we embrace it. So I invite you to embrace and live up to be better together over this 80th session.
This is not the story of an institution. It's the story of people. Human rights and sustainable development. UN. Better together.
Before adjourning this meeting, I would like to remind delegation that the high-level meeting on the 30th anniversary of Fourth World Conference on Women will begin immediately in this hall. Delegations are therefore requested to remain seated while the stage is being prepared for the next meeting. The high-level plenary meeting to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations has concluded. I thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
The 10,002nd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is threats to international peace and security. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Estonia, Germany, Latvia, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Poland, Romania, Sweden, and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Miroslav Jenča, Assistant Secretary General for Europe, Central Asia, and Americas, Departments of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and Peace Operations, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Mr. Miroslav Jenča.
Mr. President, in a letter dated 20 September 2025, addressed to the President of the Security Council, the permanent representative of Estonia to the United Nations informed that on 19 September, 3 Russian MiG-31 fighters entered up to 10 kilometers inside Estonia's airspace for 12 minutes in violation of Estonian airspace. The United Nations is not in a position to confirm any of the claims made regarding the incident and does not have any further details of the events. This briefing is therefore solely based on information available from public sources. According to the Estonian Ministry of Defense, the incursion took place between 9:58 a.m. and 10:11 a.m. in the area of Vaindloo, a small island located in the Gulf of Finland in the Baltic Sea. According to the ministry, the jets entered the Estonian airspace without permission and had their transponders switched off and did not have flight plans, potentially endangering other aircraft. According to Estonian and Italian officials, Italian F-35 fighters attached to NATO's air defense support mission in the Baltic states were reportedly activated to intercept the Russian jets and warn them off. Sweden, as part of its national response and in coordination with NATO, along with Finland, also reportedly scrambled a rapid reaction aircraft. Estonia stated that this latest incident follows 4 violations of its airspace by Russia this year, and it has requested consultations with NATO allies under Article 4 of the Washington Treaty. The meeting of the NATO North Atlantic Council has been reportedly scheduled to take place tomorrow, 23 September. On 20 September, Russia's defense ministry stated that its fighter jets made a scheduled flight from Karelia on the border with Finland to an airfield in the Kaliningrad region in strict accordance with international airspace rules, without deviating from the agreed flight path and without violating Estonian airspace. According to the Russian Federation, the flight path was over neutral waters of the Baltic Sea, more than 3 kilometers from the island of Vindlo. Mr. President, this latest development follows reported violations by Russian drones of Polish and Romanian airspace. On 12 September, this council convened to discuss the incursion of 19 Russian drones into Poland between 9 and 10 September. On 13 September, according to Romania's Ministry of Defense, a Russian drone was detected in Romanian airspace as 2 Romanian F-16 jets were monitoring the country's border with Ukraine after Russian air attacks on Ukraine. The ministry said that the drone did not fly over populated areas or pose imminent danger. This series of recent incidents further underscored the already high tensions that endanger European security as the war continues to rage in Ukraine. Violations of sovereign countries' airspace are unacceptable. We again urge all concerned to act responsibly, to use all available channels, and to take immediate steps to de-escalate tensions and prevent further risks to regional security. The world simply cannot afford such danger to spiral out of control and for the devastating war in Ukraine to further escalate and expand. Mr. President, over the weekend in Ukraine, Russian drones and missiles continue to hit several regions, killing at least 3 people, injuring dozens more, and damaging civilian infrastructure and residential buildings. Several civilian casualties were reported across the country. According to the Ukrainian authorities, in the central city of Dnipro, a missile with the reported cluster munition hit a residential apartment building, killing at least 1 person and injuring at least 30 others. Local officials reported that 2 people were also killed in the Chernihiv region in the north and the Khmelnytsky region in the west of the country. According to the Ukrainian authorities, over the past week, Russia launched more than 1,500 attack drones, 1,280 guided aerial bombs, and 50 missiles of various types. This represents a clear escalation of Russia's attacks against Ukrainian cities and towns. More casualties were also reported over the weekend in the Belgorod region of the Russian Federation, where, according to local officials, 2 civilians were reportedly killed and 4 injured as a result of Ukrainian shelling and drone attacks. The continuing trend of intensifying widespread attacks once again underscores the need to build on recent initiatives for diplomatic efforts toward peace before the situation reaches even more dangerous levels. We reiterate our call for a full, immediate and unconditional ceasefire to pave the way for a just, lasting and comprehensive peace in Ukraine in line with the UN Charter, international law and relevant UN resolutions. The United Nations remains ready to support all meaningful efforts to this end. I thank you.
I thank Mr. Yencha for his briefing. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lars Roque Rasmussen, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Denmark.
First of all, I would like to thank Assistant Secretary General Jenka for his informative briefing. 10 days ago, in this chamber, Denmark's representative expressed our condemnation of the violations of Poland's airspace by Russian military drones. And within 4 days, another Russian military drone incursion took place, this time into Romanian airspace. Denmark condemns the violation of the territorial integrity of Romania. And today we meet again, yet again, to discuss a reckless and dangerous violation by Russia, with 3 fighter jets entering Estonia's airspace last Friday. For 12 minutes and penetrating 10 kilometers deep north of Tallinn, until escorted out of Estonian airspace by NATO jets. Let there be no doubt, I condemn this latest violation of Estonia's sovereignty and territorial integrity by Russia. Our support for Estonia remains steadfast. Our resolve to stand by our allies remains equally firm. Together with EU partners and NATO allies, we will continue to offer support to Estonia in protecting its borders. Mr. President, these are reckless and dangerous escalations and provocations by the Russian Federation. These are threats to intimidate countries to stop supporting Ukraine and to test our resolve. Russia clearly feels it can act with impunity in Ukraine, the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, the whole of Eastern Europe. Denmark and its allies will not be provoked by Russia. On the contrary, it only strengthens our resolve and further intensifying our long-standing support to Ukraine, whatever threats are made. We have seen this playbook before. The invasion of Georgia, the annexation of Crimea, the invasion of the Donbas, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Russia's neighbors, not unreasonably, fear there could be the next. Denmark stands fully behind Estonia's territorial integrity. The Russian provocations must end immediately. Therefore, we tell the Russian Federation today, step back, take another path. We will not allow the unraveling of the European security architecture. We will not allow Russia to project chaos and uncertainty wherever it wants. And more broadly, these recent air incursions undermine the fundamental pillars of international law that we all benefit from. Mr. President, when the UN was created 80 years ago, the aim was to stop larger states from bullying and terrorizing smaller states, to create an order in which all countries are sovereign, where their territorial integrity is respected. Denmark remains fully committed to these principles. I thank you.
His Excellency Mr. Rasmussen for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Georgios Gerapatritis, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to thank the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Korea for convening the important emergency meeting. I would like also to thank Assistant Secretary General Jenka for his insightful briefing, and I welcome the participation of fellow foreign ministers and deputy foreign ministers, as well as of the High Representative of the European Union and Vice President Ms. Kallas in this meeting. Dear colleagues, as this organization celebrates the 80th year since its establishment, international order, peace and security are gravely challenged around the globe. It is therefore our urgent and imperative duty to heighten our vigilance and intensify our efforts to meet and contain these challenges, protect international peace and security, and avoid escalations. Only in this way we will be fulfilling the core task of the Security Council. In the course of these last 2 weeks, NATO and EU's airspace has been violated 3 times, as Russian aerial means entered, contrary to international law, the territory of Poland, Romania and Estonia. The latest incident, involving the incursion of Estonian airspace by 3 armed Russian fire jets, cannot be viewed in isolation. Reckless acts of this kind are not new, but their successive recurrence indicates they are not mere coincidences. As the saying goes, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern. Greece unequivocally condemns the violation of Estonia's, and for that matter, any member state's airspace. We stand in full solidarity with Estonia, a friendly country and an EU and NATO ally. Any violation of state borders, be it air, sea, or land borders, constitutes a clear and blatant breach of international law and the UN Charter, and is unacceptable, particularly coming from a permanent member of the Security Council. We call on Russia to cease these unlawful acts immediately and respect its obligations under international law. Colleagues, it is evident that this new escalation is a direct result of Russia's war in Ukraine. Greece has welcomed President Trump's initiative for meeting President Putin in Alaska in August, as well as any initiative that could result in the termination of the war. Nevertheless, these violations as acts of aggression contradict the spirit of the Anchorage meeting. Lastly, dear colleagues, we're now witnessing the destabilizing effects of the war and its wider implications for the security of Eastern Europe and of the wider region. This is why, once again, we call on Russia to stop its armed aggression. A comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, based on the principles of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of states, must remain our foremost goal. A peace safeguarded by credible and robust security guarantees, which will effectively deter any recurrence of armed aggression, that precludes further escalation, and that is in line with international law, the UN Charter, the General Assembly resolutions, and the Helsinki Final Act. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerard Patritis for the statement. And I give the floor to Her Excellency Mr. Yvette Cooper, MP, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the Assistant Secretary General for that briefing. For 3.5 years, the world has witnessed a permanent member of this Council engaged in the full-scale and unprovoked invasion of another state, a violation of its most basic obligations under the UN Charter. As President Trump and President Zelensky have worked for peace, the Russian Federation has starkly escalated its attacks. Attacks on the Council of Ministers, on the British Council building, and repeated attacks on residential flats and homes as children sleep in their beds. And we meet today now at the request of Estonian allies because Russia's recklessness is escalating. In the last 2 weeks alone, over 20 Russian drones in Polish airspace, a drone through Romanian territory, and now 3 Russian MiG-31 fighter jets with their transponders turned off, violating Estonian airspace for 12 minutes. At best, these latest acts are dangerous and reckless. At worst, they are a deliberate attempt to undermine the territorial integrity of sovereign nations and European security. They risk miscalculation. They open the door to direct armed confrontation between NATO and Russia. NATO's combined strength is unparalleled, and its determination to defend peace and security in Europe is unshakable. Of this, Russia must be in no doubt. And I commend the resolute and firm response of Estonia, Poland, and Romania, and all NATO allies. I welcome the launch of Eastern Sentry on 12th of September to ensure the safety and security of the Alliance's eastern border, and I'm proud that UK aircraft are taking part. And to those nations and to all NATO allies, I say, the United Kingdom stands in full solidarity with you at this time and always. And to President Putin, I say, your reckless actions risk a direct armed confrontation between NATO and Russia. Our alliance is defensive, but be under no illusion. We stand ready to take all steps necessary to defend NATO's skies and NATO's territory. We are vigilant and we are resolute. And if we need to confront planes that are operating in NATO airspace without permission, then we will do so. The United Kingdom stands by our friends. We are unwavering in our support for the principles of the UN Charter, for our NATO allies, and for Ukraine. And we are committed to increasing the pressure on Russia until it ends its illegal war against Ukraine, ceases its reckless acts, and respects the sovereignty of other states. Russia's imperialist warmongering is a threat to international peace and security. It is a threat to the values and principles that underpin this organization that has done so much to support stability and prosperity these past 80 years. We must counter it for the sake of us all. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Cooper for her statement. And I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Melita Gabric, Deputy Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to thank the Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Miroslav Jenča, for your important contribution. Excellencies, we are meeting here for the second time in just 10 days due to the reckless behavior of the Russian Federation that poses a threat to international security. 10 days ago, we discussed a drone incursion into Polish airspace, an incident involving more than 20 drones, making a significant escalation in scale and intensity. Today, we are addressing a new provocation: Russian fighter jets' incursion into Estonian airspace, an incident that was not merely momentary, but deliberate and dangerous. Slovenia supported the call for this meeting, and we stand firmly and without reserve with Estonia, its security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Excellencies, let me say this in no uncertain terms. We condemn this escalation. At a time when tensions are already dangerously high, this is not the moment for military provocation. This is a high time for dialogue, a high time for diplomacy. When we previously discussed the drone incursion into Poland, our ambassador spoke of the growing unease with which we are witnessing such behavior across Europe. Let us be honest with ourselves around this very table of the Security Council. These actions do not occur in a vacuum. They are unfolding as we are well in the 4th year of Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. These deliberate provocations are symptomatic of the time we live in, a time in which violations of international law are tolerated to an extent we have not seen in modern history. Slovenia says a clear and principled no to such behavior wherever it may occur and whoever may be the perpetrator. If we can clearly say no to Israeli atrocities committed in Gaza, to terrorist violence, we must not shy away from condemning Russian aggression against Ukraine. Excellencies, let us also be clear on another matter. Europe wants peace. Europe wants a ceasefire, and we want to see the beginning of serious and meaningful peace negotiations between Ukraine and the Russian Federation as soon as possible. Despite the best efforts by President Trump in Alaska, we still await a meaningful gesture from Russia, a sincere willingness to come to the negotiating table. And while we wait, Russia continues its escalatory behavior, intensifying attacks on Ukrainian cities and endangering and intimidating civilians, both in Ukraine and in its neighboring countries. We hope the time is near when this Council will finally begin a principled and honest discussion about the war in Ukraine and decide to take action. Until then, and allow me to repeat this, Slovenia will stand firmly with Estonia, with Ukraine, and with any other member of this organization that needs to be protected from unlawful, charter-violating actions by those who believe that might makes right. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Gabric for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by thanking Assistant Secretary General Mr. Miroslav Jenča for his statement, and I would like to welcome the ministers present here, Foreign Affairs Minister of Estonia and from the other representatives from the European Union, and Madam Kallas. As we know, on the morning of 19th of September, Russia violated Estonian airspace with 3 fighter jets, which remained there for nearly 12 minutes. These elements lead us to consider that this is an intentional violation. This is the 3rd time in 10 days that Russia has violated the airspace of the European Union and NATO. This latest incursion leaves no room for doubt. Russia is choosing escalation and provocation. Mr. President, this Council had already met exactly 10 days ago to discuss the unacceptable intrusion of around 20 Russian drones into Poland in the context of a massive aerial attack against Ukraine. This new violation, this time carried out in broad daylight and by no fewer than 3 fighter jets, not drones, is unprecedented in over 20 years. It confirms the continuation and accumulation of Russia's provocative actions. Mr. President, France condemns in the strongest terms this dangerous and irresponsible incursion, which constitutes a blatant violation of international law. And we stand firmly alongside Estonia, to whom we express our friendship and our full and unwavering solidarity. France directly contributes to Estonia's security. We participate in the strengthening of our security posture on Europe's eastern flank, alongside our allies in the European Union and NATO. Mr. President, we must not forget that at the same time, Russia continues its war of aggression against Ukraine. Just hours after this incursion, it once again carried out massive strikes against Ukraine using 40 missiles and over 550 drones. Russia must understand that these violations of NATO airspace in no way undermine our determination to implement strong, robust, and credible security guarantees in favor of Ukraine. Mr. President, Ukraine courageously accepted 6 months ago now the principle of an unconditional ceasefire. It has demonstrated its willingness to negotiate. President Volodymyr Zelensky has, for the past 4 months, expressed his readiness for direct negotiations with President Vladimir Putin. Yet, as world leaders gather here in New York to mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, such a meeting has still not taken place. Russia, on the contrary, continues its aggression, and Russia is now escalating its intimidation of Ukraine's neighbors. It continues to violate and undermine the principles of the UN Charter, the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of states. It is up to Russia to seize the offer of a ceasefire and the opening of negotiations, as called for by the UN Secretary General and the entire international community. Mr. President, it is our responsibility as members of the Security Council to acknowledge the obvious and to call upon Russia to end these reckless provocations and to put an end to the large-scale war that it launched more than 3 years ago on the European continent. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank ASG Janša for his briefing and welcome the high-level representatives of Estonia and other relevant countries to the meeting today. President, the airspace incident discussed by the Security Council today and the drone incident discussed a few days ago are both spillover effects of the Ukraine crisis. They reflect the lack of mutual trust and growing suspicions among relevant parties, and illustrate the complex and sensitive nature of the current European security situation. As long as the Ukraine crisis remains unresolved and the war continues, similar incidents are likely to reoccur. Therefore, the urgent imperative and fundamental solution are to realize a political resolution to the Ukraine crisis as soon as possible and to build balanced, effective, and sustainable European security architecture. Regarding the Ukraine crisis, we have fully elaborated our position on multiple occasions at the Security Council before. Tomorrow, the Council will hold a high-level meeting on the issue of Ukraine, when China will expand our position again. I will not go into details today. On the airspace incident, China urges the parties concerned to remain calm and exercise restraint, clarify facts and dispel doubts through dialogue and communication, avoid misunderstandings and misjudgments, and prevent the situation from expanding or escalating. We always maintain that countries should follow the purposes and principles of the UN Charter in handling international relations. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank ASG Yancha for his briefing on the development in the Baltic Sea region. I welcome His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia, to this meeting, as well as the representative from the region. Mr. President, the situation in Eastern Europe remains a significant concern, carrying serious implications for regional stability and international norms. The divergent narratives surrounding the events of September 19, which are happening against the backdrop of the ongoing war in the region, underscore the urgency of the situation and the critical need for diplomacy and dialogue. Such incidents highlight the fragility and volatility in the region, reminding us of the fundamental principles enshrined in international law and the United Nations Charter, including the peaceful resolutions of disputes. We firmly maintain that there is no military solution to disagreements over airspace or territorial integrity. Continued escalations only serve to heighten tensions and undermine the process for a durable peace in the region. We believe that lasting solutions are found at the negotiating table, not through acts that can be interpreted as hostile. In this regard, we call upon all parties to exercise maximum restraint and engage in earnest, substantive dialogue. A durable solution will require a genuine commitment to de-escalation, confidence-building measures, and renewed focus for diplomatic efforts. To conclude, Mr. President, my delegation reaffirms its unwavering support for all efforts aimed at upholding the principles of international law and achieving just and lasting solutions consistent with the United Nations Charter. We firmly believe that the people in the region deserve a future defined by peace, security, and stability. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Russian Federation.
Thank you, President. There was a time when Europe, for many of us, was associated with the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, cutting-edge philosophy, culture, and science. Yet today, all of that, unfortunately, has gone, and it's gone for good. Voltaire, Rousseau, Kant, and other leading philosophers have been replaced with the von der Leyens, the Callises, and the Johnsons, as well as other small-time blinkered Russophobes, thanks to their efforts, the primitive hatred for our country, and an attempt to portray Russia as the main threat to pan-European security, is, before our very eyes, becoming the only ideology of European states. They're trying their utmost to make the next generation forget the bitter experience of predecessors of today's Euro-integrators. For instance, the experience of Napoleon and Hitler, who suffered defeat at our country's hands, for which Europe paid a lengthy and painful price. Any events are immediately interpreted through an anti-Russian prism. The very idea that war with Russia is unavoidable is being frantically pounded into the heads of the European populace. Russia is being branded all sorts of things, portrayed as an enemy, not even going to the trouble in principle of using facts or evidence. When these assertions turn out to be false, no one even thinks about apologizing for spreading such blatant lies. Today, we will have an excellent opportunity to see this for ourselves, given that in the room we have a lot of European extras. these extras will, as per usual, will be letting their imaginations run wild regarding the threat from Russia. This paranoia has reached never-before-seen heights. Just last week, we were compelled to listen in this chamber to groundless accusations about supposedly Russian UAVs entering Polish airspace. Not a single piece of evidence that these drones were of Russian provenance has been provided to date. It's telling that just a few days later, we heard that the incident involving damage to the roof of a residential house in Lublin province, which was a key component of this anti-Russia campaign, in reality was the result of a missile erroneously being dropped from a Polish fighter jet. The Polish Prime Minister Tusk today recognized that not a single drone that was found contained explosives. Not a single one posed a threat to civilians. As for the Polish opposition, it clearly said this is a blatant provocation, the aim being to pull Poland into war. President, we take very seriously allegations against our armed forces. We always try to get the facts, which should allow us to understand what actually happened. This is why, in trying to get to the bottom of the situation, we immediately proposed for the Polish side to engage in bilateral consultations with us. Yet we didn't get a sensible reaction from Warsaw. This attests to only one thing. Neither Warsaw nor Brussels want the truth. All they need is a pretext for a new wave of the Russophobia campaign they're engaged in. It's very difficult to comment. Our European neighbors are inculpating themselves so obviously. Anyone of sound mind, anyone who is familiar with elementary logic would never say such a situation is normal. But yet, if on every screen, in every social media outlet, on every page, you're being told that Russia is your only enemy, then you might start believing anything and everything. The facts, the evidence here are superfluous. Today, we're compelled to be here to watch part 2 of this spectacle entitled Blame Russia for Everything. Our neighbors have now imagined that Russia is at fault for an incursion into Estonian airspace. As always, there is no proof except the Russophobic hysteria coming from Tallinn, which our Estonian colleague will wax lyrical about a little bit later. As for the facts prove that on the 19th of September, 3 Russian MiG-31 fighter jets conducted a planned flight from Karelia to an airbase in Kaliningrad Oblast, carried out in strict accordance with international airspace use rules. The Russian aircrafts did not stray from the agreed route, nor did they cross into Estonian airspace. Their trajectory, their flight was over the neutral waters of the Baltic Sea, over 3 kilometers from the island of Vindlo. Flight recorded data confirm this. If Estonia wanted to, it could have checked this itself. But Tallinn is not pursuing such an objective. Their goal is different, going against common sense and the facts to foment hysteria and accuse Russia of provocations. Thus, NATO representatives rushed to call what happened reckless behavior. And the head of European diplomacy, who also happens to be Estonian, called for a firm stance in support of the Baltic states. To be perfectly frank, our European colleagues deserve our sympathies. After all, the project they'd been building on our borders for years, the anti-Russia project, and this is what Ukraine was actually turned into after 2014, this project is coming apart at the seams, discrediting itself. Ukraine became the Zelensky concentration camp long ago. It's not sparing its people. They're dying by the thousands every day in a senseless meat grinder in the name of Western geopolitical interests. The Zelensky regime has turned its country into a symbol of corruption, outright theft, violations of human rights, the freedom of religion and the freedom of speech. In European capitals, despite all of this, they continue to laud so-called Ukrainian achievements, giving money and weapons to the Kiev regime, although they're clearly increasingly ashamed of their own puppets. However, they can't understand how to disentangle themselves from this fix. As a result, not-so-creative Euro bureaucrats have found nothing better to do than to whip up anti-Russian hysteria in the hope that European voters won't notice. This is a strange strategy, and without a doubt, it will achieve the opposite of what it intends to do. What will they accuse Russia of next? After all, they're not bothering to check the evidence nor the logical rationale for our actions. It's hard to think where their imaginations will take us next when no one cares about the facts. President, without a doubt, we understand that the hysteria of our European colleagues is also directed at trying to return the new US administration, including President Trump, to an anti-Russia course. It's aimed at undermining the understandings and undertakings entered into by Russia and the US by their presidents in Alaska a month ago. On this note, I'd like to quote the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, who at the Munich Security Conference at the start of this year voiced some uncomfortable conclusions, uncomfortable for Europe. The threat, and here I quote, "The threat that I worry about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, not China. It's not any other actor, external actor. What I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States," end of quote. Despite this clear-cut diagnosis contained in the aforementioned quote, Europe decided not to listen. Europe today is like an unhinged, paranoid individual unable to respond to criticism. Nor is it able to remember the lessons of history. After all, for the current cast of European leaders and Euro bureaucrats, history was reset to zero in February of 2022. Thus, drawing the lessons of history for today's Europe is bad manners. But this is a very dangerous path. We all know that history is ruthless vis-a-vis those who forget its lessons. Thus, our former European partners, if you want to get hysterical, to foment and to continue levy baseless accusations, go right ahead. But do that without our participation. We won't be partaking in this theatre of the absurd, and you don't need us there. When you decide that you want to engage in a serious discussion about European security, about the fate of our common continent, about how to make this continent prosperous and secure for everybody, we'll be ready. You know where to find us. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señor. Thank you, Mr. President. We are grateful for the detailed presentation of Undersecretary General Janša, providing us with a more complete picture of the events that took place in Estonia on Friday, the 19th of September. And we'd also like to welcome the ministers distinguishing us today with their presence at this meeting. Just a week ago, this council met to consider with concern the incursion of Russian drones into Polish airspace. Today, once again, we find ourselves addressing similar events, this time concerning the incursion of Russian combat aircraft into Estonian airspace. These incidents, so close together in time and of such threatening nature, illustrate a pattern of actions that could undermine regional stability, and they are a cause of concern for us all. Panama rejects any act of intimidation of one state against another. The violation of Estonian airspace cannot be seen as an isolated event, but rather as an act that threatens international peace and security, the very pillars upon which this Council rests. President, the world is going through particularly turbulent times, where the proliferation of conflicts in all regions is directly and disproportionately affecting the civilian population and global stability. The accumulation of these intimidating incidents does not contribute in any way to peace or international stability. On the contrary, these events erode trust among states and create a climate of heightened tension and vulnerability for collective security, a situation that the world can no longer in this regard, we see that these acts are expanding. Activities in the region are showing this, despite the inconclusive results that have been achieved by efforts of the parties, we still hope that genuine dialogue and decisive diplomacy and commitment can put an end to this conflict. Let us use this space where today the highest authorities are gathered together to mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations to resume efforts in the right direction. Panama calls for caution, and we reiterate once again the primacy of the principle of respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, in full accordance with the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, to which we committed ourselves more than 80 years ago. Only through strict adherence to these principles can peace, security, and peaceful coexistence among states be guaranteed. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Miroslav Jenka for his valuable briefing. I would also like to welcome the Foreign Minister of Estonia and all the honorable ministers participating in this meeting. Mr. President, we meet today following recent reports that Russian military aircraft flew into the airspace of the Republic of Estonia on September the 19th. These developments could exacerbate tensions and further escalate the situation in the region, a region that is still suffering from the repercussions of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. On numerous occasions, Algeria has stressed the need to avoid any action or reaction that could inflame tensions. We have also repeatedly stressed the danger of succumbing to the logic of polarization in the context of this conflict. It's imperative to avoid any endeavor that could inflame hostilities or exacerbate their potential repercussions. In this vein, I would like to highlight the following points today. First, we believe that it is important to maintain the momentum of the recent diplomatic effort in order to prevent any escalation that could prolong or expand the conflict. Thereby, it might undermine any progress towards peace and security in the region. Second, it has become necessary to give precedence to communication and coordination in addressing these incidents through a transparent and effective approach. This would avoid any misunderstanding or confusion, and it would help to avoid their recurrence. Last but not least, we would like to reiterate once again our call for the primacy of the language of dialogue and negotiation. We must adhere to diplomatic solutions as the only feasible way forward to reach a just and lasting solution to the conflict. In conclusion, Algeria remains convinced that the realization of peace and security in Ukraine and through it in the region as a whole can only be achieved through the intensification of diplomatic efforts aimed at finding a final solution to this conflict. This should be based on the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, taking into account the legitimate security concerns of both parties. My country also reiterates its commitment to support any effort that would contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security in the region. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening today's meeting at the request of Estonia, following the unauthorized entry into its airspace of 3 armed fighter jets reportedly belonging to the Russian Federation. I also thank ASG Janša for his briefing and welcome the participation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia and other ministers and high-level officials in this meeting. Mr. President, Guyana has taken careful note of the letter dated 20th of September from the permanent representative of Estonia, in which he asserts that this was the 5th violation of Estonia's airspace by the Russian Federation, marking a dangerous escalation and the most serious violation thus far. We have also taken note of the public statement issued by the Russian authorities denying that the 3 jets violated Estonia's airspace. Saturday's incident appears to follow a pattern of similar events in the region that are unfolding in the context of the ongoing armed conflict in Ukraine. When this council met last week to address a similar incident in Poland, we affirmed that the violation of a country's airspace is a serious breach of its territorial integrity and a violation of international law. We also agreed on the need for de-escalation and for the states involved to establish the facts and act responsibly to avoid any further escalation of an already dangerous situation. Today, as we confront another allegation of incursion by the Russian Federation, I would like to stress the following 2 points. First, as we did last week, Guyana calls for restraint and de-escalation, and for the facts surrounding this recent incident to be thoroughly clarified. Given that there have been similar incidents in the recent past, it is reasonable to assume that they will continue to occur unless appropriately addressed. In this respect, we underscore the need for the Security Council to have access to detailed and verifiable information regarding the incidents and encourage the relevant parties to cooperate with the United Nations toward that end. Secondly, Guyana recalls the legal obligation of all UN member states to comply strictly with international law, including the provisions of the United Nations Charter and Security Council Resolution 2788. Mr. President, members of the Security Council have a collective responsibility to find ways and means of preventing disputes from escalating, including through diplomatic efforts, and must apply the tools provided in the Charter and relevant conventions for the peaceful settlement of any dispute between states. On the broader question of the ongoing armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we reiterate our demand for an immediate and peaceful end to the war and for the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 2774. Any expansion of this conflict will have dire consequences for innocent civilians in the region and for the world at large. This must be avoided at all costs. In closing, Mr. President, I once again urge the Russian Federation to cooperate with the affected states as well as the United Nations in providing the necessary information and finding a peaceful path forward. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also thank ASG Yenke for his briefing. We welcome the participation of the representatives of Estonia, Ukraine, and other participants under Rule 37. The letter dated 20th September 2025 from the permanent representative of Estonia reporting a serious violation of its airspace is of grave concern. This report, viewed together with the earlier letter from the permanent representative of Poland on the Russian Federation's drones entering its airspace, similarly reflects an alarming pattern, increasing the risk of a regional conflagration with global consequences. Mr. President, regrettably, the 3 rounds of talks in Istanbul, which led to agreements on exchanges of prisoners of war and civilian detainees, as well as the return of Ukrainian children, and which had raised hopes for a political solution, have not been matched with advancement in the ceasefire and peace agreement negotiations. On the contrary, military operations in Ukraine have intensified and now reached the breach of airspaces of Estonia, Poland, and Romania. The responses for the three countries and NATO underscore the gravity of the threat. They signal that prolonging the conflict risks spillover, regional escalation, and global insecurity. Given the adverse implications of a protracted conflict in Europe, the Council and the wider international community must intensify efforts towards peace. Sierra Leone has consistently called for an end to this war, urging the parties to embrace diplomacy and agree to a ceasefire that prevents further death and suffering. The humanitarian toll is devastating, with over 6,500 civilians having been killed in Ukraine this year alone, including rising numbers of children among the dead and injured. More than 10 million people have been displaced, creating the largest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War. Mr. President, Sierra Leone reiterates that the UN Charter enshrines the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Article 2.3 obliges member states to resolve disputes by peaceful means while refraining from the threat of use of force. The disregard of these principles and international law, the repeated resort to force, and the inability to secure ceasefires are deeply troubling. Aware of the consequences of this conflict, which could plunge the region into chaos, we call for measured responses by NATO and individual states, making use of Article 4 consultations to de-escalate and renew political dialogue. We commend the ongoing efforts by the United States, European leaders, and other mediators, and this Council to seek a peaceful resolution and a sustained political engagement at the highest levels. We again call on the parties to engage in genuine negotiations towards a political settlement that opposes Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, while addressing the legitimate security concerns of all parties. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank ASG Jansha for his briefing. We also welcome the distinguished Foreign Minister of Estonia, other ministers, and the EU High Representative to this meeting. President, prolonged and intense conflicts, no matter how localized, create a vortex of instability with spillover effects that invariably affect regional and global stability. And what we are witnessing around us today is a practical manifestation of this fundamental truth about conflicts. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine, now into its fourth year, has generated numerous challenges, both for the regional and international peace and stability. And Pakistan, alongside our fellow council members, has repeatedly drawn attention to the negative consequences of this conflict and the need to bring it to an end. We take note of Estonia's letter of 20th September addressed to this council informing about violations of its airspace. Pakistan is an ardent proponent and strong adherent to the UN Charter and its principles. Sovereignty and territorial integrity of all member states are cornerstone principles of the UN Charter, are sacrosanct and must be respected universally. Pakistan remains deeply perturbed by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, especially its humanitarian consequences that have adversely impacted the lives of millions of people in the region. Cessation of hostilities and return to diplomacy remain the only path for achieving sustainable peace. In line with our clear and consistent position, Pakistan has always called upon the parties to demonstrate restraint, avoid escalation, and scrupulously adhere to the international humanitarian law. We firmly believe that only a meaningful dialogue which addresses the security concerns of all sides is anchored in the principles of UN Charter and international law and respects the relevant multilateral agreements can help secure peace, a peace that is both just and lasting. Pakistan stands ready to support all regional and international efforts that can pave the way for a peaceful resolution of the current conflict. President, I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome the new permanent representatives of the United States to the Council. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. Before giving the floor to the United States, I'd like to welcome the new permanent representative of the United States, Ambassador Michael Waltz, to the Security Council. We look forward to working closely with you in the coming days. You have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and it's very good to be with you and this esteemed body for the first time. Thank you, ASG Yensha, for your briefing. And of course, I too welcome the participation of Estonia's foreign minister in this briefing as well. Colleagues, just 9 days ago, this council met to discuss Russia's violation of Poland's airspace with a large number of military drones. In that meeting, the United States urged Russia to end the war in Ukraine and stop actions that could risk it escalating into a broader conflict. Instead, on September 19th, Russia again violated the airspace of a NATO member when 3 armed military aircraft flew 10 nautical miles into Estonian airspace, coming within 15 miles of the Estonian parliament. And as we said 9 days ago, the United States stands by our NATO allies in the face of these airspace violations, and I want to take this first opportunity to repeat and to emphasize the United States and our allies will defend every inch of NATO territory. Russia must urgently stop such dangerous behavior. At a time when President Trump in the United States has been focused and spent an enormous amount of time and effort to end this horrific war between Russia and Ukraine, we expect Russia to seek ways to de-escalate, not risk expansion. This event, following on the heels of the Russian drone incursion into Polish airspace, creates the impression that Russia either wants to escalate and pull more countries into this conflict with Ukraine, or doesn't have full control of those who operate its fighter planes and drones. So either scenario is very disconcerting, given that Russia is obviously a nuclear power with global reach. And so I once again urge Russia as a permanent member of this council to uphold international peace and security, to respect the sovereignty of its neighbors, to cease violating their airspace, and I call on Russia to negotiate directly with Ukraine to end that war. I thank you, and I very much am honored and look forward to working with each of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Republic of Korea. To begin, my gratitude goes to ASG Yensha for the statement. Colleagues, the Republic of Korea is seriously concerned by the most recent in a series of deeply alarming incidents, this time impacting the territorial integrity of Estonia. On Friday, we were dismayed by reports of fighter jets from the Russian Federation violating Estonian airspace and remaining there over the Gulf of Finland for a total of 12 minutes. We note that this incident led to some countries responding by scrambling their jets in yet another troubling event over European territory. This once again appears to represent a significant breach of the sovereignty of United Nations member state, which could further threaten European and international security and simultaneously erode diplomatic efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Friday's incidents in the Estonian skies represent just the latest occurrence in a series of concerning actions following the recently reported Russian drone breaches of Poland and Romania. Colleagues, at this Council's 12th September meeting, in response to the violation of Poland's territorial integrity, my delegation warned that this incident was a resounding wake-up call and could mark a dangerous turning point. One, where the war in Ukraine may no longer be able to be contained, instead spreading incrementally and insidiously further into Europe. Today, we reiterate our expanding concern over yet another seeming escalation. This incident suggests a troubling pattern that could proliferate and interconnect, raising the risk of grave miscalculation over even miscommunication. And it vividly illustrates the urgency of decisively ending this war. Colleagues, we remind once again the Security Council of Russia and the DPRK's ongoing unlawful military cooperation, which violates multiple Security Council resolutions and directly threats peace and security in Europe and Asia. It must stop immediately. In conclusion, alongside the international community, the Republic of Korea continues to support diplomatic efforts to bring about lasting peace in this region. And I resume my functions as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Margus Charkuna, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia.
Your Excellencies, thank you, President. Please allow me to thank the Presidency for convening the Security Council meeting at such a short notice. And I also would like to thank ASG Jensa for his valuable briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, what brings us here today is alarming. On 19 September 2025, 3 armed Russian MiG-31 fighter jets deliberately entered Estonian airspace in violation of our territorial integrity. They remained in our skies for 12 minutes, penetrating up to 10 kilometers deep and covering nearly 100 kilometers inside our sovereign territory. These are the hard facts based on solid evidence, whatever Russia is claiming. And let me show you the screenshot from our most modern radar screenshot. So you can see here as well, the red line is a violation of Estonian territory and sovereignty. You can see it very clearly. This is a fact. This is not something else. So here you can say, you can also see the radar screenshot where Russia fighter jets entered, where they were, and how they went out. They were warned already before. There was a very clear communication on all different channels as well, visibly. And there was no response, and just Russian fighter jets, they continued the violation of Estonian and also NATO airspace for 12 minutes, 100 kilometers. And this is a lot. And these are the hard evidences for that. Also, there are pictures of these fighter jets, and it is very clear that these fighter jets, they carried as well missiles. All of them, they carried missiles, and they were combat-ready planes. And you can see from here as well Russian representatives, that these are the photos which really were taken during this heavy violation of NATO and Estonian airspace. So what I want to say, that violation is crystal clear, and Russia is lying again, as it has been lied before several times. We remember the occupation of Georgia, 2008, 2014, Crimea, 2022, aggression against Ukraine started. So please don't lie again. Hard evidence is here. So it is a dangerous escalation. It was a fourth violation of Estonia's airspace by Russia this year alone. By this one was deeper, longer, with 3 armed aircraft simultaneously and just minutes flight time away from Tallinn, our capital. I want to recall that member states' sovereignty and territorial integrity on land, at sea, and in the air must be respected at all times. So this was yet another reckless and flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter and of international law by our neighbor. We are here today because this violation of our sovereignty and threat of use of force concerns not only Estonia, but the entire international community. The 19 September incursion was not an isolated act, but part of a broader pattern of Russian provocations against its neighbors, while the permanent member of the Security Council continues its full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. On 9th of September, Russia presently violated Poland's borders by sending 19 drones into Poland's airspace. On 13th of September, a Russian attack drone flew for almost an hour over Romanian territory. Russian drones have been also found in Latvia and Lithuania, our neighboring countries. Russia's dangerous behavior cannot be tolerated. To do so would seriously undermine not only the United Nations Charter and the international law, but would set very dangerous precedent, encouraging further aggression, fueling regional and global tensions, and ultimately endangering global peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 34 years since Estonia joined the United Nations, we were obliged to ask the presidency to convene this meeting in the spirit of the preventive diplomacy and in order to stop immediately attempts at further escalation by Russia. We use this occasion to call again on the Russian Federation loud and clear to cease, without delay, its war of aggression against sovereign Ukraine and to abide by the obligations enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. We call on Russia to end all provocations and threats against its neighbors' sovereignty and territorial integrity. The international community must stand firm in demanding an end to these blatant breaches of the United Charter in order to prevent further escalation and to ensure international peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, Estonia is convinced that all responsible members of the international community should always call out such outrageous actions by any member of the United Nations, and even more so by a permanent member of the Security Council, entrusted with a special responsibility to safeguard international peace and security. And yet, words are not enough. As Russia itself has become a real threat to global peace and security, we need to exercise collectively maximum pressure on Russia, forcing it to just and lasting peace in Ukraine and forcing it to abandon its criminal, neo-colonial and imperial ambitions. Together we can hold Russia accountable for its crime of aggression against Ukraine, for the war crimes and crimes against humanity it has committed since 2014, and for its ongoing violations of international treaties and agreements it has pledged to uphold. Impunity appeasement and further concessions would only embolden Putin and would lead to new crimes. We can succeed only if acting decisively together in defense of the United Nations Charter and the international law. Finally, let me assure that the members of the Security Council and wider audience that Russia's threats and provocations are not going to weaken our resolve to support Ukraine in its defense against the Russian aggression. Just and lasting peace in Ukraine will strengthen the multilateral system based on international law, with the United Nations and its charter at the core, as well as international peace and security across the globe. Thank you, President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Takna for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies. The United Nations was founded on a set of shared values and principles, foremost the pursuit of peace and security. Although these values are being continuously tested and tried, the adherence to these values is still what brings us together in this room. There is one country present here in this room which is actively seeking to undermine the values and principles the nations of the United Nations have committed upholding. Last week, Russia once again violated international law and the sovereignty of an European country. For 12 minutes, 3 armed Russian fighter jets blatantly violated Estonian airspace. The same type of fighter jets that regularly bomb innocent civilians in Kiev. The recent violation of Estonian airspace is unprecedented in both scale and recklessness. It was a deliberate provocation which could have ended with devastating results. This comes after Russian violation of both Polish as well as Romanian airspace with drones a week earlier. It cannot be that Russia accidentally violates 3 times in 2 weeks European airspace. And if it was accidentally, it was a mistake, there has been plenty of time for Russian Federation to apologize and say, sorry, we made a mistake. Instead, we see a pattern. Russia is testing European borders, probing our resolve, undermining the security of the whole of Europe. Russia will continue to provoke as long as we allow it. Therefore, the United Nations and the international community must clearly condemn such actions. It is a breach of the UN Charter, which obliges all states to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries. And it is particularly cynical that a permanent member of the UN Security Council, entrusted with safeguarding peace, actively seeks to undermine it. Russia's aggression against Ukraine continues, and now it is extending provocations against the European Union members. Russia hopes that it might force us to draw our focus away from supporting Ukraine and focus solely on our own security. Well, let me be very clear. European security starts with Ukraine. And any provocation against EU member states will only strengthen our resolve to support Ukraine. I say this openly to Russian representatives in this room. Your government's actions are reckless, dangerous, and go against the very principles of the United Nations. Our response is united and firm. First, we stand in full solidarity with Estonia, Poland, and Romania. Second, we collectively condemn Russian sovereignty violations. And third, the European Union will continue to help strengthen European defense and deterrence together with NATO. And fourth, for every test or every violation of our security, our resolve to support Ukraine grows. Russia cannot be allowed to normalize such behavior. International law is not optional. The sovereignty and security of one member state is sovereignty and security of all. I call on you to condemn Russia's violation of Estonia's airspace. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Kallas for the statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Radoslav Sikorski, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, this Emergency Security Council meeting has been called because a mere week after Russia sent drones into Poland, 3 Russian MiG-31 fighter jets with their transponders off entered Estonian airspace without authorization and lingered for 12 minutes. On the same day, 2 Russian fighter jets violated the security zone over the Polish drilling platform in our economic zone in the Baltic Sea. If these were accidents, why not immediately acknowledge them and apologize? We have given Russia a pass in the past in such circumstances. But we have not heard any apologies, only lies. Together with the intensification of attacks on Ukraine, they seem to be an eloquent comment on, quote, moving from confrontation to dialogue, end quote, promised by Vladimir Putin in Alaska. These breaches of airspace are suspect because they are an escalation of hybrid war which Russia has waged against the West for years. Murders of politicians, journalists, human rights defenders and defectors, cyber attacks against hospitals and financial institutions, arsons, including in Poland, UK and Lithuania, postal packages containing incendiary devices all over Europe, including Germany, attacks on Ukrainian embassies, in addition to standard espionage and disinformation. Excellencies, this Council has a responsibility to send a clear message that such provocations will not be tolerated. It must stand in solidarity with Estonia, Romania, Poland, and all nations whose sovereignty is threatened by systemic Russian aggression. To the representatives of Russia, I have this to say. We know you don't care for international law and you are incapable of living in peace with your neighbors. Your insane nationalism contains a lust for domination that will not cease until you realize that the age of empires is over and that your empire will not be rebuilt. Every drone strike by the heroes of the armed forces of Ukraine, may God bless them, brings this day closer. Your 3-day special military operation can't even conquer Donbass for 10 years now. But the potential for criminal, catastrophic Russian mistakes is still there. By ordering mobilization in 1914, you precipitated the start of World War I, which bled Europe white and led to your Bolshevik Revolution. By signing the Hitler-Stalin Pact, you helped launch World War II, the bloodiest in history. By Sovietizing Central Europe, you caused the Cold War. Don't start another one. We are peaceful democracies who have studiously avoided actively joining your attempt to reconquer Ukraine. But we will not be intimidated. I have only one request to the Russian government. If another missile or aircraft enters our space without permission, deliberately or by mistake, and gets shot down and the wreckage falls on NATO territory, please don't come here to whine about it. You have been warned. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sikorski for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Johann Vadeful, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Mr. President, 12 minutes. 12 minutes in which 3 Russian fighter jets brazenly ventured into Estonian airspace. 12 minutes in which they made their way almost to the Estonian capital, to Tallinn. What happened early Friday morning marked a further dangerous escalation by Russia. The incursion came just over a week after more than 20 Russian drones had entered Polish airspace. Once again, in Estonia, Russia violated, without any provocation, the territorial integrity of one of its neighbors, and thus one of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. We condemn this grave violation of international law. This is not the behavior of a state seeking to preserve global peace and security, but one of recklessly disregarding international norms. Together with our partners, Germany stands firmly in solidarity with Estonia. We stand together against those who seek to use military coercion to undermine our sovereignty, freedom, and solidarity. The most recent alarming incidents bring to light two significant insights. First, Russia's ongoing aggression is not only directed against Ukraine and its people, rather, in its reckless behavior, Russia poses a serious danger to regional security as well as to global peace and stability. Second, there were many initiatives for negotiations, most recently under the strong leadership of the United States. Ukraine is ready to engage and has repeatedly offered an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. Nonetheless, Russia has repeatedly chosen not only to continue, but to intensify its aggression. This must end. Let there be no doubt, reckless provocations will not work. This is not just a problem for Russia's immediate neighbors. This is a problem for all of us, united here in our commitment to the UN Charter and its principles. Germany stands for these principles. Russia does not. We will not rest until a sustainable and just peace in Ukraine is achieved, a peace that is rooted in the principles of the UN Charter and negotiated with Ukraine sitting at the table. An unconditional ceasefire is urgently needed to stop the bloodshed and to lay the foundation to build trust for sincere negotiations. The people of Ukraine, as well as the people of Estonia and Poland, just as the people of every country, have the right to live in peace and security. It is our shared responsibility as UN member states to hold those accountable who endanger peace and security. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Vade for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andrei Sybiha, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Thank you for organizing this important meeting. Just 10 days ago, this council held an emergency meeting requested by Poland after being intruded by 2,000 Russian drones. Today, we are meeting at the urgent request of Estonia after 3 Russian jets violated its airspace. What's next? Which other emergency meeting will we have to hold in the coming weeks? Who will be the next country dealing with Russia's provocations? None of these developments were accidental. No, Moscow does this on purpose. A country occupying a permanent seat in this council is destroying international peace and security it is supposed to maintain. The logic is simple. Russia escalates to force everyone to play by its rules. It wants to impose the law of the jungle upon everyone, might make right. Our goal is the opposite. We must make Russia play by our rules. We have such rules accepted by everyone. They called the UN Charter. It is important that existing tools to be in the Security Council meeting or invocation of NATO Article 4 are actively used. However, political action should be backed by strong practical steps. Weak or late responses will only encourage further aggression. Europe is not at war with Russia, but Russia is at war with Europe. And the only way to safeguard peace is to respond with strength and unity. The best way to prevent a larger war in Europe is to increase support for Ukraine. If you help us end this war sooner with respect to the UN Charter, Russia will not expand it to other nations. Mr. President, a strong response means that a threat should not be escorted neither for 12 minutes nor for 1 minute. It should be neutralized. We reiterate our readiness for air defense integration. This is our European sky over Ukraine and other European nations. This is our common security space, and we must have a common sky shield to protect us all. Ukraine is the only country in the world countering regular massive air attacks of more than 500,000 drones and missiles, and we are ready to share experience and join forces. An integrated European air defense system combining intelligence, early warning, and active interception is essential. We have the capabilities, experience, and alliances, but action must be decisive, adequate, and swift. Other elements of a strong response include devastating sanctions, pressure on, and strong deterrence packages for Ukraine. The Russian war machine can only be stopped through strength, not weakness. Wait and see is not a strategy. Let's abandon wishful thinking. Russia poses an existential threat to Europe, and it will not disappear if we close our eyes. Ukraine has learned many bitter lessons in the past. What we now see in Poland and Estonia reminds of how Russian aggression against Ukraine started. Hybrid attacks and escalation, unmarked soldiers, violations of state border, and other steps. We can see this pattern repeating, but in another forms. The only effective way to counter this escalation is to respond with strength and unity. In conclusion, we reiterate that aggression against any European nation threatens the security of all. Only united action can prevent escalation and preserve peace in Europe. We stand in solidarity with our friendly Estonia, with the Estonian government and people, and we are ready to contribute to our shared security. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sibiha for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Oana Silvia Toiu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity to take the floor at this emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, where we meet again to defend the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. I also want to thank Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Jenka for his briefing. Outside the Council chamber, our conversations focus on the UN80 and the importance of fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter. It is dismaying that one permanent member of the Security Council is out of sync and blatantly violates these principles. Russia has repeatedly violated the sovereign airspace of European countries. Now it is Estonia. Last week it was Romania. Before that, Poland. In the case of Romania, in most of these cases, there were involved drones of Iranian origin. We strongly condemn Russia's reckless and dangerous behavior, which directly endangers even more international peace and security. We stand together with Estonia, Poland, and our partners and allies in rejecting such behavior and defending key principles of the Charter and international law. Today, I speak on behalf of Romania. We are the country with the largest border with Ukraine of all its peaceful neighbors, and one of the countries whose sovereign airspace was tested by Russia on various occasions since its war of aggression against Ukraine. At the same time, the war triggered by Russia might affect security in the Black Sea, unless, together with our neighbors, together with our international partners, we invest in defensive and early warning instruments, such as common maritime security approach, both within the European Union, among the Black Sea participants, and NATO. We need to address the insecurity in this key region of Europe with global relevance that affects maritime security, commercial shipping lanes, both regionally and globally, as well as access to vital goods to world markets, including grains, key commodities, and food supplies. Even a perceived lack of reaction from the international community, especially this Council, might encourage future provocations, but we can also do the opposite and discourage them. We need to firmly reject, once and for all, this unjustified and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. We all want peace, but that also means that we need strength, and strength is achieved together. Mr. President, within the international community, most of the world nations are aligned to the need to protect the principles of the UN Charter. We join previous speakers' call to Russia to stop all provocations and threats against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other states. Russia should not be emboldened to continue such behavior. In this context, my government welcomes the efforts undertaken by the United States, the European Union, and world leaders to put an end to Russia's war of aggression, and especially respects the effort of Ukraine, and we stand together for peace. Action is of essence now. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Mr. Stoyu for the statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. David Van Hill, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Asylum and Migration of Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Benelux countries, Belgium, Luxembourg, and my own country, the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Benelux countries welcome that the Council urgently addresses these unprovoked violations of Estonian airspace. We condemn these violations in the strongest possible terms. It is yet another clear and unacceptable violation by Russia of the territorial territory of a sovereign nation. And this is not an isolated incident. It cannot be ignored. It has been less than 2 weeks ago that in this very Council you discussed the violation of Polish airspace. And we are, unfortunately, seeing a wider pattern of Russian provocations against its neighbors while Russia continues its full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. This incident demonstrates that if Russia's aggression remains unchecked, it is bound to repeat itself. We call on this Council and all member states to make clear that this reckless behavior is not only unacceptable, but also presents clear risks to peace and security. It is imperative that we all protect the UN Charter and international law, and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all nations must be respected. These are the cornerstones of 80 years of the United Nations. The Benelux countries will defend these principles, standing shoulder to shoulder with Estonia. The path to peace is clear. The Russian Federation needs to end its war of aggression in Ukraine and choose the path of meaningful negotiations for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. And all the members of this Council and all UN member states have a responsibility to play their role in safeguarding global stability. That means holding Russia back from further destabilizing international peace and security in the interest of us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Van Hill for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Maria Malmö Schneegård, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Thank you, President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 5 Nordic states, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and my own country, Sweden. President, the Nordics condemn Russia's serious violation of Estonian airspace and thus of its territorial integrity on the 19th of September. The Nordics stand in full solidarity with Estonia. Like our Baltic friends, the Nordic region shares a long border with Russia. We are deeply concerned about Russia's lack of respect for the territorial integrity of its neighbors. By violating Estonian airspace, Russia has again shown its reckless and lawless behavior. Not even 2 weeks ago, the Security Council convened in another emergency session following Russia's violation of Poland's airspace. Since then, Russia has also violated Romania's airspace. We urge Russia to immediately stop and to bear its responsibility as a permanent member of this Council. Russia's recent airspace violations and its broader campaign of malicious activities against other countries illustrates the seriousness of Russia's threat to international security. It only strengthens our resolve in facing this threat by upholding our sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as further intensifying our long-standing support to Ukraine. Over the past weeks, Russia has increased its attacks against Ukraine. Last week alone, Russia launched more than 1,500 strike drones, 1,280 guided aerial bombs, and 50 missiles against Ukraine, according to Ukrainian reports. These are not the actions of a country that seeks peace. The Nordic countries support a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace based on the UN Charter and international law. A peace must respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. President, we need to remind ourselves that Russia is waging a war of aggression against Ukraine in blatant violation of international law. Russia could end its war tomorrow. Until it does, the Nordics stand undeterred in face of Russia's illegal actions. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Malmö Steingard for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Babia Bratze, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Latvia.
Mr. President, I deliver this statement on behalf of two Baltic states, Lithuania and my own country, Latvia. I thank the Presidency of the Council for convening this meeting, and I thank Assistant Secretary General Janša for the briefing. Lithuania and Latvia stand in full solidarity with our neighbor and ally, Estonia. On 12 September, this Council strongly condemned the violation of Polish airspace by a massive Russian drone incursion. We expressed our full solidarity with Poland at that meeting, and we warned of the risk of further provocations by Russia. Now it is Estonia calling this meeting in response to another grave and deliberate escalation by Russia. Mr. President, Europe has witnessed a growing number of Russia's non-conventional attacks, ranging from GPS jamming, sabotage, attempts to place explosives on DHL planes, to drone incursions. Russia's war in Ukraine and Russia's flagrant violation of Estonia's airspace once again demonstrates Russia's complete disregard for the authority of this Council, and also for the demands expressed by international community in numerous UN General Assembly resolutions. And Mr. President, let me say, we are not facing a Ukraine crisis. We are faced with a Russia crisis. As we speak at this emergency meeting, Russia continues to target and destroy Ukrainian cities, critical civilian infrastructure, kill innocent civilians, medical personnel, children, women, all in pursuit of a land grab. Contrary to the efforts of the President of the United States and European and Ukrainian partners, Russia doesn't seek peace. Russia's imperial and colonial ambitions brutally violate UN Charter. Remember Georgia in 2008, Crimea in 2014, and then the full-scale aggression against Ukraine since 2022. Mr. President, today in 1939, Soviet and Nazi forces held a joint military parade to celebrate invading and partitioning Poland. We will never accept Russia's attempts to attack, dominate, intimidate, or establish a sphere of influence over its neighbors. Empires are dead. We, the free and democratic countries, will continue to invest in our deterrence, defense, resilience. We are working closely with our allies to deploy additional capabilities to ensure that future Russian provocations are not tolerated. And we ask the Council to continue to be engaged on upholding international peace and security. We are committed to it. Yet, ironically, again, it is the aggressive, revanchist behavior of Russia, permanent member of this August Council, who is gravely undermining global security. So Latvia and Lithuania call on this Council and all UN member states to condemn Russia's aggressive actions in the strongest terms. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Baiba Bratze for the statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Progress has been achieved over recent decades, we see today alarming setbacks in women's rights. There are armed conflicts, the climate crises, and regressive movements which imperil our basic rights. Security Council Resolution 1325 was adopted 25 years ago. It is a key landmark. When women participate in peace processes and are present at the negotiating table, as part of our commitment to human rights and the dignity of every person, Monaco has always supported international efforts for advancing gender equality. Both on our soil and through international cooperation, the Principality has been working proactively to promote girls' access to education, women's economic empowerment and independence, as well as the fight against all forms of violence, including in conflict and crisis contexts. The Monegasque Committee for the Protection and Promotion of Women's Rights was established in 2018. Today, this is the cornerstone for mobilization and awareness at the national level. The government of our Principality is working closely with UN agencies such as UN Women and its Sport for Generation Equality framework, which recognizes the role of sports as key leverage towards social transformation. Monaco is proud of supporting this initiative. We believe that sports should be an engine for empowerment, for respect, and for solidarity. UNICEF and UNFPA are also key partners for our action through tangible projects. So these partnerships help to anchor the principles of the Beijing Declaration in actions on the ground. I also wish to highlight the key role of civil society, women leaders, young people, and male allies in building a world that is more just, with greater solidarity and greater equality. Our Principality reaffirms our commitment to continue along this path in a decisive way alongside all of those who work day by day to ensure that this equality becomes a reality. Thank you.
I thank His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, Sovereign Prince of the Principality of Monaco, and I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Assali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée.
Madam President of the General Assembly, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salam alaikum. It is a great honor and a real pleasure for me to take the floor on this solemn occasion of the 30th anniversary of the World Conference on Women. This anniversary is a time for us to take stock of the progress that has been made since the historic Beijing Conference in 1995, but also to highlight the achievements and best practices as well as the continuing challenges when it comes to promoting gender equality around the world. As we are faithful to our international and regional commitments, the Comoros has ratified a number of legal instruments that are relevant to the promotion and protection of women's rights, notably the prevention of all forms of discrimination against women. During the presidency of the Comoros of the African Union, we were proud to hold up the torch of this important cause, and on the 30th of October 2023, our country organized the third conference of consultation of women African leaders on the topic stimulating commitment towards the economic empowerment of women and putting an end to violence against women and girls. Nationally, we have always guaranteed women's rights by protecting them against violence, exploitation, and any form of violence. We have adopted a number of legislative instruments nationally, including the new penal code that makes provisions for the protection of women and children. And more recently, in 2024, we created a ministry dedicated to the promotion of gender equality and training, and there is a woman heading that up. We have also established a national policy for gender equality, and we have developed mechanisms for medical, legal, and other support for victims of gender-based violence. And we also offer special support for women and girls who have been victims. The network of women African leaders is actively involved with local authorities. I have placed the promotion of women at the heart of our priorities, and today women hold positions of responsibility both within the government, the parliament, legal and judicial institutions, and other areas. The interpreter apologizes, the speaker's microphone has been cut off.
Excellency, Excellency, kindly conclude your statement. I thank His Excellency, the President of the Union of Comoros, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President and General Assembly, members of the General Assembly, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the President of the General Assembly and the Secretariat and the Secretary General for the invitation extended to participate in this meeting. We wish to recall the following. Pursuant to a call for action and mobilization for resources in order to accelerate progress towards full gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. The Beijing Program of Action has been a turning point when it comes to awareness about the obligation to have greater justice vis-a-vis all women. Progress has been achieved. However, this progress should be assessed on a regular basis in order to identify weaknesses, as well as to make the necessary adjustments to build a fair and more inclusive society. The commitment to promotion of gender equality and the rights of women means that there's a need to fight against poverty, to guarantee women's access to economic resources, to education, to health care, as well as to enhance women's participation in decision-making bodies, as well as to protect them against all forms of violence and discrimination. This is what we have been doing in Senegal through our public policies and through the Senegal 2050 vision, which places women and young people at the very heart of national citizenship and stability. We have been implementing a progress accelerator to surmount the persistent obstacles to equality with programs which include expanding access for women and girls to education and training and combating unstintingly all gender-based violence. We are fighting against all forms of violence and discrimination against women and girls, and this struggle needs to be continued with vigor in neither in religion, history, or any affiliation, or any argument can be made for women to be abused, discriminated against, or marginalized. All public bodies, members of civil society, religious and faith traditional leaders, all citizens have an obligation, more than ever before, to mobilize ourselves against brutality, against harassment, against rape, and against all forms of abuse. Together, let us surmount the persistent inequality. Let us work towards a greater partnership among states. Let us prepare future generations, succeeding generations, helping them to live in a fairer, more equal, and more harmonious world. This is a shared responsibility. This is a universal moral duty. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency the President of Senegal, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central African Republic.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honoured to take the floor at this high-level meeting. It marks a pivotal moment for equality between men and women 30 years following the Beijing Declaration Programme of Action. The Central African Republic has placed gender equality and the empowerment of women at the heart of its National Development Plan 2024 through 2028. We hold the conviction that equality is not just a moral requirement, but an underlying condition for peace, justice, and sustainable development. This is why in the area of education, we have launched programs of free schooling that has already benefited more than 89,000 girls. We also have the Maingo project with the support of the World Bank, and this helps to combat school dropouts by providing scholarships to adolescents who are threatened by poverty, early marriage, and early pregnancy. In the area of maternal and infant health, we are strengthening the training of midwives to enable access to obstetrical services and also to avoid and reduce avoidable deaths by protecting every single life, especially in rural areas. Political participation and peace building. In this area, we are implementing our third National Action Plan on Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security, and we have updated our plan, Beijing Plus 30. We're also strengthening accountability mechanisms so that women and young people and the most vulnerable are truly at the heart of public action. However, there is still a great deal left to be done. Keeping girls in school and high school despite their poverty and social norms continues to be a challenge. We need massive investment in the education of girls and in maternal health, because this is where the future of Africa is hanging in the balance. Let us adopt strong measures to ensure that political equality so that parliaments, governments and local authorities truly reflect this half of humanity. Let us support women's entrepreneurship through loans, training and access to market. And we should do this because economic empowerment is the key to ensuring dignity for women. Let us protect women from gender-based violence through the rigorous implementation of laws and access to justice and support for survivors. The Central African Republic is committed to continuing with the reforms we have already undertaken with the support of our partners, UN Women and other friendly nations. I thank you. The interpreter apologizes. The speaker is not audible.
I thank the President of the Central African Republic, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia.
Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration charted a bold and hopeful path for women and girls everywhere. Today, as we gather under the theme of recommitting, resourcing, and accelerating the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, Liberia sees this anniversary not as a ceremonial occasion, but as an urgent call for action. Under my leadership, Liberia is determined to move from pledges to results. We are proud to stand among the first member state leading on the two important action agendas, ending violence against women, girls, and investing in young people, girls, and future generations. Through our agenda for inclusive development, Liberia will invest $8.3 billion over 5 years to transform lives with gender equality, youth empowerment, education, healthcare, and social development at all levels. Our commitments are clear. We pledge zero tolerance for gender-based violence with massive awareness and public education programs and with dedicated budget allocation. We will permanently ban harmful cultural practices. What was once a 3-year moratorium will now become a national law supported by national dialogue and alternative livelihood program. We will implement a national action plan for women and girls to provide a roadmap for empowerment, voice, and protection. An African proverb reminds us, when spider webs unite, they can tie a lion. Similarly, when women are fully empowered and supported, entire nations thrive. As Liberia embarks on 2-year term on the United Nations Security Council, we will ensure that the voices of women and youth are not only heard, but also shaped to women and youth peace and security. Our programs are already changing lives. The Liberian Women Empowerment Project, reaching 36,000 business women across countries, impacting more than 260,000 Liberian lives through increased income, resilience, and growth. The Realist Project supports 53,600.
I thank the President of the Republic of Liberia I thank the President of the Republic of Liberia, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the United Nations Secretary General and the UN Women for organizing this commemorative meeting to mark 30 years since the Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing. Excellencies, Uganda reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the full implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. Over the past 3 decades, our government has made significant strides in advancing gender equality and empowering women and girls, particularly in the following areas: legal and policy frameworks. Uganda's 1995 constitution enshrines equality and prohibits discrimination against women. We have enacted comprehensive legislations, including the Land Act, Domestic Violence Act, the Female Genital Mutilation Act, the Succession Act, the Children's Act, among others, providing a robust legal basis to promote and protect women's rights. Women in leadership. Today, women constitute 45% cabinet, 34% parliament, and 45.7% local government positions. Economic empowerment. Through targeted programs such as Uganda Women Entrepreneurship, Youth Livelihood Programs, and GROW, we are enhancing women's access to affordable capital, skilling, markets, and formal business registration. We continue to invest in infrastructure such as markets, innovation hubs, to support women-led enterprises and value addition. In education and skills, Uganda offers free education at primary and secondary levels. We have introduced affirmative action policies, including an additional 1.5 points for girls in university admissions and further incentives in STEM field. Through a second chance education initiatives, we are supporting adolescent mothers and school dropouts to return to school and complete their education. These achievements have not come easily. They are as a result of tireless advocacy, and we would like to pay tribute to Our Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for upholding the political will necessary to sustain these gains. Excellencies, as I conclude, let us recommit to the 1995 declaration. Let us engage all men and boys as partners in this journey. Let us act with urgency, unity.
I thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda and now give the floor to His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action set out a bold vision that women and men should finally stand equal in their rights, opportunities, and dignity. Czechia proudly reaffirms its commitment to this vision. It is rooted deeply in our history. Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, the first president of independent Czechoslovakia, believed democracy could not exist without women's full participation. Thanks to him and the tireless efforts of pioneering activist Františka Plamínková in 1920, Czechoslovakia became one of the first countries where women could vote. Building on this legacy, we have recently taken tangible steps. We redefined the crime of rape to better protect victims, a reform achieved with a broad political support. We adopted a stronger definition of domestic violence in a civil code and are expanding childcare to support women's economic participation. Abroad, we support education for refugee girls in northern Iraq, as well as care for Ukrainian women and girls, including survivors of sexual violence. I would especially like to acknowledge that without the dedication and expertise of non-governmental organizations, those initiatives would not have happened. Yet significant challenges persist. Around the world, global crises from climate change to armed conflicts, such as Russia's war against Ukraine or a conflict in the Middle East, disproportionately affect women and girls and increase the risk of sexual and gender-based violence. Our responses must be comprehensive. Equality cannot be achieved by women alone. The active engagement of men and boys as family members, partners, leaders, and allies is indispensable. Only then can we create the conditions for women everywhere to fulfill their potential and have the power to make our world a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is not a women's issue. It's a matter of democracy, justice, and prosperity. On this 30th anniversary of Beijing, let us renew our commitments and act with courage. Czechia stands ready to continue working on a safer, fairer, and truly equal world for generations to come. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Czech Republic, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Jeremiah Manele, Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, who will be speaking on behalf of the Pacific Islands Forum.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the member states of the Pacific Islands Forum with a presence here in New York. As we mark the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, the Pacific also celebrates its leadership legacy. A year before Beijing, the region launched the Pacific Platform for Action, boldly placing gender equality at the heart of our regional agenda. While challenges remain, the resilience of Pacific women and girls is driving real progress. More girls are completing school, women are accessing economic opportunities, and health systems are being improved. Reproductive health, including human papillomavirus vaccination and cervical cancer screening, is progressing. Across the region, gender equality is increasingly being reflected in national reports and budgets. Women's leadership role across sectors is increasing. However, more needs to be done to elevate women in politics and decision-making roles. As One Blue Pacific, we are laying the foundation for the establishment of a regional gender equality monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning plan to close data gaps, guide action, and ensure no one is left behind. Gender equality and climate action are interlinked. Across the Pacific, gender roles in various sectors and policies are not just about shaping change, but driving change. New forms of violence, including tech-facilitated abuse, is already stretching our capacity to respond meaningfully. Bold partnership is needed to address this growing issue. The Pacific is reviewing its regional disability framework to ensure persons with disabilities are recognized and provided with more inclusive spaces. As One Blue Pacific continent, we stand united to reaffirm our promise that women and girls in our region can live in peace, security, and dignity. Women's role in peace and security is critical to be aligned with the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, underpinned by the Blue Pacific Ocean of Peace Declaration. Let me now speak on the subject in my national capacity. My government is committed to deliver access to quality education for all Solomon Islanders. The Solomon Islands National University is offering second chance programs for women who left formal education due to pregnancy. I am pleased to announce that 9 out of 10 births in Solomon Islands are attended to by skilled professionals. We have distributed reusable menstrual pads to schoolgirls in the provinces as part of our health program, rolled out vaccinations for girls to prevent cervical cancer, and removed duty and goods tax on menstrual sanitary products. To combat violence, we have the Family Protection Act 2014, Penal Code Amendments 2016, Child and Family Welfare Act 2017, and the National Policy to Eliminate Violence Against Women and Girls 2021 to 2027. Empowering women in business remains a national priority. Financial literacy training in rural areas has seen the growth of women saving clubs. These saving clubs have provided women with seed money to pursue their economic goals. In closing, the Pacific region remains steadfast in our commitment to multilateralism, the Beijing Plan of Action, and will continue to place gender equality central to every decision we take in shaping our future. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Michael Martin, Taishu of Ireland.
Chair, 30 years on from the landmark agreement of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we can acknowledge that the Platform for Action has enabled a great deal of progress in many countries across the globe. And this includes women's access to employment, equal pay and conditions, increased political representation for women, improved access to education and legal reforms in a large number of countries to promote the realization of women's rights and equality. Although this progress has been steady, it has not been linear or equal, and large implementation gaps remain. While there has been immense positive change, I'm also acutely aware of the contexts in which women and girls' rights have regressed. I would like to highlight here the situation of Afghan women and girls who are enduring an unparalleled system of oppression and discrimination. Ireland considers the attainment of gender equality, equal rights for women and girls, sexual and reproductive health rights as fundamental to a more equal, peaceful and sustainable world. As a result, these are policy priorities across our development and human rights work. When Ireland co-facilitated the negotiations on the 2030 agenda, we played a critical role in ensuring consensus for a standalone goal on gender equality, SDG 5, and for the integration of gender equality across all the SDGs. Gender equality is both a fundamental human right under international law, as well as a necessary condition for sustainable global development. I regret that this human rights-based approach to equality and to women's rights, instead of being reinforced and ring-fenced by the world's leaders, is instead facing a strong and concerted attack. 30 years after the moment of hope and impetus for change, which the Beijing and Cairo processes represented, we celebrate the gains that have been achieved. But we must also acknowledge that in many places progress has stalled, that women continue to be poor in disproportion to men, that they continue to bear the burden of family and childcare, and that they're the most affected by climate change. Ireland strongly affirms our commitment to the United Nations and multilateral structures, and that includes the achievement of genuine gender equality around the world. And that's why we're pleased to be co-facilitating with St. Kitts and Nevis the process to revitalise the Commission on the Status of Women. Ireland has been on our own journey with regard to women's rights in the past 30 years. We have learned the lessons from the dark chapters in our own past, where vulnerable women's voices were ignored and silenced. Rest assured that Ireland is committed to continuing highlighting and prioritising women's human rights, including as we work towards gaining a seat on the Human Rights Council.
I thank the Taishu of Ireland, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Sitiveni Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, the Fourth World Conference marks a significant turning point in the global agenda for gender equality. This is a celebration of the invaluable contributions that women make in our lives. With high toll of social crimes, violence, and discrimination, the values of respect, gender equality, and women's empowerment must be embodied in societies, in our homes, and in our workplaces. This is the avenue to which their grievances, most of which go unnoticed, are amplified, and it must begin with us as leaders, the political will and accountability to ensure that women are treated with respect and honor. Women comprise more than half the world's population. Therefore, the promise of empowerment and equality should not be a debate. Their role is unparalleled in these unprecedented times. They hold the fort in times of peace and conflict, in times of drought and downpour. Our objectives for the advancement of women focus on key areas of poverty, education, health, capacity building, violence against women, women and armed conflict, women and the economy, women in power and decision-making, human rights of women, women in the media, women and environment, and the right and the girl child. Fiji is making progress on its commitment to inclusive environment, ensuring gender equality through family law reforms, adopting such laws as the Fiji Domestic Violence Act of 2009, the Child Welfare Act of 2010, and the Employment Relations Act, as well as other national regulations addressing violence against women, child protection, and employment rights. Fiji's current legal and institutional framework provide adequate protection for women and girls, enabling the government, institutions, and authorities to address discrimination and hold perpetrators accountable. Fiji aims to ensure that gender equality is institutionalized within government structures.
I thank the Prime Minister. I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Johannes Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 30 years ago, thousands met in Beijing with a shared vision, a world where women and girls could live free from inequality, discrimination, and violence. I remember that it felt like history was being made there and then. At that time, I worked as an advisor to Norwegian Prime Minister, first women Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland, who we heard this morning. And she said at that meeting, women's power is a formidable force. She too remains a formidable force. Nobody has taught me more about politics and leadership than her. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action was a bold one, ambitious and transformative. Since then, we have seen undeniable progress. More girls complete secondary education. Fewer girls are married before the age of 18. Extreme poverty among women and girls is reduced. And these are significant and real steps. They are worth celebrating. In my lifetime, women's participation in the workforce has significantly increased in my country, Norway. And this has in fact meant more for Norway economically than the revenue from our energy resources, oil and gas. It has boosted economic growth. It has given women greater financial independence and brought our society closer to realizing its full potential. This progress has not come by itself. It reflects choices that have been made and struggles that have been fought, rights that have been fought for. We have developed strong laws, made smart investment, and built partnerships with employers, trade unions, and civil society. Thanks to such measures as paid parental leave, flexible work hours, and affordable childcare, both women and men can now practice their work and give priority to it. And let me give you another illustrating example. In Norway, women now account for roughly 1/3 of those completing military service, up from just about 10% a decade ago. So progress is possible. But friends, despite this progress, we face serious challenges. We are witnessing a growing coordinated backlash against women's rights and girls' rights, against human rights, and especially against sexual and reproductive health and rights and the rights of LGBTQ+ persons. These attacks threaten the hard-won progress we have made. It's everyone's loss because investing in gender equality makes society better. Norway will continue to partner with the UN and civil society around the globe to ensure that women and girls have the right to decide over their own bodies. And we will continue to call on governments to close the gender pay gap, strengthen economic independence, and defend rights under that threat. So let's honor.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway and now give the floor to His Excellency Feleti Penitala Teo, Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years after the Beijing Platform for Action, Tuvalu reaffirms its commitment to gender equality, and we have taken important steps towards that objective. Our Constitution now prohibits discrimination based on sex, embedding gender equality in our highest law. Inclusivity is also part of Tuvalu's top 21 development priorities, which guide our development agenda. In 2024, we adopted a more updated and modern national gender equity policy to assure women's empowerment and protection from violence are integrated across all sectors. In education, Tuvalu girls now perform better than their boys' counterpart and stay in school longer. Women are increasingly present in the public service and civil society, taking leadership roles that shape policies and communities. And our parliament is considering how to improve laws so that gender equality is not just words, but a lived reality for Tuvaluan women and girls. But challenges remain stark. In Tuvalu, 1 in 2 women continue to experience intimate partner violence. Employment opportunities for women are limited, and too often economic insecurity perpetuates inequality. At present, there are no women in our parliament, and only 8 women sit in local council out of 48 seats. These gaps show how far we still must go, and all of these unfold under the shadow of climate change. For Tuvaluan women, climate change is not a distant threat. It is stripping away rights day by day. When saltwater kills pandanus trees, women lose both income and culture. When drought leaves families with only a few buckets of water, it is women who bear the exhaustion of care. When overcrowding worsens in our capital, women's security and dignity are put at risk. These are not abstract challenges. They are violation of fundamental rights to health, food, water, housing, safety, and cultural identity. Yet women in Tuvalu continue to lead. They cultivate gardens to feed families, weave cultural knowledge into new solutions, and raise their voices for climate justice on the world stage. Their resilience is extraordinary, but resilience must never be mistaken for consent to injustice. Excellencies, as we mark Beijing 30, Tuvalu calls on the international community to recognize that gender equality and climate justice are
I thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu and now give the floor to His Excellency Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda.
Distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to join you as we mark 30 years since Beijing, a moment that ignited a global movement of women's rights. 30 years after Beijing, Antigua and Barbuda has moved steadily from promise to action. We have made significant progress. More women, especially young women, in leadership, more female university graduates than males, elimination of inequities in remuneration, and stronger protections in law. Our government continues to institute programs and measures against gender-based violence and sexual offenses against our women and girls, which collectively remain a global challenge. Gender equity is not only a matter of rights, it is essential for justice, development, and sustainability of families and communities. No nation can reach its full potential when half of its people are held back. Our responsibility is clear: to recommit to Beijing's promises by ensuring equal pay for equal work, protecting women from violence, investing in health and education, and opening doors to leadership. For small states like mine, empowering women is critical to survival and sustainability, because women are at the heart of family, community, economy, and resilience in the face of climate change. Excellencies, the Beijing Declaration is not a relic of the past. It's a living promise. Antigua and Barbuda recommits to accelerating implementation of all Beijing commitments to resource gender equality in work, even amid fiscal constraints, amplifying women's leadership in climate action, finance, and peace building, and building a society where every woman and girl can thrive as equal partner in development. Colleagues, gender equality is not only a moral imperative, it is a prerequisite for sustainable development, justice, and peace. Antigua and Barbuda will stand firm, work harder, and speak louder, because the rights, dignity, and potential of women and girls everywhere must never again be negotiable. Let us therefore act with urgency so that equity becomes equality, and every woman and girl can live free, lead boldly, and achieve full potential. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda and now give the floor to His Excellency Luc Frieden, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather for the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we stand at a crossroads, an opportunity to renew our commitments and the responsibility to act more boldly than ever on gender equality. Luxembourg aligns wholeheartedly with UN Women's unifying message of urgency, hope, and possibility to advance the Beijing +30 action agenda. My government remains highly committed to foster gender equality and diversity on all levels of society. This year, Luxembourg is renewing several strategic partnerships with UN agencies, providing flexible multi-annual funding to support transformative action. Among these is its strengthened collaboration with UN Women, to whom Luxembourg is doubling its contribution, recognizing that a well-resourced and empowered UN Women is one of the most effective ways to support gender equality and advance the empowerment of women. We recently renewed our Women, Peace and Security Plan to ensure women shape peace, not just survive conflict. Nationally, we prioritize women's economic empowerment, leadership, and protection from domestic violence. I'm proud that Luxembourg is celebrated as having one of the lowest gender pay gaps among EU countries. My government has recently adopted 3 national action plans, among which one on equality between women and men, another one on gender-based violence. These plans count over 300 concrete measures that are being implemented together with the civil society. I invite all member states to commit to fully implement the Beijing Plus 30 action agenda with well-resourced national action plans that address violence against women, political participation, access to justice, and elimination of discriminatory laws and practices. For me, gender equality goes beyond policy. It is a personal belief that every daughter should have the same freedom as every son. That is the Luxembourg I'm committed to building and the world we can achieve together. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Luxembourg and now give the floor to Her Majesty Queen Mathilde of the Belgians.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, we adopted a commitment to undertake robust measures for the advancement of the rights of women and girls. Progress has been achieved in this regard. However, it behooves us to acknowledge the fact that no country has fully achieved gender equality. On the contrary, what we have observed are alarming setbacks on matters related to equality and a proliferating crisis which are affecting the rights of women and girls. There is a clear risk that in these difficult, troubled times, the question of equality for all will be cast aside and possibly even deliberately removed from the agenda. For this reason, Belgium cannot allow for progress which has been achieved over the past 3 decades, for this progress to evaporate. We remain fully committed to the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, as well as to Agenda 2030. I wish to take this opportunity to highlight 2 key aspects of particular importance to Belgium. First and foremost, equal participation of women in decision-making. It has been recognized for a long time that women's participation is a prerequisite for the achievement of sustainable and effective and efficient solutions. Security Council Resolution 1325 recognizes thus the importance of the involvement of women in all peace processes and reconciliation efforts. The goal is clear. The meaningful and equal participation is critical. This requires tangible actions to be undertaken to eliminate structural obstacles, discriminatory laws, and the norms which perpetuate stereotypes. Another key objective is as follows. There is a need to combat violence against women and girls. We cannot ignore the fact that there are acts of intimidation which women and girls continue to face. Unfortunately, we see that sexual violence is far too frequently leveraged as a weapon of war in conflict zones. There, too, the goal is clear: zero violence, zero tolerance. To achieve this goal, there is a need for integrated prevention, protection, and support policies for victims and for there to be a fight against impunity. No custom, tradition, or religious tradition can be invoked to justify these acts of violence targeting women and girls, be it forced violence, coercive controls, domestic violence, feminicide, female genital mutilation. The microphone has been cut off.
I thank Her Majesty I thank Her Majesty, Queen Matilda of the Belgians, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Sabine Monaouni, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Home Affairs, Economy and Environment of the Principality of Liechtenstein.
We are meeting at a pivotal time for the empowerment of women and girls. In recent years, we have witnessed a backlash to gender equality. It has manifested in various forms, such as legislative rollbacks, as well as the proliferation of misogynist and anti-gender rhetoric, including in parliaments and public office. Unfortunately, these setbacks are not isolated incidents, but part of a global trend that threatens to reverse the slow but steady progress we have made towards gender equality. The unprecedented number of armed conflicts globally, moreover, constitute human rights crises that disproportionately affect women and girls. And despite strong evidence of the contribution that women make at various stages and levels to resolve conflict, exclusion rather than inclusion has remained the norm in formal peace processes. This undermines the sustainability of peace. It also deprives societies of perspectives and solutions that are vital for recovery and reconciliation. The anniversary of Beijing, as well as the upcoming 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, are stark reminders that we still have a very long way ahead of us to achieve gender equality and ensure the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in all aspects of peace and security. Madam President, ending gender-based violence is one of the 6 key actions of the Beijing Platform for Action, and rightfully so. The large majority of member states has legislation in place to end violence against women and girls. But women continue being disproportionately affected by domestic and intimate partner violence. Across their lifetime, 1 in 3 women are subject to physical or sexual violence globally. As a committed state party to the Council of Europe Convention on Violence Against Women, also known as the Istanbul Convention, Liechtenstein has set up a coordination group that allows for regular exchanges with civil society and professionals from relevant authorities and NGOs on how to further improve our legislative and policy framework to end gender-based violence. I invite all of you who have not yet done so to ratify this key instrument, which is complementary to relevant UN treaties and resolutions. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Liechtenstein and now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammad Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu salli ala Rasulil Kareem. President, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, a very good afternoon. 30 years ago in Beijing, we pledged to build a future where women and girls enjoy full equality and empowerment. Today, as we commemorate this milestone, we must recommit not just in words, but through bold and measurable action. For Pakistan, gender equality is anchored in the vision of our founding father, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who declared, "No nation can rise to the height of glory unless your women are side by side with you." Guided by this conviction, Pakistan has made significant progress. Women continue to hold leadership positions in politics, judiciary, bureaucracy, law enforcement, and armed forces. Pakistan was proud to elect first female Prime Minister, late Benazir Bhutto in the Muslim world, and more recently, first women Chief Minister of Punjab, Ms. Maryam Nawaz Sharif. With reserved seats in the national and provincial assemblies, as well as in local bodies, women's voices are shaping policy at every level. Dedicated institutions in Pakistan are ensuring rights, protection, and access to justice for women. We have also enacted progressive legislation to protect women from violence, workplace harassment, and discrimination. We are also acting at the grassroots level. Social protection and empowerment programs, such as the federal-funded Benazir Income Support Program and the Prime Minister's Youth Program, are helping women escape poverty, gain access to finance, and benefit from vocational and entrepreneurial opportunities. Yet we know that progress is uneven both globally and nationally. What is needed now is for us to collectively scale up financing for gender equality through national budgets, international cooperation, and innovative partnerships, because commitments without resources remain unfulfilled promises. Mr. President, Beijing Declaration remains the boldest global compact for women's rights. Its true legacy must progress. Let us act with urgency, courage, and solidarity so that every woman and girl can live free from poverty and violence and be empowered to lead and contribute to inclusive development. I thank you all.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, and now give the floor to His Excellency Ervin Ibrahimovic, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro.
Excellencies, the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are among the central pillars of the government of Montenegro's human rights policy. Over the last 3 decades, Montenegro has succeeded to set up the legislative and strategic framework for agenda equality and to significantly improve its institutional network at all levels. Despite the progress, serious challenges remain, in particular when it comes to the effectiveness in institutional capacities and their efficiency in fighting discrimination, harassment, and hate speech and gender-based violence. The 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is a unique opportunity for all of us to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to gender equality and women empowerment. It reminds us that the advancement and full enjoyment of all human rights by all women and girls everywhere is not only a goal in itself. Advocating for women's rights, combating discriminatory policies and practices, fighting the ever-increasing violence against women and girls, as well as challenging the deeply rooted stereotypes in our societies that affect inequalities are not just our obligation under the international human rights law. It is the essence of a good governance and the foundation for sustainable and inclusive development. The last 3 decades have shown that the global progress is possible in addressing domestic violence in the education field, in increasing women's participation in the parliament. But much remains to be done. Montenegro will continue to work with all partners to advance in implementation of the key UN, Council of Europe, and EU norms and standards. We will scale up our effort toward the full and effective implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action, including the Beijing Plus 30 process and the conclusion of the Commission of the Status of Women. And the very end, Excellencies, an ordinary girl in Montenegro can expect to live longer than an ordinary boy. She will probably get higher level of education than her boy classmate. But despite all the progress, she will still have challenges if she dreams to become a head of state or government, or to address you from this place. This is not reality only for Montenegro girls. It is up to us, the governments in power, to invest more to create a just and equal future for all women and girls. We owe it to them, but Above all, we owe it to all of us, to our entire societies, as we search for meaningful answers.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Joëlle Clark, Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis, on behalf of the Caribbean community.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, St. Kitts and Nevis has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. Excellencies, today marks 30 years since the world gathered in Beijing to make a bold promise to women and girls that their rights would no longer be violable, their voices and experiences no longer silenced, their inclusion no longer negotiable, and their lives and expertise no longer devalued or overlooked. The declaration signaled the international community's political will to serve and honor an undeniable requirement of sustainable development, gender parity. However, 30 years later, if we appraise the delivered outcomes of our actions, we would find clear signs of regression, promises reneged, actions unfulfilled, and the spirit of the declaration underserved. Despite their indispensable roles, women and girls continue to face unequal burdens, limited opportunities, and persistent threats to their safety and autonomy. They are often relegated to the informal sector, underrepresented in political leadership, and disproportionately affected by poverty, climate change, and gender-based violence, realities that are escalated by the climate crisis. Notwithstanding, women and girls, especially in the Caribbean and across small island developing states, remain the fulcrum of our societies. Their stewardship and contributions are the axis which families, communities, and indeed nations turn. Acknowledging this, CARICOM reaffirms its commitment to the full implementation and acceleration of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, and all other frameworks geared towards the realization of gender equality. We must look at the numbers and decode the pictures that the data paints. It is estimated that by 2030, around 8.1% of women and girls will live in extreme poverty. Only 28% of women across the world serve as ministers of environment. Women only hold 26.9% of parliamentary seats worldwide. Globally, the wage gap persists, with women still earning 20% less than men for work of equal value. Women enjoy only 64% of rights that men do. Sobering realities. In the Caribbean community, we strive for political culture that prioritizes women in decision-making and leadership, evidenced by our 3 democratically elected female heads of government who we commend and celebrate, but we acknowledge that we still have far to go. Noting this, last Friday, St. Kitts and Nevis, through our co-leadership with Ireland, facilitated the passage of the resolution on the revitalization on the Commission of the Status of Women, a renewed commitment to women and girls. Translating intention into action can only be sustained with legislative and policy-backed reformations. As such, our region remains steadfast in the cultivation of gender-responsive policies and legislation and the review of outdated laws that perpetuate discrimination. Excellencies, we must recognize that equality has to be budgeted for and planned for, especially for SIDS with limited fiscal space. CARICOM calls for increased accessible international financing that incorporates the needs of women, for gender-responsive climate action that acknowledges the pivotal role of women and girls in leading the charge against climate change. And we emphasize the need for a paradigm shift in our educational sectors and digital systems in alignment with the needs of women and girls. In closing, CARICOM recommits its policy towards gender empowerment, resourcing through gender-sensitive climate financing, and accelerating the full force of political will. Another 30 years should not greet us speaking of potential and possibilities. Let us make good on our shared ambition to leave no one behind.
I thank the Minister of St. Neots and Nevis and now give the floor to Her Excellency Nemat Neme Aoun, First Lady of Lebanon and President of the National Commission for Lebanese Women.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honoured to be here with you representing Lebanon as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action. This is the cornerstone of our action to support gender equality and the empowerment of women. The 69th session of the CSW, I highlighted the action of Lebanese women strengthening the resilience of Lebanese society through the various crises that have afflicted the country and that unfortunately continue to this day. Lebanon is at a crossroads. Recovery and stability in my country requires political and economic reform. And this, in turn, requires the empowerment of women and trusting women. Women's roles is not just symbolic, it is crucial for restoring peace and prosperity. Lebanon cannot continue to be held hostage by war calculations by the powers surrounding it. The repercussions only exacerbate the ill fortune of the Lebanese, and especially women. In order to overcome all of these obstacles facing women in Lebanon, we must look to our partners. Peace in Lebanon and the end of war in Lebanon means peace in the Middle East. And when we talk about the stability and integrity of Lebanon, we are talking also about the same thing for our neighboring countries. And this is how Lebanese women can achieve stability together and alongside all of the women of the Middle East. And this is why we reinforce their role in our society. There cannot be true sovereignty without women taking control of their own destiny. And there cannot be a true sovereign state without the participation of women in decision-making. Similarly, with economics, women have a right to education, to work, and to equality. Lebanon is committed to the Beijing Declaration. This is how we developed and adopted our second national plan in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 1325. We stand ready to work with all of our partners for the benefit of all women and girls in Lebanon so that they can live in dignity, equality and peace. Among the countries present here, there are Lebanese women here in the audience. Thank you.
I thank the First Lady of Lebanon, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Junko Mihara. Related to children, measures for declining birth rate, youth empowerment, and gender equality.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, in line with the Beijing Plus 30 action,
action agenda, the government of Japan promises to steadfastly promote initiatives in the area of peace and security and full and equal decision-making power. In January of last year, in the wake of the Noto Peninsula earthquake, the doctor opened a women-only rest space in the disaster-stricken area and distributed whistles at shelters to help prevent sexual violences. The doctor is Ms. Masako Negami, an internal medicine physician. As a result of experiencing disasters such as the Great East Japan earthquake, we have learned a great deal regarding the necessary measures from the perspective of women when the disaster strikes. Dr. Megami, as well as many women's support organizations and corporations, work closely with the government to provide support to women in the metro area. Japan remains strongly committed to implementing and strengthening the women, the peace and the security agenda, including that the location of the disaster, the risk reduction measures, and its disaster response across various fields. Japan is also continuing its efforts to expanding the participation of the women at the disaster-making level of fields. Our chief priority is to foster regions that are attractive to women, whether urban or rural. Accordingly, we revised the Basic Act of Gender Equal Society this year, which has enacted following the Beijing conference. Next spring, we will establish the Japan Gender Equality Promotion Agency as a national center to robustly support the initiatives of the centers of the gender equality located in each region, aims to building the system through all the local stakeholders can engage in and make efforts of changing gender stereotypes, biases, and the social norms. In addition, this year, we will formulate the basic plan to gender equality and vigorously advance the Beijing 30 Action Agenda. A Japanese female entrepreneur once told, "I didn't want to give up either raising my children or my career, so I started the business with a view to creating my own workplace." She left her job after giving birth and returned to her hometown despite challenging experiences in the male-dominated community. She managed to start her own business, providing a work experience program at the sake brewery. She also recruited local women of the wide range of ages and expanding the business. Chair, I firmly believe that there are still a great many ways that Japan can change. Japan will continue to coordinate with all countries and to make every possible effort to realize a gender equal society. Thank you very much.
The Minister of State of Japan, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Baiba Braze, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia.
Honorable Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, esteemed advocates and champions of gender equality, it is my honor to address the General Assembly, especially on an occasion as significant as the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women. 30 years ago, a historic commitment to gender equality was made, embodied by the Beijing Declaration. 3 decades of effort have brought significant achievements and equally significant backsliding. In Latvia, we are currently focused on advancing gender equality by ensuring equal rights and opportunities in the labor market and education, but also addressing harmful gender stereotypes and integrating gender perspectives into policy planning. Our 3-year gender equality plan strengthens these commitments, focusing on concrete changes in employment and education, promoting gender mainstreaming across governance, and intensifying efforts to prevent and combat gender-based violence. Latvia is committed to closing the gender pay gap and ensuring equal employment access. We support women entrepreneurs. We promote family-friendly workplace policies and enhance work-life balance. Our focus on increasing women's representation in STEM and leadership role highlights our dedication to breaking barriers. Latvia stands among the global leaders in gender balance in science, with women making up over 50% of our scientists. Also, I would like to highlight the importance of national action plans on women, peace, and security, as we are currently developing our second plan. These plans are not just symbolic commitments, but practical tools for turning the WPS agenda into measurable progress on the ground. We encourage all member states to adopt and strengthen their own plans, nationally or regionally, to ensure that meaningful participation of women is at the heart of peace building, conflict prevention, and security policy. As an elected member of the UN Security Council for the term 2026-27, Latvia reaffirms our unwavering commitment to advancing the WPS agenda nationally and internationally. Excellencies, Latvia remains a steadfast supporter of the UN's efforts to advance gender equality by committing to multilateral cooperation, continued financial contributions, and mainstreaming gender equality through all policies. Yet, true equality must be reflected within the UN itself. For 79 years, no woman has held the UN top position. We encourage member states.
I thank the Minister of Latvia and now give the floor to Her Excellency Marcia Helena Carvalho Lopes, Minister of Women, Brazil.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago in Beijing, the world stated unequivocally that women's rights are human rights. Today, as we celebrate the Beijing Platform for Action, we reaffirm this commitment, conscious that without gender equality, there can be no true democracy, nor can there be sustainable development. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has reiterated in international forums, Brazil seeks to be an active voice in defense of peace, democracy, and social and climate justice, placing social participation guided by an inclusive perspective at the center of the political debate, a perspective including Afro-descendant populations, native peoples, communities of the waters, fields and forests, migrants, LGBTQA+, individuals, youth, children, adolescents, the elderly, and persons with disabilities. It is in this spirit that I bring Brazil's contribution to this high-level meeting. Brazil has been giving concrete expression to the Beijing Platform for Action. I highlight the equal pay law enacted by President Lula, which ensures transparency and equal remuneration between men and women. I also various policies to confront gender-based violence, to promote women's economic empowerment, and to build the national care policy, pillars of our contemporary response to Beijing's 12 areas of concern. Brazil also announces as one of its actions under the framework of Beijing +30 its commitment to a protocol for responding to women in climate emergencies and disasters, developed in partnership with UN Women Brazil and within the context of Brazil's presidency of COP30. This protocol integrates the gender perspective in every stage of emergency and disaster management, from prevention to reconstruction, to ensure equitable, inclusive, and effective responses. It is anchored in national experiences and in the successful South-South cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 30th anniversary of Beijing is more than a celebration. It is a call to action. Brazil reaffirms its commitment to advancing through multilateral cooperation toward a society without hunger, racism that is just, sovereign, and democratic.
I thank the Minister of Brazil, obrigada, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Oguljenet Berdilieva, Chairwoman of the Central Council of Women's Union and Chairwoman of the National Center of Trade Unions of Turkmenistan.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I wish to extend my genuine gratitude to the organizers for having convened this high-level meeting to dedicate an important milestone, the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on the Status of Women. This is a conference which was held in 1995 in Beijing. It became a milestone in advancement of equality between men and women and reinforcement of the rights of women as an integral component of human rights. 30 years have elapsed, and we can note with pride that significant success has been achieved. But at the same time, we also see that the agenda which has been enshrined in the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action remains relevant today. Turkmenistan is guided by the policy of our deeply respected president. We attribute significance to the establishment of conditions for women and girls to fully harness their potential and to ensure that they can fully participate in social, political, and economic life of the country. The Union of Women of Turkmenistan is a key civic organization bringing together women of various generations and professions, and it contributes to national and international obligations in the area of gender equality being made a reality. We have legal institutional mechanisms to protect the rights of women, to support mothers and children, to develop women's entrepreneurship initiatives and expand opportunities for education and vocational training. Particular attention is paid to women, to young people and girls, for they determine the future. Turkmenistan firmly believes that investments in education, healthcare, and leadership qualities of girls and women represents an investment in sustainable development of society and prosperity for all humankind. Today, we have an opportunity to exchange best practices and to pool efforts to achieve the sustainable development agenda for the period up until 2030. Turkmenistan stands ready to continue to proactively cooperate with the United Nations and its specialized structures, as well as with member states, in the advancement of the principle of gender equality and the empowerment of women. Distinguished colleagues, the Beijing conference left us a valuable legacy. Only through joint efforts, respect, and mutual understanding can we build a world where every woman and every girl has the opportunity to fully harness their potential. We reaffirm our commitment to this path, and we extend our readiness to do everything possible to contribute to our shared objective. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the chairwomen of the councils of Turkmenistan and now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo André Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, 30 years ago in Beijing, the international community proclaimed something that today, in 2025, must remain unquestionable, that women's rights are human rights. However, the struggle for equality and equity remains unfinished, and it reminds us, as we commemorate 80 years since the creation of this organization, that 8 decades have passed without a single woman at its helm. It is urgent that we guarantee women's participation. Without female leadership, there can be no social development, no economic progress, and much less climate justice. At the COP28, only 34% of delegations were made up of women, and less than 20% of these delegations were led by women. Costa Rica is committed to strengthening Pillar 6 of Beijing Plus 30 and highlights its national gender and climate change plan. As a pioneer in promoting female leadership and dialogue in environmental governance and the transition to sustainable economies. Similarly, it is essential that we eradicate violence against women, a global crisis that will affect 1 in 3 women around the world. The CSW 69 political declaration facilitated by Costa Rica and Cabo Verde underscored the need to ensure safe environments free from domestic violence, online violence, harassment and sexual violence, especially in the context of armed conflict. In this regard, my country reaffirms its commitment to Pillar 3 of Beijing Plus 30, zero violence, and we will strengthen access to comprehensive care and protection services in rural and indigenous areas. Madam President, Costa Rica urges member states to renew their national commitments and to align their actions with the global commitments and to support the CSW call for the next Secretary General of the United Nations to be a woman. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Costa Rica and now give the floor to Her Excellency Butaina bint Ali Al-Jabr Al-Nuaimi, Minister of Social Development and Family of Qatar.
السيدة الرئيسة.
Madam President, the state of Qatar attributes tremendous significance to the question of the empowerment of women and women's participation in all areas of life. This is attested to through national legislation and policy for the advancement and empowerment of women, and my country has undertaken a number of significant measures which are in accordance with the Beijing Declaration and Program of Action, as well as the SDGs. These include a mobilization of adequate funds for the empowerment of women and gender equality. We have a national strategy in this area for 2024 to 2030, and this is geared towards capacity building for women. My country takes great pride in the achievements of Qatari women. In line with according to recent indicators, my country holds the first place among Arab countries in terms of the participation of women in the workforce. The percentage of women is now 63% in the labor market, and this is according to statistics from the World Bank dating 2024. The number of women with diplomas is 64.7%, which exceeds a global average. We encourage development projects in my country. We encourage private sector and civil society and development projects. We also have specialized plans for women. My country has extended multi-annual support for UN women to the tune of $2.2 million for the period 2024 to 2026. Madam President, as we prepare to hold the World Summit on Social Development in 2025, on the second World Summit for Social Development, that being the theme, it is our pleasure to host this event. We are certain that this will present an opportunity to achieve transformative progress for the empowerment of women and their role to build upon social progress that has been achieved and to build a better world. Unfortunately, Madam President, we are bearing witness to violations of the rights of women and girls, particularly in conflict-affected areas. The occupied Palestinian territory is an example of this. Qatar will continue to maintain a commitment to undertake effort to promote security and stability in the region. We shall continue our efforts for our fraternal Palestinian people. To conclude, we are certain that the Beijing Declaration and Program of Action are closely linked to the status of women and our source of inspiration. Thank you.
The Minister of Qatar, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Agnes Na Momo Lartey, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection of Ghana.
Madam President, 30 years ago, the world adopted the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. It was a bold vision that affirmed a simple truth, that the advancement of women and girls is essential for peace, justice, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate this milestone, we accelerate the progress that has been made, but are also reminded that the journey is the journey to full equality is not yet complete. For Ghana, this commemoration carries special significance. It coincides with the 50th anniversary of our national machinery of women, which has been central in advancing women's empowerment in our country. In January this year, Ghana's first female vice president was sworn in. This is a breakthrough moment that reflects our determination to ensure women's voices are heard at the highest level of governance. Over the years, Ghana has continued to strengthen its legal and policy framework. We enacted the Affirmative Action Act in 2024 and adopted a new gender policy that will guide our efforts from 2025 to 2035. We have reinforced protection systems through the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit of the Ghana Police Service. Equally, of importance is our focus on economic empowerment. Programs such as the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, the School Feeding Program, and microfinance, small loan centers support women entrepreneurs, opening doors for women across communities. Plans are also underway to establish a Women's Development Bank that will expand financial inclusion and provide affordable credit to strengthen economic independence of women, particularly those in underserved areas. Madam President, the Beijing Declaration was never meant to be a promise written on paper. It was and remains a call to action. To mark the 30 years is not simply to look back with pride. It is to recommit with urgency. Our task now is to remove the remaining barriers, give women and girls equal voices and opportunity to ensure that progress we've made are irreversible. This commemoration must be more than remembrance. It must be renewal and it must be action, because when women rise, nations rise, and with them, humanity is lifted. In conclusion, Ghana stands firm in its commitment to a future where no woman or girl is left behind. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Ghana and now give the floor to Her Excellency Mahinur Özdemir Göktaş, Minister of Family and Social Services of Turkey.
Chair, distinguished participants, it's a pleasure to be with you at this meaningful gathering which aims to carry forward the legacy on the Fourth World Conference on Women. There is no doubt that the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action has been a global commitment beyond its time. This commitment reminds us that equality, justice, and peace in our societies can be achieved only through the empowerment of women. Although the progress achieved over the past 30 years in advancing women's participation is invaluable, challenges still remain. As our President, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan has stated, the 21st century, contrary to expectations, is increasingly turning into an age of crisis. In all crisis situations, women and girls bear the heaviest burden. Today, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is a clear example of this reality. It's not only a regional issue, but a global challenge for humanity. Delaying peace means more deaths and destruction every day. Active participations of women should be urged to build a peace which will end this crisis once and for all. On this occasion, I'll call upon all countries to take immediate and effective action to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and to safeguard the right to life of all women and children. Dear participants, Turkey considers the empowerment of women as fundamental for social welfare. We build our social policies upon these understandings. We have developed the legal and institutional framework to promote the empowerment of women and girls. Our Women's Empowerment Strategy document and action plan is guiding of effort on this field. Comprehensive social service networks, incentives that facilitate women's participation in economic lives, and budgeting effort responsive to women-man equality are some of these concrete steps we have taken. We also have supported women entrepreneurs, cooperatives. In addition, we have contributed to answer in enhancing women's digital and financial literacy skills through regulation, including the right to part-time work after childbirth and mandatory childcare services at place. A stronger balance between work and family has been ensured for women. We have achieved significant progress in women's participation in the labor force and their access to equal opportunities in all areas. The international community must develop new mechanisms to ensure the effective participation of women in peace progress, climate action, and digital transformation. As Turkey, we are determined to fulfill our responsibility in this regard. Turkey will continue its significant contribution to the work carried out in the international fora, in particular the UN. We stand ready to support every initiative that unlocks the potential of women and contributes to building more just and prosperous societies. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Turkey and now give the floor to Her Excellency Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland.
Excellencies, 30 years after the historic Beijing Conference and its groundbreaking declaration and platform for action, our commitments to full gender equality have yet to be fulfilled. We have made progress, but a gap remains between and within societies. We must continue to remind ourselves that equal societies are healthy and resilient societies. 30 years after Beijing, we see a backlash unfolding against hard-earned progress on human rights and gender equality. This is real and deeply concerning. Excellencies, I grew up with a female president, and I assumed as a young girl in Reykjavik that presidents were female. I knew nothing else. Role models matter, and what we normalize matters. In 1980, Icelanders democratically elected the world's first female president, a few years after a women's strike brought the country to a standstill. The rapid rise of women's political participation in Iceland made sure that policies such as universal childcare and shared parental leave were turned into reality. The norms changed when women moved into governing positions. The true victory, however, is that in Iceland, gender is not a decisive factor in public life anymore. What matters is that individuals serve with competence and integrity. I lead a coalition government where all three party leaders are women. The leader of the opposition is a woman, so is the president of Iceland and the Speaker of Parliament. Although this is historic, it doesn't feel abnormal to us. But Iceland is not perfect. Gender-based violence is of great concern, and the pay gap will remain while we continue to look at caretaking jobs as low-value jobs instead of what they really are, the backbone of our society. Excellencies, the burden is on all our shoulders to push for equality and change the norms across societies, so all children feel equal growing up and get equal opportunities, regardless of gender. Modern legislative action is key in areas such as childcare, labor market relations, parental leave, and LGBTQI rights. Let this Beijing 30th anniversary be a celebration of the success we have made, but also a reminder that we have a distance still to go. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Iceland and now give the floor to Her Excellency Pasowende Peliadje Kabore, Minister for Humanitarian Action and National Solidarity of Burkina Faso.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, distinguished delegates, in line with the Beijing Programme for Action, Burkina Faso has embarked on structural reforms with a view to sustainably improving living conditions and especially those of women. This commitment led us to strengthen the legal and institutional framework, as well as initiatives aimed at the socio-economic empowerment of women and ensuring their full participation in decision-making. Our actions have resulted in significant progress. For instance, in the area of education, there has been a significant increase in girls' enrollment rates across the board, with a growing number of women in higher education. In terms of health, free maternal health care services, an increase in the rate of assisted deliveries going from 83% to 92% between 2015 and 2023, as well as a subsidy for the treatment of women's cancer, have contributed to a significant drop in maternal mortality. In addition, the distances that need to be covered to access healthcare centres have been reduced. In terms of economic empowerment, our focus was better inclusion of women and girls in the agricultural and financial sectors. Women in these areas have thus benefited from public financing at preferential rates, covering at least 30% of the agricultural areas newly developed by the state. Between 2020 and 2024, more than 500,000 women benefited from loans from the Support Fund for Women's Income Generating Activities for a total amount estimated at nearly $200 million. In governance, women's representation in Parliament and other decision-making bodies has improved significantly. Madam President, despite the efforts and the undeniable achievements, many challenges remain, especially due to the very difficult security context and the resulting forced displacement of populations. In response to this, Burkina Faso has adopted a national strategy for the recovery of internally displaced persons and host communities, integrating a gender-sensitive approach. In the medium and long term, my country intends to strengthen economic empowerment and women's entrepreneurship, intensify the fight against violence against women and girls, as well as harmful practices such as female genital mutilation, FGM, and forced early marriage. We're improving access to maternal and child health care, and we are also promoting women's access to decision-making and basic infrastructure. Fully convinced as we are of the essential role of the family as a vector for the transmission of values and as a lever for social transformation, our public policies will continue to place particular emphasis on the protection of the family as a guarantor of the development of women and girls. In conclusion, Madam President, my delegation will conclude. The Speaker's microphone has been cut off.
I thank the Minister of Burkina Faso, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, I thank the President of the General Assembly and UN Women for convening this meeting. Trinidad and Tobago has long advocated for a society where women and girls are empowered and promoted, and has consistently advocated for the removal of systematic barriers that inhibit inequality at home, in the workplace, and in the wider society. Today, we celebrate a momentous milestone, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. This historic framework remains a beacon of hope and a call to action for achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls everywhere. This declaration has provided the catalyst for transformative change. It has driven policies that uplift women, amplify their voices, and champion their rights in education, health, leadership, and beyond. It has shown us that when women thrive, societies prosper. Today, my delegation is proud to be led by the Honorable Kamla Persad, of Senior Counsel, as this is exactly the vision she has for women in Trinidad and Tobago. Chair, as we commemorate this occasion and celebrate the progress to date, we also lament there are millions of women and girls that still face barriers limiting their potential. From wage gaps and gender-based violence to unequal access to opportunities, the challenges are real and urgent. Emerging global crises such as climate change, conflict, and technological divides further exacerbate these inequalities, demanding our unwavering focus and action. This commemoration is not just a celebration of the gains made thus far, but an urgent call to action for the work yet to be done. Chair, Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that the best way to honor the legacy of Beijing is to renew our commitment to the vision encompassed in the platform of action. Let us work together to dismantle systematic barriers and create a world where every woman and girl can live with dignity, freedom, and opportunity. Together, we can build such a world where gender equality is not just a goal, but a reality for all. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and now give the floor to Her Excellency Ruth Kwan Sing Cross, Minister for Women, Youth, Sport and Social Affairs of Kiribati.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, may I extend warm Pacific greetings from the beautiful islands of Kiribati to the commemoration of 8 decades of achievements since the founding of the United Nations. As we mark 30 years of the Beijing Platform for Action, we echo sentiments shared by His Excellency Jeremiah Manele, Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands and Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum. As one blue Pacific continent, we stand united in strength and diversity, championing gender equality and social inclusion as core values of our shared identity. We know that Pacific women are not just shaping change, we are delivering it. Kiribati has crafted national policies and frameworks aimed at mainstreaming gender-responsive approaches across all sectors. We have taken decisive steps to institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting to ensure financial resources are allocated effectively, bolstering the capacity of our gender machinery to deliver meaningful results through economic empowerment. Through these mechanisms and more, we remain resolute in our shared commitment to eradicate the scourge of gender-based violence. We are encouraged by promising trends in Kiribati of increased representation of women in local governance, the public sector, and the judiciary. I stand here as one of 2 women ministers out of 5 women MPs to acknowledge that 10% is progress. All gains are a testament to the determination of Pacific women and a changing narrative that recognizes women not just as contributors, but as key to the Pacific's evolution and progress. Today, we reaffirm our call for stronger international solidarity to accelerate the full implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. We urge the prioritization and scaling up of financial and technical assistance to support gender-responsive budgeting. We also call for enhanced knowledge sharing and capacity building, particularly to strengthen data collection and analysis tools that are vital for evidence-based policymaking. Given the disproportionate impacts of climate change on frontline countries like Kiribati, direct access to gender-responsive climate finance is imperative to effectively address the unique challenges that we face. Prioritizing women's economic empowerment and climate action is essential to building self-reliance and resilience in the face of climate impacts that disproportionately affect women and girls. Madam President, we recommit to ensuring the promises made are fulfilled to ensure women and children no longer bear the burden of unmet commitments. Kiribati stands ready to work better together with all partners to ensure the vision of Beijing is a promise that women and girls in all their diversity are empowered to live in peace, security, and...
I thank the Minister of Kiribati and now give the floor to His Excellency Tani Mohamed Soilihi, Minister for la Francophonie and International Partnerships of France.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for France to participate in this event. 30 years ago in Beijing, we adopted a major commitment to make equality between men and women a universal reality. We have made progress in a number of areas. However, we have not yet attained the goals. Today, we have gathered at a time when the very principle of equality between men and women has experienced setbacks in many parts of the world. Nothing is ever given in terms of equality between men and women. Women and girls continue to be targeted by sexist and sexual violence, gender-based violence, including during armed conflict. This violence includes the use of rape as a weapon of war, and this has risen in incidents, and we call for armed groups to be held accountable. Respect for international law and international humanitarian law must be the collective compass, so to speak. Through the United Nations, mechanisms have been established for national capacity building to combat impunity. We call for these mechanisms to enjoy support and for them to be reinforced. We have a commitment which is stronger than ever before to women and girls' health. We have a feminist foreign policy, and through this year we launched our very first international strategies for feminist foreign policy for 5 years. Sexual and reproductive health and rights are a key pillar of this strategy. In supporting the bodily autonomy of women, France supports the work of the United Nations, UNFPA and UN Women. Women need to have ownership over their bodies and their choices and have access to political and public life. We are not talking about a minority, but about half of humanity. Women's participation in decision-making processes is a key democratic value and a key for stability and prosperity for all. This is why we encourage throughout the world women's participation at the highest levels, including at the UN. In terms of feminist diplomacy, we have adopted a robust commitment with robust measures and initiatives through the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. We also proactively support civil society with the French Support Fund for Feminist Organizations. And lastly, we support feminist organizations as they establish international projects, so the online laboratory for women's rights, including digital space. 30 years after the Beijing conference, France remains convinced of its importance. The microphone has been cut off.
The Minister of France, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Canada.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Good afternoon, friends.
We mark 30 years since the world came together in Beijing for the 4th World Conference on Women, where the world adopted the most ambitious blueprint ever for advancing the rights of women and girls. As we reflect on that moment, let us remember, l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes n'est pas un luxe, mais une
equality between men and women is not a luxury, but a necessity for our societies.
Optional. It is essential. For me, this anniversary is deeply personal. I stand on the shoulders of my mother, an immigrant woman and medical doctor from India, who came to a small rural town in Nova Scotia, Canada in the 1960s. In a place where few looked like her, she had to prove herself again and again. She raised 3 daughters to be strong, to work hard, to support each other, and to keep trying even in the most adverse circumstances. She lived the spirit of Beijing long before 1995. She believed in education, in health, and in the power of women to transform their communities. But my mother did not stand alone. My father believed in her and in us, his 3 daughters. He supported us as we pursued our paths as women and as professionals, never doubting that our ambitions were valid, our talents real, and our futures worth investing in. His example showed us that gender equality is not only a woman's cause, it is a shared responsibility. We have made progress since Beijing. More women in leadership, stronger protections, better health outcomes. Yet women today still have to work twice as hard, to walk twice as far, to speak twice as loud, and to prove themselves twice over just to be seen, heard, and valued equally. Progress has not erased prejudice, and equality is still too often conditional. 30 years on, the message of Beijing calls us to act, to invest in women and girls, to change the norms that hold them back, and to ensure that no one is left behind. Aujourd'hui, j'honore.
Today, I honor the pathway of my parents in reaffirming our commitment. Equality is not a delayed dream. It is a pledge that we must honor. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Canada. Excellencies, distinguished participants. Oh, sorry. One more. Oh, I'm sorry. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica.
Madam President, Excellencies, 30 years ago in the city of Beijing, the international community made a historic pledge that the rights of women and girls would be fully recognized as human rights. We resolved to ensure that gender equality would be prioritized as central to peace, development, and democracy. Today, Jamaica stands proudly in reaffirming that commitment, determined to accelerate progress and to ensure that no woman or girl is left behind. Since 1995, Jamaica has moved to strengthen its national gender architecture. Our transition from a small women's affairs desk to a fully established Bureau of Gender Affairs is testament to this. Our overarching gender mainstreaming program is supported by specialized units addressing policy and research matters, sexual harassment, gender-based violence, provision of regional counseling and referrals, male engagement, and socioeconomic empowerment. Over the past 5 years in particular, we've enacted landmark legislation and implemented robust policies to advance gender equality, including stronger protection against domestic violence and sexual harassment. Our National Strategic Action Plan to eliminate gender-based violence in Jamaica for the period 2017 to 2027 has facilitated specific outcomes, and these include the establishment of government-run shelters, a national shelter unit, and a 24-hour gender-based violence helpline. We've also strengthened women's political leadership. Today, 30% of our parliamentarians and 1/4 of our cabinet are women. The establishment of a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians, a historic all-female sitting of parliament, and the fact that our judiciary at all levels now is comprised of primarily women, all stand as powerful symbols of Jamaica's belief in action that women must play an integral role in all aspects of leadership. Jamaica also remains active in fostering initiatives to amplify the voices of women, including in global diplomacy. As a small developing country, our achievements are significant, and we remain resolute about progress amidst long-standing challenges such as limited resources, persistent gender stereotypes, and sociocultural norms. We're all too aware of how easily progress can be reversed as a result of external shocks. We remain firmly committed to eliminating gender-based violence, expanding economic empowerment, and advancing gender-responsive climate action. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action remains a living blueprint for justice, equality, and sustainable development. And the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN and the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council resolution on women, peace, and security is an opportune time for the international community to recommit with urgency and concrete actions to make the Beijing commitments a reality.
I thank the Minister of Jamaica. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the high-level meeting of the General Assembly to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women will be suspended to facilitate the change of venue. The meeting will resume shortly in the Trusteeship Council chamber, where the plenary segment will continue with the remaining speakers on the list. I would like to ask participants to proceed directly to the Trusteeship Council chamber to resume the meeting in a timely manner. I thank you for your cooperation. The meeting is suspended.
You can start to see where certain types of weapons were employed, certain types of ammunition in those weapons, and the impacts that they had on people, on property.
Following the student-led protests in Bangladesh, it was the interim government itself that requested the deployment of a fact-finding mission to Bangladesh. The team visited hotspots, sites of protests, including universities. We also received more than 900 submissions from individuals.
In terms of expertise, we need traditional human rights experts and investigators who conduct interviews and look at the information received. We have zoomed in on certain key areas here. For example, we have a shooter and trying to triangulate and cross-check the information to see exactly what happened.
Understanding how the security forces themselves consider their roles and their functions and their powers in a crowd control situation is very important.
We have forensic pathologist who was able to go to hospitals to ascertain the mode of injury, the mode of death.
One of the key things, very wide use of shotguns for demonstration controls. The shotguns were aimed above the waist, the chest, and to the heads of the persons.
The testimonies and the evidence that we gathered paint a disturbing picture of rampant state violence, targeted killings that are among the most serious violations of human rights and which may also constitute international crimes.
These violations were carried out with the knowledge, coordination, and direction of the former political leadership and senior security officials, with the specific goal of suppressing the protests and keep the former government's grip on power.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Origins is the beginnings. It means the roots. Talk about people who have been forcibly taken away from the continent. Talking about where I was born, Nigeria, the culture I was raised in. So for me, this piece is drawing from the different symbols and different themes that have to do with the place I was born.
Good Trouble is an act of defiance. The piece behind me is titled Caribbean Olympics. The Haitian Revolution is the theme. By addressing the work through a swimming competition, in this case, Haiti's first, waving his hand in the air, symbolizing liberation and the first island to gain independence.
We're so excited to be here at the United Nations. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that's what the Stories of Us is all about. We believe that if we're going to make those ideals a reality, then we have to truly know each other, because we are our stories. We are the stories we hear, we are the stories we tell.
This year, we're going into the second decade for people of African descent. We also invited them as part of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and Slavery Outreach Program. It speaks to the origins of enslavement, and then it traces emancipation, those struggles that happened, and then it really lands in this area of asking us to reimagine the world that we want to live in with much more justice and
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Good afternoon. Microphones are on. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please take your seats? Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. My name is Sherwin Bryce-Pease. I'm a correspondent for the South African Broadcasting Corporation here at the United Nations, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for the Sustainable Development Goals Moment 2025, taking place here in the ECOSOC chamber during the 80th UN General Assembly High-Level Week. And I think just by virtue of that introduction, let's give that moment a round of applause. Interpretation for the event is available in 6 official UN languages as well as International Sign Language. We also have a scribe, Ms. Marsha Dunn, capturing today's discussion in a visual which you will see later in this event at the closing. The Secretary General will have to depart the event shortly after his intervention due to his hectic schedule during the General Assembly High-Level Week, but I assure you that I will remain for the duration of the event. Today's SDG moment marks a critical juncture. It is the midpoint of the decade of action, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and marks 5 years until 2030. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda in 2015, sustainable development has seen both progress and setbacks. Most SDG targets are not on track. Today, we will be hearing from world leaders, civil society, women, youth groups, business, and persons with disabilities, who will speak about what we all need to do to keep the promise and share winning solutions to the challenges of sustainable development. A lot can happen in 5 years if we act together, right? Better together. We can build a more just, peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable world. It is now my pleasure to welcome on stage Ms. Salome Agbaroji. Salome is a Nigerian-American poet and youth activist and was the 2023 National Youth Poet Laureate of the United States of America. We are honored to have Salome here today to commence the 2025 SDG moment, and you now get to welcome Salome.
It's the year 2030. The children are gleeful and free, finding fun in planting trees. They shovel to make way for the seeds, and then the metal strikes something beneath. Reserves of an unknown present, a time capsule, memories of modern-day reverence. And on the container it says, "The hurt we hold, let's let the land carry. Bury our burdens, let time determine and adjust us. Let our doubts collect dust in the pursuit of justice." And as they're tucked deep in places that the sun can't reach, thus can never grow. Today, I want to make a time capsule that the children of the 30 will not understand. I hope hate speech reads like an ancient script that folks cannot decipher or decrypt. I hope that they see a picture of our bleached coral reefs and think that it must be a black and white photo. Let's make a time capsule that they couldn't understand. I hope they're perplexed by the sight of a bullet, that they see a gun's trigger and not even know to pull it. I hope they see a child's prosthetic and search for the rest of the doll, that they see protest less of an aesthetic and more like a call. I hope they will come across disease and trust the means to cure it, and not drown in the now as we live in the current. I hope that they never understand the process of casing your hope in salt to increase its shelf life, to preserve it for generations. I hope they never understand the pulse of desperation to keep going and to carry on. In fact, let's tape a note to the front of the time capsule that says, "Open me when the people are confused as to how our world's resources are wasted and overused. Open me when the people are stumped as to how our luscious forests can be reduced to stumps. Open me when the people are finished with the tireless fighting and dividing and violence inciting." They will open this time capsule in the year 2030, and their confusion will be a testimony, not to ignorance, but to progress. And they will lower this capsule, which holds nothing of their interest, back into the ground and say, "The hurt that they held, let's let the land carry. Bury their burdens, because our actions today determine and adjust us as our doubts collect dust in the pursuit of justice. And in the cavity of the soil, they'll plant their seeds in the place where the sun cannot reach, but still manages to grow." Thank you.
Thank you, Salome, for such poignant verses that capture both the urgency and hope. We really appreciate your intervention today. Next, it is my honor to welcome the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to deliver his opening remarks.
Excellencies, honored guests, dear friends. We all know the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals: to build a fairer world where people and planet thrive, a world that leaves no one behind. But we also know that with just 5 years left, we still have a long way to go. Looking around the globe, it is not hard to see why. Conflicts rain destruction. Funding for development is drying up. And the climate crisis strikes blow after blow. And yet, even in this turbulent moment, we see signs of progress, hope, and opportunity. A record number of girls are in school, and graduation rates for all students are rising. Child mortality has declined, as has maternal mortality. HIV infections are falling. Electricity now reaches 92% of the global population, with the Asia-Pacific region on track to universal energy access. None of this progress is by chance. It is the result of deliberate decisions. Those and many other examples show how investing in development pays, and how the work of so many in government, civil society, women's organizations, youth movements, and the private sector are making a concrete difference. The question before us is, how do we expand and speed up progress? And the answer lies in the goals themselves, their strengths in their interconnectedness. Education advances gender equality. Climate stability strengthens food security. Fighting famine paves the way for peace. This matters because the SDGs follow the law of increasing returns. The further we get on each goal, the easier it becomes to achieve others. And momentum is building. This year saw strong outcomes at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, the Financing for Development Conference in Sevilla, and the Food System Summit Stocktake in Addis Ababa. The coming World Summit for Social Development in Qatar and the UN Climate Conference in Brazil are opportunities for more speed and more scale. Dear friends, the SDGs dare us to imagine a better world. The exact path to reach it differs depending on national contexts. Small island developing states, landlocked developing countries, and least developed countries are all facing unique challenges and opportunities. But for all countries, some things remain the same. First, we must reform the global financial architecture. And that means delivering real debt relief, tripling the lending capacity of multilateral development banks, and ensuring developing countries have a greater influence in the institutions that govern their economic fate. Climate action must also take center stage. We must act immediately to keep the 1.5-degree goal within reach and harness the full potential of the renewables revolution. I look forward to all countries putting forward ambitious national climate plans, and for developed countries to honor their pledges on the loss and damage and adaptation. We must also prepare for technological transformation. New digital tools have the potential to supercharge sustainable development, but we need guardrails to ensure safety and inclusion, as well as financing to bridge digital divides. Excellence.
Your Excellencies, and in everything that we do, we must make peace a priority. In 2024, global military spending was 13 times official development assistance, and that is equivalent to the GDP of the entire African continent. In other words, this is not a question of resources, it's a question of choices, and that is why good governance is essential. The just and transparent institutions described in Goal 16 are vital to the 2030 Agenda, and we must make strengthening them a priority. As the General Assembly commences this week, we will hear talk of targets and percentages. We must never forget that every percentage point, every fraction, every decimal point represents lives changed and lives saved. It's time to intensify our efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda. We must regroup, recommit, and refocus. We must keep the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for those remarks and for convening us today. Next, please join me in welcoming to the stage the President of the General Assembly, Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock.
10 years ago, world leaders gathered here at the United Nations and made audacious commitment to transform our world through sustainable development. 17 goals, just a number, 17. But one promise, to leave no one behind, absolutely no one. Where do we stand with 5 years to go until 2030? As the Secretary General has said, certainly we made some progress. Child mortality has been halved compared to the start of the millennium. Clean energy now generates more than 40% of the world's electricity, part of an urgently needed shift to renewables. Nearly 1 billion people have gained access to safe drinking waters since 2015. Social protection now reaches over half of humanity, up from less than 43% a decade ago. These are not abstract gains. They matter. They matter to the children in sub-Saharan Africa who survive their 5th birthday, to the families in South Asia who drink from a tap instead of contaminated rivers, to parents in Latin America who can send their children to school because social protection spares them the choice between food and fees. Every life improved matters. Every life saved matters. However, we hear some people speaking about the goals as if they were just abstract numbers, 1 and 7, and not real lives. And this is why, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we should not wonder that we are not moving as fast as we should on the foundational promises of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is why we have to speak out to those who are trying to get rid of these numbers, the 17 goals. And this is why in today's world, people are still being left behind. We are falling far short of our ambitions, and our stalled progress has yet to recover from the blow dealt by the COVID-19 pandemic. Only 35% of the SDGs are on track. Nearly half, 47%, are seeing insufficient progress. 18% have gone into even reverse. The financial picture is equally stark. At a moment of rising need, net official development assistance fell by 7.1% last year. Meanwhile, developing countries paid a record of $1.4 trillion just to service external debt in 2023. That had been funded for solar panels. This money could have been used for expanded healthcare, for schools. The gap towards 2030, our challenge, is not a lack of solutions. It's a lack of political will, sometimes intentionally. It's a lack of resources. Achieving the SDGs requires investments, political and financial investments. And therefore, it was an important moment that member states reaffirmed in the Seville commitment last June that closing financing gaps is essential. Vulnerable countries must have access to concessional financing to build infrastructure and uphold the rights of their people. This includes not only least developed countries such as Mozambique, where much of the population still lacks clean water and struggles with basic necessities, but also nations deemed middle income by GDP despite their acute vulnerabilities. Small island developing states like the Maldives confronting rising seas that threaten their very territory. And landlocked nations like Mongolia, where harsh winters and advancing desertification undermine food security. All of them need the financial support required to secure their future. But they also need support to protect themselves from the climate crisis. Loss and damage must be addressed to those who lose their homes or livelihoods, who bear the costs alone. Energy transition must be fair, protecting both workers and towns as we move away from fossil fuels. And ecosystems must be restored, because without healthy forests, rivers, and reefs, there's no foundation for life. Development will only be fair and sustainable if it makes space for voices too often ignored. And if we combine our efforts and show solidarity with each other, let us act with the understanding that the 2030 agenda is not beyond reach. Let us generate the necessary political will and the financial resources. Yes, 5 years' time is not much time. But if we need, we can proceed with urgency and solidarity. If we can act with the conviction that we are truly better together, we can still shape a better future. Or as Salome has said in her wonderful poem, let us build the time capsule for our children, filled with dignity and justice, for every person in every community, in a world where no one is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Allow me, before I continue, just to take a moment of personal privilege. Look around the room. Look around the room. It's packed. It's not a seat empty. Standing room, hardly standing room at the back there. And while the buzz in this building today is about a two-state solution conference, and I do not want to diminish that, the importance of that event, development matters. It's evidenced by how packed this room is today, so congratulations to all of you for showing up for the SDGs and for development today. I think it speaks to its importance. Congrats. Now let's take a look at some key highlights from the SG's annual report on SDG progress. The 2025 report highlights how change is possible and areas that need decisive action from all of us to reach the 2030 goalpost. On the screen.
As we mark a decade since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, we stand at a turning point in human history. With just 5 years remaining, we've made remarkable progress, but it's not enough. The 2025 SDG report reveals that only 35% of SDG targets are on track or making moderate progress, with nearly half moving too slowly, and 18% are regressing below 2015 baseline levels. The last decade proves that transformation is possible. Millions have gained access to essential services. For the first time, more than half of the world's population is now covered by at least one social protection benefit. Maternal and child mortality rates have fallen. More than 100 million children and youth have entered school, with rising completion rates at all levels. More young people, especially girls, are also completing school. women's representation in parliaments has increased to 27%, up from 22% in 2015. 45 countries have achieved universal electricity access in the past decade, and access to clean cooking has expanded globally. Internet connectivity has increased by 70%, opening new avenues for young people, communities, civil society and local leaders to deliver on the SDGs. Despite these important gains, the convergence of conflicts, climate chaos, geopolitical tensions, and economic shocks continue to obstruct progress at the pace and scale needed to meet our 2030 commitment. Developing countries also face a $4 trillion financing gap annually. We face a global development emergency with unprecedented challenges across multiple fronts. Over 800 million people remain trapped in extreme poverty. Carbon dioxide levels have reached the highest point in over 2 million years, with 2024 being the hottest year on record, surpassing the 1.5-degree threshold. Peace and security have deteriorated significantly, with more than 120 million people forcibly displaced from their homes, more than double the number in 2015. Debt servicing costs in low and middle-income countries reached a record $1.4 trillion, squeezing resources vital for sustainable development. The time to act is now, and the path forward lies in accelerating the 6 SDG transitions: food systems, energy, digital connectivity, education, jobs and social protection, and climate and biodiversity. Building on the momentum of the 2023 SDG Summit and the 2024 Pact for the Future, we must leverage the key milestones of 2025, including the Compromiso de Sevilla, agreed by member states at 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the outcomes of the High-Level Political Forum, and the 2nd UN Food Systems Summit stocktake, and looking ahead at the Beijing Plus 30, the 2nd World Summit for Social Development, and the 30th Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, also known as COP30. The next 5 years will determine our future. The SDGs are within reach, if we act with urgency and ambition. We need robust multilateralism, sustained investment, and unwavering political will. Because only if we act together can we keep the promise of the 2030 Agenda.
Okay. With that update on the state of play, it is now my honor to invite the distinguished panel of world leaders who are turning the ambition and aspiration of the 2030 Agenda into action, and I want to welcome them onto the stage. Please help me welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Ntembo Nandi Ndaitwa, President of the Republic of Namibia, who might be running a bit late, so I might have to introduce her again. His Excellency Mr. Michael Martin, TD Taoiseach of Ireland, and Her Excellency Ms. Hilda Hein, the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And please welcome, or she's already jumped the gun. Please welcome Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, United Nations Deputy Secretary General, who will moderate today's SDG Moment high-level panel discussion. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, New York. I don't hear you. It's great to have everyone around, and thank you very much for joining us today. It is special, it's 80 years on, but it's also 5 years to the SDGs, and so a real pleasure to have the President of the Marshall Islands and the Taoiseach of Ireland with us. Of course, President of Namibia will join us. Thank you for being with us today. The Secretary General left, but not without saying and reminding us that progress never happens by chance. It happens because leaders make deliberate choices, and what we need to focus on today is just that. But he also reminded us that the SDGs are interconnected, and success in one goal really creates a momentum across all the others. So if I'm a diehard for Goal 5 and gender, without the investments in gender, all other 16 won't make it. So it really is an interconnected agenda. Today we're going to hear about the examples of this momentum and how governments are making those deliberate choices and how they're speeding up the progress towards the 2030 agenda. It is also a moment for leaders to speak honestly about the headwinds, and there certainly are a number of them. The political tensions that we feel in the world today are impacting everyone. But this is a storm and we will navigate it, and we've got a pretty good compass in the SDGs, and that's where we're at, and we're really quite thrilled to have over 150 heads of state and government in the United Nations, and that means that this town hall is still working. Now let's turn to the leaders who are putting these choices into practice and hear how they're keeping the promise of the SDGs. And let me start with the President of the Marshall Islands, President Hilda Heine. Thank you. The Marshall Islands are a powerful voice for showing the world how ocean, climate, and biodiversity are inseparable. In many ways, you've been the world's conscience on climate change, sounding the alarm for nations most at risk from rising sea levels and showing how the world of ocean, climate, and biodiversity are inseparable. Yet as we speak, these are among the goals lagging furthest behind, especially in small island developing states. And so our question today is, how is the Marshall Islands turning the commitments that were made in Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, how are they making also the Nice Declaration into concrete actions to protect your people and build a resilient future?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you also for the opportunity to share in this panel this afternoon. I will address your question by speaking to the case of small island developing states and how we're dealing with some of these issues, some of the trying to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'll speak first on ocean and how we're doing. I mean, that's a very important topic for small island developing states, as you know. For us, oceans aren't just another sector. They're a defining feature of our countries, economies, and cultures. For the Marshall Islands, we are more than 99% ocean. So that means we rely very closely on the ocean for food security, for economic growth, for our culture and identity. To translate this to SDG perspective, this isn't just relevant to SDG 8 on oceans, but oceans will impact many other targets and goals. Some of our key ocean goals include strengthening enforcement to reduce illegal fishing on our waters and surrounding high seas pockets. Another one is securing further arrangements or agreements with distant fishing nations on sustainable practices and limits. Another one is on championing support for small island developing states on boosting our marine management capacity for our vast EEZ. Here we are not only ensuring our food security, but as a major source of global tuna stocks, we are contributing to world food security. We need to return to the drawing board and build the political will necessary to end global plastic pollution, whether through a treaty or other means, and to implement the PB&J treaty as it enters into force. Like oceans, climate change poses impacts and challenges across the development spectrum. But for small island developing state, and our case as an atoll nation with no higher ground, climate change remains an outsized challenge. This is why AOSIS and small island states have always strongly emphasized the need for a global spotlight on climate. One of the most important ongoing challenges to address is the need for more effectiveness and access from larger international finance sources. In parallel, we are advancing efforts at the IMO to drive a just and equitable transition in the transportation sector, linking this work directly to climate action through practical, inclusive solutions and reflect the realities of small island states. These efforts are guided by SV Juranai, our wind and solar power sustainable sea transport vessel. The Oceans Conference is vital in keeping and building international strategies. We're glad that we were able to participate in the last one in Nice. And it builds momentum towards sustainable strategies needed to better protect and sustainably use the world's primary common resource, which we all share. That's our ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and just reminding us that these agreements that we have, they're all about us trying to get our mitigation goal right. And so therefore, the conference that we will have of the parties in Brazil will be important for the nationally determined contributions, our NDCs, to really align with 1.5 degrees. The rising sea levels would then begin to be mitigated. But also to say it's also about plastics. It's about the way we are all consuming in this world and what it contributes to the pollution of the oceans. Tisok, Michael, Martin, over to you. Ireland knows what it means to build peace step by step. Around the world, conflict is eroding decades of SDG progress, and nations are spending more money on weapons today than in any point of history. So how is Ireland drawing on its own experience of reconciliation, an advocate for peace, and why does its steadfast commitment to development cooperation matter in keeping the promise of the goals?
First of all, thank you very much indeed. And we have used and endeavoured to apply the lessons of the Irish peace process. People may not recall, but we had about 25 years of violence, particularly in Northern Ireland, which overlapped into the Republic of Ireland and into the United Kingdom. Terrible atrocities were carried out. It was a lot of hate, a lot of bitterness, but we managed to develop a peace process. And the most fundamental aspect or ingredient for peace is political will on all parties at the table. And we have endeavored to help other conflict areas around the world, building on the lessons that we have learned. And no one conflict situation is the same, and I would acknowledge that there are conflict areas that are perhaps more complex, but I would say to people, 26 years after the peace in Northern Ireland, we are still working on reconciliation. And only last week, the United Kingdom government and the Irish government agreed a framework to deal with the legacy of the conflict in a sustained way in terms of giving closure to the families of victims on all sides. So a peace process doesn't end with the signing of the agreement. It is enduring, and you have to keep working at it. And reconciliation takes a lot of hard work, day in and day out, to build understanding. We've participated in the peace process in Mozambique. We have people in Colombia working with the Colombian government in terms of the peace process there. We're mainly peacekeepers, so we've been in Lebanon for quite a long time as part of UNIFIL, as part of the UN mission there. We've been in Chad and Liberia down through the decades. So we've been in many parts of the world as peacekeepers. But increasingly, we're there to try and help, if we can, to share our knowledge and experience in terms of conflict resolution. In terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, the most fundamental problem we have right now, or challenges, we need to reassert multilateralism. And I take your point that all the world, the vast majority of leaders are here, which is a good thing. But we have alternatives beginning and developing around us, let's be honest. We have seen very significant, consistent attempts to undermine the multilateral order, and the UN as well, and UN bodies. So what we try and do in our own development program is to be a predictable source of finance to countries and to the UN agencies so that they can plan appropriately, so that we can avoid shocks in terms of funding allocation, so that the agencies within the UN have a fair idea what Ireland will be able to allocate to them next year and the year beyond, and increase. Now, we've been in a position, thankfully, that we can increase our aid on an annual basis. But that we've come around to the view that that predictability is very important, so that people can plan and be more efficient then in how they do things. And we have worked with the poorest countries in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of development aid. Ireland experienced a famine in the middle of the 19th century, in 1845. It effectively halved our population. And it is only now in 2025 that Ireland has recovered to its pre-famine population of 1845. That's how long it has taken. But that has had an impact in our approach to world hunger and famine. It's why Irish people are appalled at the man-made famine and catastrophe in Gaza right now. It's why we have a very strong, and if I dare I say, sophisticated food system approach to enabling countries who are furthest behind to develop sustainable food systems. We were an agricultural country, we still are, but we've developed technology and so on. So we believe in the food area, in developing, food systems that are sustainable for many communities around the world. Strategically, equality for women and girls is a central part of our overall global development framework. And we work with people as opposed to trying to tell people how to do things. So we work with the small island developing states. We have developed a strategy in our development program for small island development states, but we did that in collaboration with the small island states, developing states, asking them, you identify for us what are the immediate needs and so forth. And then what lessons can we learn from our engagement with others. And I think that's the more sustainable approach, I think, to reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have that commitment because of our past experiences, particularly on the hunger side. And education, we do a lot of good work, if I say so, on education. And you can see 100 million people have access to, additional people have access to education. Why? Because in our own culture and history, there was times when Irish people couldn't access education. And the story of modern Ireland is education and mass participation in education. And it's been a transformation over 60 years, which has enabled us to be strong economically and societally. And so we are passionate about giving people access to education and doing what we can in that area, and health services as well. They're the kind of key thematic priorities. Sorry if I've gone a bit too long, but we approach it thematically, strategically. We have clear goals, but we believe in predictability of funding, certainty, and so that people can plan accordingly.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I think we'll all remember that this institution was born out of a war, and that wars and conflicts just don't pay. What pays is to invest in development, and when we don't, and you shared that with us with the famine, it can have impacts on generations to come. And I think this is where our Pact for the Future really asked us to look about what we do today and the impact it has on future generations. So thank you for sharing that with us. President Hunt, you're the first woman to lead a country in Micronesia and the first person to earn a doctorate in the Marshall Islands. You've not only been an educator, but also a climate activist. Why is activism so important in driving sustainable development and the SDGs forward? You've got a lot in the audience that are looking for some guide there as to how they leave these halls and we continue to bring activism to get those SDGs in the next 5 years.
Thank you for that question. And I think just to go directly to why it is important to be activist. I mean, I didn't start out being an activist, but in the course of the work and trying to deal with the issue of climate change As you know, it's been a long road coming so many years to now, and we still haven't reached where we need to reach as far as climate change. And so for us, if we don't do it, who is going to do it? I mean, we're like 2 meters above sea level, and we're living the effects of climate change every day. And so for us, we made a commitment to go into the international community and advocate for our future. Otherwise, it's leaving it to chance and letting other people decide our future for us. And although we're not contributing to emission level, we still have to take part, to take leadership in making sure that we're going after our energy sources using renewable energy, turning our shipping fleet into ships that uses solar energy and wind. So we're doing the best we can do to show, to show example that it can be done, and that all of us need to take part to make changes in climate change, for example. So I think it's a matter of importance for us. We cannot leave it to chance. We have to take ownership of the solution, as well as convincing the world about our where we're at and the need for the world to commit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's all about we the people, and that's certainly what the Charter espouses for us all. It isn't just about your advocacy for what the world needs to do, but everyone's standing up to be counted. And we appreciate that. The SDGs are that, we say that's our compass, that's our way forward. But turning to you, Tisoc, on a personal level, what motivates you to lead Ireland to use its voice and partnerships to defend multilateralism, but also to show that global solidarity is not just a principle of the past, but a pathway forward?
Well, I suppose at a very fundamental level, I became involved in politics at a young age to try and change things for the better in my own local community, then nationally, and as a national leader globally. And as a small island state, Ireland sees the multilateral system as our ultimate security guarantor. That's what guarantees our security. If might is right, and if big, large powers think they can invade your neighbor, then we don't have security. And so we're passionate about multilateralism. But we have also seen that multilateralism works and can work spectacularly in so many areas of human endeavor. And notwithstanding, at times we become very pessimistic in terms of progress and so on, enormous progress has been made. On climate, we've come a long way. Not fast enough maybe, but we have come a long way from where we were 2 or 3 decades ago. In terms of education, participation, we've come a long way. And in terms of food and so on, we've come a long way, but we've a lot more to do. But we made that progress because of multilateralism. People pooling resources, people working together will achieve a lot more. It's a very basic principle. It works. Challenges today that there's quite a number of significant powers who don't believe in multilateralism and are seeking to undermine it. So I think actually within the UN and within amongst ourselves here, we do have to think afresh as to how we counteract this growing sort of skepticism or undermining of multilateralism. There is an obligation on us to sort of cry halt. We believe in this, and we're going to. We need to reassert ourselves in terms of the primacy of multilateralism in the world, and not shrink back from articulating fundamental principles in respect of sovereignty, territorial integrity, the dignity of every people, of every person, and the dignity of nations and peoples. And I think that's something at times we can drift into a certain fatalism or resignation. There's nothing we can do. Well, actually, there is a lot we can do, and we just need to keep at it.
Thank you. Fighting for the courage of our convictions, and it's a personal, but it's also collective for many of us. And I think that when we see the Charter or multilateralism being undermined, it's not so much how much of the resources are being withdrawn from different pots, whether it's development or it is the UN itself. It really is about the principles, it's about the values, it's about the institutions that do help us to create the systems that are needed for health, for education, for jobs that are decent and that people can live a life of dignity. Thank you for sharing that. Well, we have got two ministers who would like to join this conversation. So if I may shout out for the Minister for Jacques Assou from Côte d'Ivoire.
La Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As was recalled by both the panelists, less than 10 years after their adoption, fewer than 20% of the SDGs are on the right path to be reached. Extreme poverty continues to threaten many people, and many continue to suffer from hunger. In this context, this event, my country, Côte d'Ivoire, welcomes the holding of this flagship event on the SDGs organized on the margins of the 80th session of the General Assembly. Côte d'Ivoire is well aware of the difficulties that we face in meeting these goals. So what we've done is that we have reduced our poverty rate that has fallen from 51% in 2011 to less than 40% in 2019. We have provided access to electricity for more than around 80% of the population. We have set up compulsory schooling, improved school performance rates, and launched important projects such as solar panel parks and others. However, we continue to face challenges: youth inequality, youth unemployment, social inequality, climate change, among others. That's why we have taken a strategy to speed up our achievement of the SDGs in our development plan. This is focused on the energy transition, food security, water, sanitation, and mobilizing innovative financing. This is a struggle that is common to many. No country can meet these challenges alone. Côte d'Ivoire stands determined to continue on this path towards inclusive, lasting, resilient development, and we call on all states for a renewed global partnership to keep the promise that we made to our future generations. Thank you.
Thanks. Excellence, thank you for sharing with us the advancements that Côte d'Ivoire has made. Of course, we still have to get to 2030, and we do need to accelerate on a number of issues in West Africa. We are pursuing much with you on the energy transitions and also the fight against climate change. Thank you. I do have another Excellency, Honorable Kenya Barclay, the Minister of Planning and Economic Development for Sierra Leone.
Thank you and good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Sierra Leone stands with the international community to accelerate delivery on the 2030 agenda. At this SDG moment, I will briefly want to share 4 selected evidence-based results from our national efforts in 4 areas to leave no one behind. And these were the 4 areas that our President, who is unavoidably absent, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, would have presented. First, on nutrition education, our national and partner-supported school feeding interventions have reached hundreds of thousands of children. In 2022, approximately 486,000 primary school children in Sierra Leone were receiving school meals, and primary enrollment was recorded at around 2.7 million pupils, an essential foundation for improving and retention in learning. The other area, access to justice. Our legal aid board has been scaled up as a government-funded frontline justice service. Independent analysis reports the board assisted some 150,000 people in 2023, 2/3 of whom were women and girls, demonstrating the practical reach and cost effectiveness of nationally funded legal aid. These services have reduced catastrophic legal costs for vulnerable households and have strengthened social inclusion. Thirdly, on domestic financing for SDGs, our integrated national financing framework and pilot initiatives in revenue mobilization have strengthened our tax administration and local revenue collection. The fourth area, on accountability and recovery of public assets. Our Anti-Corruption Commission has made recoveries that are publicly reported and being redirected to service delivery. Madam Moderator, Excellencies, these results in nutrition for children, legal protection, and for the vulnerable, strengthened domestic finance, and concrete asset recoveries, amongst a range of others, are not incidental. They are the product of policy choices, scaling domestic solutions, partnering strategically with UN and other development partners, the private sector and civil society, and applying public financial reforms for the long term. Sierra Leone remains committed to using these hard-won gains to accelerate progress on education, gender equality, health, and governance. We call on partners to continue to support countries to scale proven solutions and to back national systems that mobilize domestic resources and deliver results for the people. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister, for sharing the importance of the focus on the policies that you need to take, but connecting them to domestic resources, and we hope creating that enabling environment for further investments. But focus on education is particular in Sierra Leone, and congratulations on thousands of girls that you have got back into school, and many of those dropouts that had a second chance. Incredible work. Before I turn to the lightning round with our two guests, is there anyone in civil society or a young person at the back there who has a reflection? So don't say we didn't create space. Okay, there's a lady standing up there. Please take the floor. We can hear you. What's your name?
My name is Alan Krita Dayal, and I am one of the representatives in the UN Major Group for Children and Youth. And on behalf of youth, I just wanted to applaud and recognize all of the achievements that we've been able to accomplish over the last 10 years in terms of our SDG goals. And there's definitely so much more work that we need to accomplish now. And the fact that we have so many folks from different aspects of society, youth, civil society, UN delegates, governments, all together in this room right now is just an incredible feat that we can come together and have this conference and speak about all of these different topics and how they intersect with all our different aspects of society. So really appreciate that we have this session here today and that we have this whole week to be able to reflect and think about how can we further scale our accomplishments. So thank you on behalf of all of the youth.
Thank you very much for just demonstrating when your space is given, the youth fill it. So thank you for that. And I can see our youth envoy. Am I good? Am I good? Really, no, thank you very much. And as I turn to the lightning round on how we keep the promises of the SDGs, there's civil society. We said at the SDGs, leave no one behind. So perhaps I could turn to you, Tisok, and ask, what's the message for this audience that they would amplify and take out of these halls and how we keep the promise of the SDGs?
I think the message is, based on the progress that has been made in so many areas, it proves to us that we can actually do it, but we need to reassert and recommit with conviction to make strides in attaining the SDGs and the goals by 2030. So it really is about political will, re-energizing ourselves, to go out there and do it, because we do have the models, we do know how to do it. And perhaps, in terms of the timeline, the utilization of technology could be an accelerator towards the achievement of quite a significant number of goals. And that's something we should probably factor in to the next 5 years.
So advocate with your politicians. Courage of conviction for the activism that we need, but try using technology. And I know many of the young people in this room, day in, day out, use that, but let's also give a shout out for agencies like ITU, without which we wouldn't have the cell phones that we can go out and do that. To you, President Hein, same question. What do we need to do to keep the promise of the SDGs?
Well, thank you. I think we need to continue the commitments that we started and establish a stronger partnership to move the SDGs forward. We've done great work, although we're not there yet, but I think with persistence and commitment, we will get there. So thank you, everyone.
So partnerships, don't give up. The journey's not done yet. And we can see the Marshall Islands have been on that path for a long way and haven't given up. And I hope every one of you will go through this week harvesting what you can do, the partnerships that we can put together, the momentum that we can create, the collective action for trying to get the promise of the SDGs done by 2030. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being such a great audience.
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Excellencies, DSG, for that compelling discussion. Your insights are very inspiring, and the examples here will inspire us to take this work forward. Let's bring the lectern back. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker. If I could ask the panelists to please take their seats. It is my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker, Her Majesty and SDG advocate, Queen Mathilde of the Belgians.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my field visits as SDG advocate to Bangladesh, Ivory Coast, and Costa Rica with HCR, UNICEF, W.
Bien. La 5e séance plénière.
The 5th plenary meeting of the High-Level International Conference for the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine and the Implementation of the Two-State Solution is resumed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished heads of state and government, ministers, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization,
Annalena Baerbock.
Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege for me to co-chair alongside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia this conference in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 79/81 dated 3rd December 2024. We wish to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Allow me now to deliver some opening remarks.
Madame la Présidente de
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen. We've gathered here because the time has come. The time has come to free the 48 hostages detained by Hamas. The time has come to stop war, the bombing in Gaza, the massacres and the fleeing people. The time has come because there's a pressing urgency everywhere. The time for peace has come because we're just a few moments away from no longer being able to seize peace. This is why we have gathered here today. Some might say it's too late. Others might say it's too early. But one thing is certain. We can no longer wait. In 1947, this assembly decided on the splitting of mandatory Palestine across two states, a Jewish state and an Arab state, thus recognizing the right of each of them to self-determination. The international community granted to the state of Israel at last fulfilling the destiny of this people after millennia of roaming and persecution, and Israel founded a beautiful democracy there. The promise of an Arab state to date remains unfulfilled. Since then, there's been a long path of hope and despair intertwined, which Israelis and Palestinians have gone down, each in their own way. We have walked alongside them, each of us in keeping with our history and our sensibilities. But the truth is that we bear a collective responsibility for, to date, having failed to build just and lasting peace in the Middle East. This is what became evident to us on the 7th of October 2023, when the Israeli people suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history. 1,224 men, women, and children killed, 4,834 men, women, and children injured, 251 men, women, and children taken hostage. The cruelty of Hamas and all those who collaborated in this massacre dumbfounded Israel and astounded the world. The 7th of October remains an open wound for the Israeli soul and for our universal conscience. We condemn it unequivocally because nothing, never, nowhere can justify having recourse to terrorism. Minds go out and hearts go out to the victims and their families. We've expressed our compassion to all Israelis and first and foremost demand for all hostages still held by Hamas to be freed unconditionally. The French paid tribute to the 51 French men and women assassinated on that day and all other victims of October 7th. We will never forget them. Never. Just like we will never stop the existential fight against anti-Semitism. The French people know the sting of terrorism, and our hearts remember the expression of the bonds of brotherhood following the terrorist attacks committed in Paris on the 7th of January 2015, when dozens of foreign leaders were in the ranks of those offering their sympathies, among which the Israeli Prime Minister and the President of the Palestinian Authority. We know that you cannot show weakness in the face of terrorism, but we also know the perils of endless wars. We know that right must always prevail over might. We know from our own history that a universal commitment to peace is the legacy of centuries gone by and the only way towards salvation. And on behalf of our friendship with Israel, our commitment to which has never faltered in the name of our friendship with the Palestinian people, for whom we want the initial promise of the UN Charter to be fulfilled, we want two states living side by side in peace and security to become a reality. However, currently Israel is further extending its military operation in Gaza with the stated objective of destroying Hamas. But there are hundreds of thousands of people who have been displaced, injured, famished, traumatized. Their lives are still being destroyed. Although Hamas has been considerably weakened, and despite the fact that negotiations on a permanent ceasefire are the surest means of ensuring the release of hostages, nothing justifies the ongoing war in Gaza. Nothing. On the contrary, everything compels us to definitively end it, since we didn't do it earlier. We must do this to save lives. The lives of Israeli hostages detained in atrocious conditions, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians who are tormented by hunger, suffering, the fear of dying, mourning for their loved ones. We must save all lives, because for almost 2 years now, it is the denial of the humanity of the other and the sacrifice of human life which have prevailed. Yes, since the 7th of October, it is the life of the other that is being denied. We've been saying this since the first day of the war in Gaza. A life is a life. I know this because I held in my arms the families of hostages I met in Tel Aviv and in Paris. I'm thinking of the mother of Eata David, a hostage who was famished and displaced. I'm thinking of Nimrod Cohen, a 19-year-old hostage whose father I just met. I also know this because I was at the bedside of the Palestinian victims of Israeli military operations, refugees in Al Arish, women and children. I will never forget the way they looked at me. I know this because I met young people from Gaza who we are hosting in France. I'm thinking of Rida Baroud, who today continues to bear witness to the distress of her loved ones in Gaza. A life is a life. We are duty-bound, all of us, to protect each other. This duty is indivisible, just as our common humanity is indivisible. There is a solution, a way of breaking the cycle of war and destruction. It lies in the recognition of the other, of his and her legitimacy, humanity, and dignity. We must reopen our eyes and see human faces there where war has deposited the mask of the enemy or the marks of a target. We must recognize that Palestinians and Israelis are living in twin solitude. The solitude of the Israelis following of the 7th of October 2023 and the solitude of Palestinians at their wits' end in the face of this ceaseless war. The time has come, because the worst could still come to pass. The sacrifice of more civilians, the expulsion of the people of Gaza to Egypt, the annexation of the West Bank, the death of hostages detained by Hamas, or facts on the ground which could irreversibly change the situation there on the ground. This is the very reason that today here in this chamber, we must pave the way for peace, because since July of last year, developments have accelerated. And at this point, we have reason to fear that the Abraham Accords, the Camp David Accords, could be called into question by Israel, and that peace would become impossible for a long time yet in the Middle East. It thus falls to us this historic responsibility. We must do everything within our power to preserve the very possibility of a two-state solution. Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. The time has come. This is why, true to the historic commitment of my country to the Middle East, to peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, this is why I declare that today France recognizes the state of Palestine.
Cette reconnaissance
This recognition is a way of affirming that the Palestinian people is not a people too many. On the contrary, this is a people who never says goodbye to anything, as Mahmoud Darwish said. A people with a strong history, roots, and dignity. The recognition of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people takes nothing away from the rights of the people of Israel, who France supported from day one, and to the respect of which it is staunchly committed. This is why we're so convinced that this recognition is the only solution that will allow for Israel to live in peace. France has never wavered standing by Israel's side, even when its security was at stake, including when there were Iranian airstrikes. This recognition of the state of Palestine is a defeat for Hamas, just like for all those who foment anti-Semitism, nurture anti-Zionist obsessions, and who want the destruction of the state of Israel. This recognition by France goes hand in hand with others which will be announced today, and I thank them: Andorra, Australia, Belgium, Canada, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco, Portugal, the United Kingdom, San Marino. They are here today. They answered our call issued in July and took the responsible choice, the necessary choice, the choice to opt for peace. Spain, Ireland, Norway, and Sweden are also going down the same path, and many others did before us too. This recognition paves the way for useful negotiations, useful for Israelis and Palestinians. This path is a path towards a peace and security plan for all. France and Saudi Arabia submitted this plan to this assembly, and it adopted it by a large majority. It carries our common ambition to break the spiral of violence and to change the situation on the ground. We managed to take a step towards one another, to move away from our habitual stances and to set concrete objectives. We must now set in motion a cycle of peace that meets the needs of all parties. The top priority of this peace and security plan, and it's very urgent, that is to ensure the release of 48 hostages and put an end to military operations throughout the territory of Gaza. I commend the efforts undertaken by Qatar, Egypt, and the US to achieve this. I ask Israel to do nothing more that would thwart these efforts coming to fruition. Hamas was vanquished on the military front as we neutralized its leaders and decision makers. It must also be vanquished politically to be truly dismantled. As soon as a ceasefire is agreed, we must mount a massive collective effort to provide assistance to the people of Gaza. I'd like to...
Jordanie,
Jordan for their commitment and recall Israel's absolute obligation, that is to facilitate humanitarian access to Gaza to assist its population, which has lost everything. The second priority is to stabilize and to rebuild Gaza. A transition administration incorporating the Palestinian Authority, as well as the young people of Palestine, together with security forces, the establishment of which we will accelerate, will have the monopoly over security in Gaza. It will implement the dismantlement and disarmament of Hamas. And this with the support of international partners and the necessary means required for this difficult mission. France stands ready to contribute to an international stabilization mission, as well as to support, together with our European partners, the establishment and equipping of Palestinian security forces. As soon as negotiations permit, the Security Council could decide to deploy a civilian and security support mission, liaising with the Palestinian authorities and with the consent of the Israeli authorities. Furthermore, it will be up to the state of Palestine to give hope to its people, tested by years of violence and occupation, division and negligence. It will be up to the state of Palestine to give its people a framework for democratic expression, a framework that's been renewed and that is secure. President Mahmoud Abbas committed to this before Prince Mohammed bin Salman and myself. He forcefully condemned the terrorist attacks committed on the 7th of October 2023. He reiterated his commitment to disarming Hamas and committed to excluding Hamas from future governance in Gaza, as well as from future governance throughout Palestinian territory. He reaffirmed his commitment to combating hate speech and promised an in-depth overhaul of Palestinian governance. France will pay close attention to the full implementation of all of the commitments made to us. This renewed Palestinian Authority is a necessary prerequisite for the success of the indispensable negotiations we'll need to resume to come to an agreement on each of the final status issues. It's within this framework that I will be able to decide to open an embassy to the state of Palestine as soon as all of the hostages detained in Gaza have been freed and a ceasefire has been established. What France will be demanding of Israel will be just as considerable. Together with our European partners, we will be pegging, that is, our level of cooperation with Israel to the provisions, the measures Israel will be taking to put an end to the war and negotiate peace. It's thanks to this path that we will get a state of Palestine which is sovereign, independent, and demilitarized, bringing together all of its territories, recognizing Israel and being recognized by Israel in a region which will at last see peace reign upon it. What I also expect of our Arab and Muslim partners who have not yet done so is for them to uphold their commitment to recognize the state of Israel and to engage with Israel in normal relations as soon as the state of Palestine has been established. In so doing, together we will demonstrate dual recognition for the benefit of peace and security of all in the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our peace plan. It establishes a demanding mechanism to end the war and enter into the negotiations phase. It allows for Israeli-Palestinian peace to be the first pillar of a new peace and security architecture in the Near East and the Middle East. It lends credibility to the possibility of further economic integration. Nothing will be possible unless the Palestinian authorities take full ownership of our renewed ambition so that we can at last achieve the two-state solution. I know that they're reluctant. I know that they harbor fears. And with the utmost respect, I hear the Israeli people, their sadness, their fatigue. But I want for the Israeli authorities to also hear this and to in turn take on commitments. I know that the Israeli people and the Israeli leadership have the strength to do this. I remember when I was a young man, when I learnt of the horrible assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, almost 30 years ago. He was killed for wanting peace. When death was about to claim him, the heroic warrior of the State of Israel said, and I quote, I fought so long as there was no chance of peace, end of quote. But today, there is such a chance. Today, here, 142 states are proposing this peace. They're extending out their hands, ready to be shaken. So yes, the time has come to put an end to the war in Gaza. Massacres, death, right now. Urgency is what drives us. The time has come for Israel to live in peace and security from the Galilee to the Red Sea, through the Dead Sea and the Lake of Tiberias and Jerusalem. The time has come to no longer talk about the existence of the State of Israel. It's self-evident. The time has come to do justice to the Palestinian people and thus to recognize the State of Palestine, a brotherly country, a neighbor in Gaza, in the West Bank, and in Jerusalem. The time has come to cast out from these lands the vile face of terrorism and to forge peace. Yes, to forge peace. This is what has brought us here today. And we're very hopeful that we will be able to forge it. It is a choice we must make. It is our duty. Peace is much more difficult. It demands much more of us than all wars. The time has come.
Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you for your kind attention. I now invite His Royal Highness, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia. He will be speaking on behalf of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of France, Your Excellency, Secretary General, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, distinguished guests, God, peace and blessings be upon you. I have the honor to deliver the statement of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a co-chair of this conference on behalf of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom. It is my pleasure to convey to you the greetings of His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the custodian of the two holy mosques, and his wishes along with the Crown Prince's wishes for the success of this conference. We thank His Excellency President Macron and His Excellency for their efforts towards achieving the two-state solution. We thank him also for recognizing the State of Palestine. This conference is convened under the joint and co-chaired by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. At a time when the Israeli occupation authorities continues their aggression and their brutal crimes against our brothers, the Palestinians in Gaza Strip, and its violations in the West Bank and Al-Quds al-Sharif, and its repeated attacks on the sovereignty of Arab and Muslim countries, the latest of which was the attack against Qatar. This underlines the insistence of Israel to continue with its aggressive practices that threaten regional and international peace and stability and undermine efforts of peace in the region. This reiterates our deeply rooted conviction that the implementation of the two-state solution is the only way to achieve just and permanent peace. The historic position of His Excellency, the French President, to recognize the State of Palestine, and the fact that many countries have taken the similar courageous position, and the broad support for the resolution of the General Assembly to adopt The declaration, the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution that received 142 votes in its favor reflects the will of the international community to render justice to the Palestinian people and consolidate their legal, historic right in line with international frameworks, relevant UN resolutions, and the Arab Peace Initiative. The Kingdom is keen on continuing its partnership with France and all countries calling for peace to follow up on the implementation of the outcomes of this conference, to put an end to the war in Gaza and stop all unilateral measures that threaten Palestinian sovereignty, to work on ending the conflict in the region and establish a Palestinian independent state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. In conclusion, we thank again those countries that have recognized or have announced their intention to recognize the state of Palestine. We call all other countries to take a similar historic step that will have a great impact on supporting the efforts towards the implementation of the two-state solution, achieve permanent and comprehensive peace in the Middle East, and find a new reality whereby the region can enjoy peace, stability, and prosperity. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Abdulaziz Al Saud. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, to issue a statement.
Distinguished co-chairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the government of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this international conference on implementing the two-state solution. I also want to acknowledge the Palestinian delegation and once again note my disappointment that they were denied the opportunity to be fully represented. Excellencies, let's have no illusions. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict has gone unresolved for generations. Dialogue has faltered. Resolutions have been flouted. International law has been breached. Decades of diplomacy have come up short. The situation is intolerable and it is deteriorating by the hour. We are here today to help navigate the only way out of this nightmare, a two-state solution, where two independent, sovereign, democratic states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace and security with their secure and recognized borders on the basis of pre-1967 lines, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states, in line with international law, UN resolutions, and other relevant agreements. I welcome the measures many member states are taking to galvanize support for the two-state solution, including the pledges to recognize the state of Palestine. And I welcome the General Assembly's endorsement of the New York Declaration. Excellencies, nothing can justify the horrific 7 October terror attacks by Hamas or the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people or any form of ethnic cleansing. The systematic decimation of Gaza, the starvation of the population, the killing of tens of thousands of civilians, most of them women and children, and hundreds of our own humanitarians. I call once again for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, and the immediate, full, safe, unconditional, and unhindered humanitarian access. Excellencies, nothing can also excuse developments in the West Bank that pose an existential threat to a two-state solution. The relentless expansion of settlements, the creeping threat of annexation, the intensification of settler violence, all of it must stop. The situation is morally, legally, and politically intolerable. We must recommit ourselves to the two-state solution before it is too late. A solution in which two independent, contiguous, democratic, viable, and sovereign states are mutually recognized and fully integrated into the international community. Excellencies, those who stand in the way are obligated to answer a fundamental question. What is the alternative? A one-state scenario where Palestinians are denied basic rights, expelled from their homes and their lands, forced to live under perpetual occupation, discrimination, and subjugation? How is this possible in the 21st century? How is it acceptable? This is neither peace nor justice. It will only increase the growing isolation of Israel on the global stage. And let's be clear, statehood for the Palestinians is a right, not a reward. And denying statehood would be a gift to extremists everywhere. Without two states, there will be no peace in the Middle East, and radicalism will spread around the world. Excellences,
Excellencies, this conference must mark a turning point. It must pave the way for irreversible progress, to put an end to the illegal occupation and to make good on our collective aspiration. All of this is fully in line with adherence to international law. It has been approved by the General Assembly and supported by the international community. It is the only credible path towards a just and lasting peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and the only credible path towards peace and security throughout the Middle East as a whole. This will demand difficult decisions be taken from us all. This will demand courage and leadership based on principles from all sides. I urge you to do everything in your power to allow the two-state solution to prevail. This for the peoples of Israel, Palestine, and for humankind as a whole. I thank you. I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations Organization. I now invite Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, to make a statement.
Your Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, Your Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Your Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies. Taking over the presidency of the General Assembly, I received many letters. One moved me deeply. Attached to it were drawings by 3 Palestinian children, Remas, Enas, and Retal. The images were heartbreaking. One showed a school before and after, beneath a bright sun and a blue, clear sky. In the first, the school with open doors and happiness. In the second, their school lies in rubble. A lone boy stands on the debris of what must be once have been his safe place. Perhaps he had a favorite class, a favorite teacher, like our children, a best friend he played with there. Now, all of it is gone. All of the laughter of the children blown away. At that age, children should not be drawing pictures of war. Children should be learning mathematics. They should be playing with friends and scratch dragons or castles, not death and destruction. Yet for the children of Gaza, this is their reality. Their horror lasted and lasts for over 700 days. Tens of thousands have lost their lives. Tens of thousands of dreams which never will come true. So many killed without the world even learning their names. Until we heard one voice so loud we could not overhear it. The voice of Hind Rajab, captured in a phone call with a red crescent while shelling rained down. After the car she was in was attacked, over and over again, killing her aunt, uncle, and 3 of her cousins next to her. She called over and over again, "I'm so scared, please come." The rescuers tried to calm her as they tried to reach her. They could not. Hind was killed before help arrived. The world failed her. As the world has also failed Kwir Bas and his brother Ariel. Kwir was just 9 months old, the youngest child abducted by Hamas on October 7th, taken with his 4-year-old brother Ariel and their mother. Both were killed in Gaza by terrorists. The world will remember their names as symbols of innocent childhood stolen by terror. I've met with the families of the hostages, fathers, mothers, siblings, aunts, grandparents, still waiting for their loved ones to come home from wherever Hamas is holding them after more than 700 days. I've also met with Palestinian families, fathers, mothers, siblings, aunts, and grandparents, whose loved ones are buried in the ruins of Gaza. Their message is always the same: we want peace. Or as one Israeli mother told me, "It does not bring my child back if a Palestinian mother loses her child in Gaza." Humanity is not about choosing sides. It's about recognizing that every life matters the same. A life is a life. A Palestinian girl's life is a life. An Israeli boy's life is a life. All the children of the Middle East deserve to grow up knowing only the sun shining on their schools, the laughter of their friends in the playground, and the joy of a meal shared with their families. Not the horrors of starvation, not the horrors of war and terror. Excellencies, the General Assembly has been very clear. We need an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza now. Israel must immediately facilitate the full, rapid, safe, and unhindered entry and delivery of humanitarian assistance to all Palestinian civilians. Hamas must immediately and unconditionally release all remaining hostages. But the horrors of Gaza make equally clear that we cannot allow such devastation to happen again. While the situation in Gaza is unacceptable, settlement expansions and demolitions in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, are eroding any prospects for a political solution. The decade-long Israeli-Palestinian conflict cannot be resolved by endless war, permanent occupation, and recurrent terror. The only way to ensure that future generations of both Palestinians and Israelis can live in peace, security, and dignity is the two-state solution. As the Secretary General said, it's a right, not a reward, to live in your own state, as all humans around the world. We know that some think this is naive. The first resolution on this matter is almost as old as this organization. 78 years ago, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 181, laying the foundation for two states, knowing it's the only way for peace. And to those of you who argue now, but we have tried for decades and failed over and over again, there can be only one answer. If we would stop aiming for what is right because we have not succeeded yet, then evil would prevail. That would be the end of this institution. This institution which promised to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. It would erode the UN's foundational mission to achieve peace, justice, and equal rights for both Israelis and Palestinians. Excellencies, that is what today's conference and the New York Declaration are so crucial. The message we are sending today is no, we are not giving up. The international community does not only remain committed to the two-state solution, we are also identifying tangible, time-bound, and irreversible steps for its realization. And we are willing to take decisive measures and provide international guarantees. Of course, this conference and the New York Declaration will face criticism. Some will say a piece of paper cannot change realities on the grounds for Palestinians. Others will dismiss the vision of two states outright. But the fact remains, the New York Declaration was endorsed by 142 member states. And this majority clearly says the war in Gaza must end now. It condemns the attacks committed by Hamas against civilians on 7th of October. It condemns the attacks by Israel against civilians and civilian infrastructure in Gaza. It calls on Hamas to end its rule in Gaza and hand over its weapons. A sovereign and viable state of Palestine needs to be established, living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security, with mutually recognized borders and full regional integration. Excellencies, the call for peace and the two-state solution is not an abstract. Not for the children watching missiles destroy their school. Not for the families waiting for news that their sons and daughters might be released from captivity. Not for the UN staff in Gaza who have witnessed their colleagues shot. Not for those who have been injured or maimed and will have to live with the trauma of this conflict for the rest of their life. It's an aspiration, but it's also an obligation. We owe it to the memory of Fint, Queer, and Ariel, and the many, many others. And we owe it to the children like Rimas, Enas, and Rital, and all the children of Palestine and all the children of Israel, hoping for a better tomorrow, so that they may not inherit rubble, grief, and despair, but safety, dignity, and hope, to live one day in peace, side by side.
Je remercie Madame.
I thank the President of the General Assembly. I now invite His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, to deliver a statement via video conference.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President Emmanuel Macron, Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Your Highness Prince Saud Faisal bin Farhan, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished leaders and heads of delegations, peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. On behalf of the State of Palestine, I would like to express my deepest appreciation for the co-presidency, the United Nations, and all participating states for the historic New York Declaration that was issued during July's conference and adopted by the General Assembly by an overwhelming majority. It marked the beginning of an irreversible path towards ending the humanitarian catastrophe and ending occupation pursuant to international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative. It was the embodiment of an independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace, security, and good neighborliness. The declaration stressed that the war against our people must come to an immediate and durable end. It noted that the crimes emanating from the siege, the starvation, and destruction cannot be a means of achieving security. Therefore, we call for a permanent ceasefire. We need to ensure humanitarian access through the United Nations and UNRWA. We need to guarantee the release of hostages, all hostages and prisoners, with the withdrawal of the occupation forces from Gaza. We need a start without delay of Gaza and the West Bank reconstruction through the Cairo International Conference. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to commend the Egyptian-Qatari-US mediation that tries to put an end to this war. We also commend the positions of Egypt and Jordan, who reject the displacement of Palestinians, a matter rejected by the international community as well. The State of Palestine is the only entity eligible to assume full responsibility for governance and security in Gaza. This comes through an interim administrative committee affiliated to the Palestinian government in the West Bank with Arab and international support and participation. Hamas will have no role in governing. Hamas and must surrender their weapons to the Palestinian Authority. What we want is one unified state without weapons, a state with one law and one legitimate security forces. We stress our condemnation of the occupation's crimes. We also condemn the killing and detention of civilians, including Hamas's actions on October the 7th, 2023. On the other hand, we call for an end to the settlements, the annexation, settlers' terrorism, and the attacks against Islamic and Christian holy sites. We condemn the occupation policies that isolate Jerusalem, Al-Quds, and expand construction on Area E1. We condemn the narrative, the Israeli narrative on Greater Israel, which flouts international law. It represents a direct threat to Arab national security and international peace. This comes in addition to the brutal aggression against the sovereignty of the brotherly state of Qatar and other Arab countries. This necessitates a firm, deterrent international stance. Ladies and gentlemen, the State of Palestine continues to adopt a comprehensive reform agenda promoting governance, transparency, the rule of law, and the reform of the financial system. It also works on the reform of educational curriculum in line with the UNESCO standards, and this will be achieved within 2 years. We're establishing a unified social after the abolition of all previous payments to the families of prisoners and martyrs. This system is currently undergoing international audit by a specialized international firm. We underline our commitment to organize presidential and parliamentary elections after the end of the war, and within 1 year, we will draft an interim constitution within 3 months to ensure the transfer of power from the authority to the state. This will ensure that no party or individual will participate unless they adhere to the political program and the international commitments of the Palestine Liberation Organization and the rules of international legitimacy. The elections will be held under international observance. Ladies and gentlemen, we desire a modern democratic state based on the rule of law, pluralism, power sharing, equality, justice, and the empowerment of women and youth. We commend the positions of those countries that recognized the state of Palestine. We call on those who have not yet done so to follow suit. We call for your support so that Palestine become a full-fledged member of the United Nations. We have already recognized the right of Israel to existence in 1988 and in 1993, and we still recognize the State of Israel. In this vein, I would like to thank France, Britain, Canada, Australia, and Belgium, in addition to Portugal, Luxembourg, San Marino, and Andorra, and other countries that have been mentioned by His Excellency, the President of France. And we recall with appreciation all 149 countries who have already recognized the state of Palestine earlier. They have participated in our long struggle, the last of which was Spain, Ireland, Norway, Slovenia, and Armenia. We would also like to commend the important role of the presidency of this conference, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France, as well as Britain, in galvanizing more international recognition. We'd also like to thank all participating countries in this conference for their important role, issuing the New York Declaration and taking irreversible steps to bring about durable peace based on the two-state solution and based on international legitimacy. We would also like to commend the role of the brotherly and friendly countries that support our Palestinian cause in the international fora. We would like to commend in particular the role of Algeria, which is assuming the Arab seat in the Security Council. We commend the positions of the peoples and organizations that support the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people to freedom, independence, and statehood. We reject any confusion, I repeat, any confusion between the solidarity with the Palestinian cause and the issue of anti-Semitism. We reject the latter, proceeding from our values and principles. We would also like to express our readiness to work with the US President Donald Trump, with Saudi Arabia, France, and the United Nations and all partners to implement the peace plan adopted during this conference within a specific timetable with international guarantees and monitoring. This would open the gates towards a just peace and comprehensive regional cooperation. In this regard, I call upon Israel to immediately sit on the negotiating table, to put an end to this bloodshed and bring about just and comprehensive peace. And I address the Israeli people saying, our future and yours banks on peace. Enough violence and war. Our generations deserve to enjoy freedom and security. Let the people in our region live in durable peace and good neighborliness. And I would like to seize this opportunity to address all the Jews in the world, wishing them a good new year. And to our patient Palestinian people in their homeland and everywhere, I would like to tell you that the dawn of freedom and liberty is coming, no doubt. That day, ladies and gentlemen, is the day of the State of Palestine and the start of the peace process in the Middle East. We hope that we will call very soon to an international conference that will bring about this matter. Peace and blessings of God be upon you.
Je remercie le président.
I thank the President of the State of Palestine. Excellencies, distinguished representatives, before suspending the formal proceedings of the conference, we would ask you to kindly remain seated for the next part of this afternoon's program. This meeting is suspended.
Nous allons à présent
We will now listen to statements made by heads of state and government, including by the co-chairs of the working groups. They will present tangible efforts made to implement the New York Declaration. I remind you that this Assembly endorsed the New York Declaration by a vast majority to the tune of 142 votes. We remind delegations that statements are limited to 5 minutes for heads of state and government, and those by ministers should be limited to 3 minutes. Microphones will be cut off automatically after these time limits have been exceeded. I now give the floor to the King of Jordan, Your Majesty.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Friends, I thank France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this meeting. We meet here at the UN, where every country, every people are promised a voice. We meet to raise our voices for peace and for justice, for the only path to ensuring security for the Middle East and beyond the two-state solution. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Almost every year since, our countries have met within these halls to decry the injustice and violence of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and seek solutions. And now, for nearly 2 years, we have been witnesses to a horrific level of bloodshed and destruction in Gaza. It stands in flagrant violations of international laws and the values of our shared humanity, and it threatens the foundations of future peace. The war in Gaza must end. Humanitarian aid must flow unhindered, and all illegal and unilateral measures in the West Bank and settler violence must also end. A clear choice stands before us. On one side, to continue down the dark and bloody path of war and conflict, or to take the path of peace through the two-state solution. And today, the world is taking a significant step on the path to achieving just and lasting peace. This global rally behind the two-state solution sends a clear message. The conflict must end. The two-state solution is the only path to the just and lasting peace that fulfills the rights of all our peoples. We thank all countries that have recognized the state of Palestine, and now we must work to stop all measures that undermine the two-state solution. We must make sure that today is a step in a continued effort to realize it. As we work on ending the war in Gaza, we must also do all we can to restore hope. The commitment so many countries are making to a future of peace today begins that long, difficult, but essential process. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank His Majesty the King of Jordan. I now give the floor to the President of Turkey.
Sayın Devlet
Excellencies, heads of state and government, His Excellency the Secretary General, esteemed delegation members, let me greet you all with most heartfelt feelings and with kind regards. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to France and to Saudi Arabia, who are co-chairing this conference. I congratulate all the countries that have decided to recognize the state of Palestine for honoring the voice of justice and of conscience. I hope that this step, along with the initiatives to be undertaken in the coming period, will accelerate the implementation of a two-state solution. In our region, an unprecedented catastrophe has been unfolding for nearly 2 years now under the Israeli government's heavy and inhumane attacks. The massacre and brutality in Gaza continues with all its intensity. Since it is true that anyone who has a conscience cannot possibly accept this or remain silent vis-à-vis all this, the Netanyahu government is trying to make sure the following. Their goal is to make the establishment of a Palestinian state impossible and to force the Palestinian people to emigrate as much as possible. In the midst of these negative developments of a group of countries, among them members of the UN Security Council, they have taken the decision to recognize the state of Palestine, and this is an extremely significant and historic step. Now, we wholeheartedly wish we could see Palestinian President Mr. Abbas to be able to speak in this conference here today. Nevertheless, I find it extremely valuable that all the participants speaking today are also serving as the voice of the Palestinian people. It is also a fact that today the Palestinian cause has become a global issue.
Katılım
The participation in this hall today is the most important proof of this. In Europe, in Asia, the Americas, and Africa, we are witnessing people chanting "Free Palestine" on the streets, on social media, or in the press more than ever before now. This contradiction should not escape anyone's attention, including my friends here. The Netanyahu government governs today a society who, in the past, was targeted for eradication with the persecutions of the Holocaust. And today, his government is committing genocide against its own neighbors with whom they have shared the same land, the same water, air, and sea for thousands of years. Standing up against this oppression is not only a legal duty of the international community, but also a moral responsibility. The international community must stop expansionism in the West Bank, also the fait accompli in East Jerusalem, and the attempts to spread instability in the region. Otherwise, we cannot possibly talk about the presence of an international order or talk about defending universal values. The goal of deepening occupation and annexation policies is clear. The goal is to kill the vision of a two-state solution, to leave no ground for the state of Palestine to survive, to exile the Palestinian people, and to implement their expansionist ambitions by fueling instability in the region. Now, this cannot be allowed. At this conference today, I hope that the countries that have shown the courage to recognize the state of Palestine will follow through on this historic stance, concrete and deterrent steps. It is now necessary to declare a ceasefire, ensure unhindered access to humanitarian aid to Gaza, and for Israel to withdraw its forces from Gaza. Apologies. I cannot hear the president. I lost his voice. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. This is the interpreter speaking. I cannot hear the president. His voice is gone. His voice is gone. We cannot hear him. Me and my colleague, we cannot hear the president. Apologies for this, but we're having a technical glitch here. We cannot hear the president. We stopped being able to hear him. His voice is gone completely. Sorry, but we cannot hear the president. His voice is gone completely. We stopped being able to hear him. And right next to our booth, we have colleagues from, we believe, the Brazilian delegation, the Portuguese booth, and I can see them from the window. They cannot hear the floor either. We cannot hear the floor. We cannot hear the floor. Oh, it's back.
Au président du Brésil.
I give the floor now to the President of Brazil.
I would like to commend President Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman for leading this important process and event. The question of Palestine arose when the General Assembly adopted the so-called Partition Plan 78 years ago. The session in which it was approved was chaired by Brazilian Osvaldo Aranha. On that occasion, the two-state perspective was born, but only one materialized. The conflict between Israel and Palestine is the paramount symbol of the obstacles faced by multilateralism. It shows how the tyranny of the veto sabotages the very reason for the UN's existence, of avoiding atrocities like the ones that motivated its founding from happening again. It also goes against its universal vocation, blocking the admission as a full member of a state whose creation derives from the authority of the General Assembly itself. A state is based on three pillars: territory, population, and government. All have been systematically undermined in the Palestinian case. How can we talk about territory in the face of an illegal occupation that grows with each new settlement? How do you keep a population in the face of the ethnic cleansing we are witnessing in real time? And how do you build a government without empowering the Palestinian Authority? As the Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territories pointed out, there is no more appropriate word to describe what is happening in Gaza than genocide. Therefore, Brazil decided to become a party to the case submitted by South Africa to the International Court of Justice. The terrorist acts committed by Hamas are unacceptable. Brazil was emphatic in condemning them. But the right to defense does not authorize the indiscriminate killing of civilians. Nothing justifies taking the lives or mutilating more than 50,000 children. Nothing justifies destroying 90% of Palestinian homes. Nothing justifies using hunger as a weapon of war, nor targeting starving people seeking help. 500,000 Palestinians do not have enough food, more than the population of Miami or Tel Aviv. Hunger does not afflict the body only, it shatters the soul. What is happening in Gaza is not only the extermination of the Palestinian people, but an attempt to annihilate their dream of a nation. Both Israel and Palestine have the right to exist. Working to achieve a Palestinian state means correcting an asymmetry that compromises dialogue and obstructs peace. We salute the countries that recognize Palestine, as Brazil did in 2010. We are already the vast majority of the 193 members of the UN. Brazil commits to strengthening controls on imports from illegal settlements in the West Bank and maintaining a suspension of exports of defense materials, including dual-use materials that could be used in crimes against humanity and genocide. Given the Security Council's failure to act, the General Assembly must exercise its responsibility. We support the creation of a body inspired by the Special Committee Against Apartheid, which played a central role in ending the South African racial segregation regime. Securing Palestine's right to self-determination is an act of justice and an essential step toward restoring the strength of multilateralism and recovering our collective sense of humanity. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of Brazil. I now give the floor to the President of Portugal.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Monsieur le Président de la République Française,
President of the French Republic,
the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mr. President of the Palestinian State, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Portugal formally recognized the state of Palestine as a sovereign state with full rights. This decision reflects our conviction that the two-state solution is the only viable path for a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. By reaffirming it here, Portugal seeks to contribute to a broader international effort towards peace, justice, and stability. If we do not act, the crisis will leave scars for generations, fueling extremism and further instability. So, humanitarian access must be ensured without delay. All hostages must be released. Terrorism like October the 7th can never be justified. And civilians, regardless of nationality, religion, or ethnicity, must be protected at all times. And therefore, a ceasefire must be attained immediately. Portugal's commitment to peace in the Middle East has been constant and clear. We have always defended the two-state solution in line with the United Nations resolutions and the 67 borders. We supported Palestine's observer status in 2012, voted to enlarge its rights in the Assembly in 2024, and endorsed the New York Declaration earlier this year. We welcome the unprecedented commitments made by the Palestinian Authority in the context of the New York Declaration. We recognize that both countries continue to face security threats, which must be addressed through dialogue, cooperation, and the pursuit of a just and lasting peace. Portugal's recognition of the state of Palestine is not an isolated gesture, but a continuation of a long-standing policy and a decisive contribution to the safeguarding of the two-state solution. Excellencies, Portugal stands ready to work actively towards this collective endeavor. Our message is clear. Recognition of the state of Palestine is recognition of peace itself. Now, today, tomorrow would have been too late. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the President of Portugal. I now give the floor to the President of Indonesia.
His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as the co-chairs of this distinguished meeting. Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of the United Nations, I wish to extend our deepest appreciation and highest regards to the governments of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their leadership in convening this important deliberation. It is with a heavy heart that we recall the ongoing unbearable tragedy in Gaza. Thousands of innocent lives, many of them women and children, have been killed. Famine looms. Human catastrophe is unfolding with our eyes. We condemn all acts of violence against innocent civilians. Therefore, it is today with dignity that we gather to take our historical responsibility. This responsibility speaks not only to the fate of Palestine, but also to the future of Israel, and also the very credibility of the United Nations. We condemn all violence against innocent civilians. Therefore, Indonesia once again reiterates its commitment to the two-state solution in the Palestine problem. Only this two-state solution will lead to peace. We must guarantee statehood for Palestine, but Indonesia also declares that once Israel recognizes the independence and the statehood of Palestine, Indonesia will immediately recognize the state of Israel, and we will support all guarantees for the security of Israel. The New York Declaration has provided a peaceful and just pathway towards peace. Statehood must mean peace. Recognition must mean a real chance towards lasting peace. It must be a real peace for all sides, for all parties. Distinguished Excellencies, we commend the leading states of the world that have taken this principled step. France, Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, Portugal, and many other leading countries of the world have taken a step on the right side of history. The recognition of the state of Palestine is the right step on the right side of history. To those who have yet to act, we say, history does not stand still. We must recognize Palestine now. We must stop the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Ending the war must be our utmost priority. We must overcome hatred, fear. We must overcome suspicion. We must achieve the peace that is necessary for the human family. We are ready to take our part in this journey towards peace. We are willing to provide peacekeeping forces Thank you very much. Peace. Peace now. Peace immediately. We need peace. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le président de l'Indonésie.
I thank the President of Indonesia. I now give the floor to the President of Senegal.
Messieurs les co-présidents,
Co-chairs, dear colleagues, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, I commend the leadership of France and Saudi Arabia, and I commend the commitment of all here present to the Palestinian cause. This conference is being held at a time when the world's conscience has been shaken to its very core by the indefensible situation in Gaza. That situation has gone beyond all limits. We are witnessing an indescribable tragedy bearing all the hallmarks of ethnic cleansing. In the face of such inhumanity on such scale, to say nothing, to do nothing is not an option. That choice would even be passive complicity. We are here to recall the very meaning of the founding principles of the United Nations: the sovereignty of peoples, equality of rights, peace through justice, the respect of international law, and the protection of civilians, even in times of war. These are all values that have today been annihilated and which now lie under Gaza's rubble. Senegal reaffirms its unwavering commitment to a two-state solution, with Palestine and Israel living side by side, each within safe and internationally recognized borders. That was the goal of the partition plan for Palestine decided upon by the United Nations. This is also a demand for peace and security for the peoples of the two countries. This is a call for justice and humankind. It is for this reason that Senegal supports the outcome document of our meeting prepared by the ministerial conference held last July. My country at that conference co-chaired the round table on compliance with international law. To make a difference, we must together send out a clear message. The occupation must cease. The suffering of civilians must cease. We must work towards an immediate ceasefire. Israel must stop its bombing and authorize the delivery of humanitarian aid by the United Nations. The United Nations must consider deploying a stabilization and observation mission to guarantee that Israel's illegal actions stop. In brief, the promise of two states must finally be fulfilled. In this connection, I commend the recent adoption by the UN General Assembly of a resolution for a peaceful two-state solution that was adopted by an overwhelming majority. The Senegal also commends the historic decision taken by countries that have today decided to recognize the state of Palestine. As chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, Senegal will continue to get on board with any initiative aimed at fostering the return of a lasting peace to Palestinian lands. I appeal here to the world's conscience. Here, we're not looking to pit one side against another or to choose between them. But what we're looking to do here is to defend life, to ensure the voice of reason and law can ring out, and to preserve what makes our common humanity, that is, our capacity for empathy, justice, and solidarity. It is time to take tangible measures to create a viable Palestinian state. I thank you.
Je remercie le président.
I thank the President of Senegal. I now give the floor
Monaco.
Monaco.
Cher co-président,
Dear co-chairs, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for having convened this conference and invited us to it. Since the very beginning, we have spoken out as the Principality of Monaco loud and clear to defend indissociable rights, that of Israel to live within safe and recognized borders and to enjoy security therein, and the right of the Palestinian people to have a sovereign, viable and democratic state. Today we wish to reaffirm our unwavering support to Israel's existence, and we also wish to recognize Palestine as a state under international law. That is what I'm doing here before you now. The 7th of October 2023 was in its full horror the starting point of the current chaos. It is now more urgent than ever before to move towards a tangible, balanced and sustainable solution based on mutual recognition and the respect for fundamental rights. This as soon as all hostages have been released and as soon as Hamas has been disarmed. Peace cannot remain a dim prospect on the distant horizon. It must be given its lifeblood in institutions with mutual guarantees and ensuring the effective respect for everyone's rights. The Principality of Monaco is aware of its place in the House of Nations. We continue to affirm that only a solution based on the existence of two national entities living side by side in dignity and mutual respect will pave the way towards lasting stability. Peace cannot be issued by decree. It is built through common will. Thank you.
Je remercie le...
I thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco. I give the floor to Prince Faisal bin Al Saud.
شكرا. إلى فخامة
Thank you. I give the floor to His Excellency, the President of South Africa.
Your Excellencies, would like to thank France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this very crucial conference. This is a moment of great significance, not only for the people of Palestine, not only for the people of Israel, but for all people who cherish the ideals of freedom and self-determination. Shortly after the United Nations was created, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 181, which recommended the creation of two states, Israel and Palestine. Immediately after the adoption of this resolution, only one state was created, the State of Israel, casting and ushering the Palestinians into a decades-long wilderness of statelessness, characterized by decades of occupation and now genocide. I'd like to congratulate the President of France, President Macron, for today announcing a very bold decision to support the long overdue creation and the recognition of the sovereign state of Palestine. President Macron, I stand here to congratulate you and to congratulate others who have taken this step. South Africa reiterates its firm commitment to the creation of a contiguous Palestinian state existing peacefully side by side with the State of Israel along the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. South Africa condemned the 7th October attacks by Hamas that resulted in the deaths of more than 1,200 people. In response to this attack, Israel has unleashed disproportionate punishment against the people of Palestine. And we say here today that the only solution to this conflict is a two-state solution. The viability of a two-state solution depends on full and universal respect for international law. All states, including the State of Israel, must comply with the collective obligations under international law. As the UN marks the 80th anniversary, we call on all member states to recognize Palestine and to act in solidarity with its people. To restore the prospects of a two-state solution, we call, firstly, for global recognition of Palestine and its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Secondly, the immediate ceasefire and an end to the genocide and the release of hostages by Hamas and prisoners by Israel. Thirdly, the full respect for international law, including the respect for UN resolutions and opinions and the decisions of the International Court of Justice. Fourthly, the removal of obstacles to the two-state solution, including a halt to illegal settlements and removal of the separation wall. Lastly, the restoration of the humanitarian aid and reconstruction of Gaza. This is a conflict that has gone on for almost as long as the United Nations has existed. And we say that as the international community, this conflict must end now, and we as the international community must act now also in unison. We must now work together to achieve a just and peaceful and lasting solution. I would like to welcome the demonstrable groundswell of support for the establishment of the much-awaited state of Palestine by 142 nations.
The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
The President of South Africa. والآن أعطي الكلمة.
I now give the floor to His Excellency President of Angola.
Your Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, Your Excellency Sheikh Faisal Al Saud, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, co-chairs of this special session, Excellencies, I would like to to welcome the holding of this important international conference, which confirms the commitment of the United Nations member states to the urgent search for a peaceful, just and lasting solution to one of the most complex conflicts on the planet and the oldest in the Middle East. A special mention should be made to the French Republic and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which have committed themselves very firmly and tirelessly in conducting this initiative. His Excellencies, in the context of this meeting, the New York Political Declaration on Peaceful Resolution of the Issue of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, adopted on September 12 this year by the United Nations General Assembly, assumes unquestionable relevance as it demonstrated that there is an increasingly growing international consensus on the need to end the war in Gaza based on the effective implementation of the two-state solution. This conflict, which lasted for decades and has an unusual level of violence, will not be resolved, as all evidence show, by resorting to weapons, no matter how sophisticated they may be. The international community, which is increasingly aware of this fact, must use urgently all means at its disposal to convince the belligerents that the only way out of this situation is through dialogue, to achieve a definitive peace based on the creation of the State of Palestine and peaceful coexistence between the two peoples. This is the position of the African Union, which also includes the principle that the East Jerusalem should be the capital of the independent and sovereign state of Palestine, and that the Republic of Angola is unconditionally aligned with the African Continental Organization in this effort, in which we all are committed to the definitive resolution of this conflict. Excellencies, we are following with deep concern the alarming reports about the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, where entire communities, including many children, succumb daily to hunger and survive in subhuman conditions. Africa in general, and the Republic of Angola in particular, we have a firm position of condemnation of terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and within this principle, we condemned the action that results in the death and kidnapping of a large number of people in Israel by Hamas. Therefore, we demand their urgent and unconditional release as a step towards creating a necessary condition for dialogue. Along with our unequivocal condemnation of this act of deliberate violence perpetrated against Israel civilian by Hamas, we also repudiate the disproportionate reaction of the State of Israel with the use of fighter jets, bombers, tanks, and heavy artillery against not conventional army, but against defenseless civilian population of Palestine, journalists, medical personnel, employees of United Nations and humanitarian organization agencies under the pretext of persecuting Hamas. We also condemned the instrumentalization of humanitarian assistance as a weapon of war due to its profoundly inhuman and difficult to justify. In the face of this tragedy, it is urgent that we call for an immediate suspension of measures that obstruct and jeopardize the fundamental rights of population of Palestine, including the right to life, medical care, and food. We view with great concern these acts of war carried out selectively by Israel in several countries in the region, in total disregard for the norms of international law and principles and values of the United Nations charters, that do not produce other effect than lead to the resurgence of tensions and instability in the Middle East by destroying the prospect of resolving the conflict through dialogue and negotiations. Excellencies, the Republic of Angola, in an act of coherence and historic anticipation, formally recognize.
The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
I thank His Excellency, President of Angola, and I now give the floor to the Prime Minister of Australia.
President Macron, Your Royal Highness, Secretary-General, colleagues. In 1947, Australia was proud to be the first member of the United Nations to vote for the plan that made the modern state of Israel possible. But that plan always encompassed two states, a state of Israel and a state of Palestine, living side by side within internationally recognised borders, recognising each other's right to live in peace and security. 8 decades ago, those hopes were consumed by conflict, and that has been the grim pattern over the years. Opportunities not taken, compromises rejected, good faith betrayed, a cycle of violence that has crushed generations. We saw that in the horrific events of October 7, 2023. Hamas terrorists descending on a festival promoting friends, love and infinite freedom to perpetrate atrocities. One Australian, Galit Carbone, was among those killed. Australia embraces all who carry the weight of grief. We repeat our call for the hostages to be returned immediately and with dignity. And we stand with Jewish people everywhere who feel the cold shadow of history's darkest chapter in any act of anti-Semitism. Throughout this conflict, Australia has supported calls for a ceasefire because every innocent life matters. Every Israeli life, every Palestinian life. Right now, Gaza is in the grip of a humanitarian catastrophe, and the Israeli government must accept its share of responsibility. Tens of thousands of civilians have been killed. Desperate people, including children, denied vital aid. Aid workers killed, including Australian Zomi Frankham. Journalists killed trying to bring the truth to light. This comes alongside the continued illegal expansion of settlements on the West Bank and an increase in settler violence. Threats to annex parts of Palestine and permanently displace the Palestinian people. Such conduct risks putting a two-state solution beyond reach. That is where the current road leads. We must choose a different path. We must break this cycle of violence and build something better. Yesterday, Australia recognised the state of Palestine. We have been clear. The terrorist organisation Hamas can have no role in Palestine's future. Our recognition was predicated on commitments from the Palestinian Authority, reaffirming Israel's right to exist in peace and security, that Hamas turn over its weapons to Palestinian security forces and never controls Gaza again, and the PA must demilitarise, hold democratic elections and undertake wholesale reform to governance, finance and education. The leadership of the Arab League has added strength to these commitments. Their demand for Hamas to surrender its weapons and end its rule in Gaza has helped create this historic opportunity, a chance to deliver self-determination for Palestine in a way that permanently disarms Hamas and drives them from the region once and for all. Recognising the aspirations of the Palestinian people is about more than a seat, a voice and a vote in the councils of the world. It is about real hope for a place to call home. This is the same hope that sustained generations of Jewish people, the same hope that binds us all to our countries and cultures and drives us to want a better life for our children. Working together, we can build a future where instead of children in Gaza dying in pain, living in fear or being taught to hate, they can go to school and build a life in larger freedom. That future depends on recognition being followed by reconstruction and reform, a credible cooperative peace plan supporting recovery in Gaza and security for Israel, establishing governance and excluding Hamas on the day after and every day after that. This is the next step we must take, and we must take it together. I thank you very much.
I would like to thank His Excellency and give the floor to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Egypt. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Your Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, President of the Republic of France, Your Highness Prince Farhan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to commend the efforts made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France to organize this important conference. This conference embodies our collective commitment to the two-state solution as the only way to achieve a just and comprehensive peace in the Middle East. On behalf of Egypt, which for more than 40 years has led efforts to establish a just peace and stability in the Middle East, I address you today. Today more than ever, we need to emphasize that there will be no stability in the Middle East without a just and comprehensive solution that meets the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people to establish their independent state on the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. To put it bluntly, the two-state solution is not just a political choice or a moral obligation. Instead, it's a security imperative. The only path to a secure, stable, and prosperous Middle East is to guarantee the Palestinian people's right to freedom, dignity, and independence. Security will not be achieved in Israel through military force or attempts to impose a fait accompli. Ignoring Palestinian rights will only bring about more escalation and instability. The lack of a political horizon will open the door to more violence and radicalism. This has been proven by the successive developments in our region, especially over the past 2 years. In this vein, I would like to stress Egypt's full condemnation of the ongoing Israeli aggression against the Palestinian territories and throughout the region. This includes the dangerous precedent of bombing the brotherly state of Qatar, which joins Egypt in the mediation effort to end the aggression on the Gaza Strip and restore stability. Ladies and gentlemen, the adoption of the New York Declaration by the General Assembly is a historic moment to renew the international community's commitment to fulfill the right of the Palestinian people to an independent state. Egypt hopes that this conference will see immediate, broad, and unconditional recognition of the State of Palestine by the states that have not yet taken such a step. However, what is required of us today is to build on these developments. We need to take practical steps to relaunch a genuine peace process with a specific time frame. This will bring about a just and sustainable solution based on the recognized resolutions of international legitimacy. Egypt continues to make all effort to reach a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We clearly believe that reaching a ceasefire and ending the bloodbath in Gaza is possible, as it is obligatory and necessary. The report of the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry raises the alarm bell. It awakens every human conscience. Its findings were clear in confirming that Israel committed the crime of genocide with its material and moral elements against Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stress that Egypt rejects any attempt at trying to displace the Palestinians or liquidating their cause. This amounts to the crime of ethnic cleansing. Thus, Egypt will, as soon as we reach a ceasefire, will host an international reconstruction conference in the Gaza Strip to mobilize the necessary funding for the Arab Islamic Reconstruction Plan in coordination with the government of Palestine. This will ensure that the Palestinian people will remain on their land, and it will help them overcome the huge losses caused by the aggression. I call upon all our partners in the international community to contribute to this reconstruction effort and early recovery as part and parcel of any serious move to make the two-state solution a reality. We stand today in a pivotal moment. Either we establish a just and lasting peace that opens doors of hope for our peoples, or we leave the region hostage. The sound was cut off. I would like to thank His Excellency the Prime Minister for his statement and give the floor to the Prime Minister of Spain.
Excellencies, whilst the recognition of a Palestinian state is urgent, it is all the more urgent that there exist a Palestinian people in the state that we're claiming to recognize, and regrettably the Palestinian people are being annihilated. For this reason, in the name of reason, in the name of international law, and in the name of human dignity, we have to stop this slaughter now. At this precise moment, bombs continue to fall indiscriminately on the civilian population in Gaza. Hunger is killing women, older persons, and children. Today, we take a crucial step forward in calling for a two-state solution at this conference. But let us be lucidly clear, there is no solution possible when the population of one of those two states is the victim of a genocide. We are all well aware that the only hope that civilians in Gaza have is that of knowing that the world does not forget them. And this conference is an act of moral rebellion, an uprising against indifference and forgetfulness. Let us make this conference too a collective commitment to halting brutality and to paving the way for peace. Excellencies, this conference marks a monumental step forward, but it is not the end of the road. It only is and can only be the beginning. As such, I want to make two proposals. First, the State of Palestine must be a fully fledged member of the United Nations. As soon as possible, we must conclude the procedure to admit the State of Palestine to this organization on an equal footing with the rest of states herein. Secondly, we have to immediately adopt measures to halt the brutality and make peace possible. Spain, of course, will adopt a plan with measures to halt the genocide in Gaza. We will continue to take brave measures shoulder to shoulder with anyone who wishes to join us, because Gaza needs it. Excellencies, history will judge us, and its verdict will be brutal with those that perpetrated this slaughter and with those who remain silent or turned a blind eye. We need to take a step forward so that reason can prevail, for diplomacy, for IHL, for common sense and the most basic values that we hold as humankind. Let us make the 22nd of September the day that we remember as the first major step forward. Today, more than ever before, we cannot be indifferent to injustice. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Government of Spain for his statement, and I give the floor to the Prime Minister of Canada.
Your Excellency, Monsieur le Président de la France, Your Excellency Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Since 1947, it has been the policy of every Canadian government to support a two-state solution for lasting peace in the Middle East. This position envisioned the creation of a sovereign, democratic, and viable state of Palestine, building its future in peace and security alongside the State of Israel. Over many decades, Canada's commitment to this goal was premised on the expectation that this outcome would be eventually achieved as part of a negotiated settlement. Regrettably, this possibility has been steadily and gravely eroded, including by the pervasive threat of Hamas terrorism to Israel and its people, culminating in the heinous attack of October 7th. The accelerated building of settlements across the West Bank and East Jerusalem and the soaring settler violence against Palestinians. Actions such as the E1 settlement plan and the Israeli government's contribution to the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. Hamas
sows terror among the Israeli people and has oppressed the people of Gaza. That has prompted us to take the position we have. Hamas must absolutely release all hostages, disarm fully, and never play any role in the future governance of Palestine.
Stolen from the Palestinian people, chased them and cheated them from their life and liberty, and it can in no way dictate their future. But Excellencies, the current Israeli government is working methodically to prevent the prospect of a Palestinian state from ever being established. Il poursuit sans relâche l'expansion.
And tirelessly continues settlement expansion in the West Bank. That is illegal under international law. Its constant aggression against Gaza has claimed the lives of tens of thousands of civilians. It has compelled the displacement of more than 2 million people and caused a devastating famine. Another of international law.
Proud policy of the current Israeli government that there will be, and I quote, no Palestinian state. In this context, Canada recognizes the state of Palestine and we offer our full partnership in building the promise of a peaceful future for both the state of Palestine and the state of Israel. Excellencies, Canada is under no illusions that this recognition is a panacea. This recognition is, however, firmly aligned with the principles of self-determination and fundamental human rights in the UN Charter, and it is fundamentally consistent with the policy of the Canadian government for generations. We take this action as part of a coordinated effort led by France and Saudi Arabia, a coordinated effort to provide the possibility of peace and a two-state solution. Recognizing the state of Palestine, led by the Palestinian Authority, empowers those who seek peaceful coexistence and the end of Hamas. It doesn't legitimize terrorism. And in no way does it compromise Canada's steadfast support for the state of Israel, its people, and their security, because that security can only be ultimately guaranteed through the achievement of a comprehensive two-state solution. Canada
will take the efforts it needs to make to support the Palestinian Authority in implementing its program.
With our international...
The microphone has been cut off.
I thank the Prime Minister of Canada for his statement. I give the floor to the Prime Minister of Ireland.
Presidents, co-chairs, may I begin by thanking France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening us today, and I commend them for their leadership on this most vital of issues. Those of us gathered here know that the only viable option to deliver a peaceful future for Israel and for Palestine is a two-state solution. At this most critical juncture, we must continue to put our full political weight behind it. The situation on the ground has rarely looked so bleak. A just and lasting peace seems further away than it ever has. But in our own peace process in Northern Ireland, to a conflict of 24 years' duration, we recognised that even in the darkest of days, we had a duty as leaders to keep the flame of hope alive and to keep talking. The immense suffering of the Palestinian population in Gaza over the past 2 years has been an affront to the world. It has horrified people around the world, nowhere more than in Ireland, where people have been moved to sorrow and to anger. What happened to Israel on the 7th of October was a horrific and brutal attack on an innocent civilian population, and Hamas must be held to account for its actions. It was an appalling act of crime, war crime. But it cannot justify what has happened since. More than 65,000 people killed in Gaza. Horrifically, more than 20,000 of them children. The use of food as a weapon of war, with scarcity becoming hunger, becoming famine. Hospitals attacked, homes and schools destroyed, thousands of years of culture wiped out. People shot as they desperately seek food for their families. Doctors, aid workers, journalists targeted and killed. We have reached a point where what has been credibly described as a genocide is being carried out in front of the eyes of the world. It would be easy to just despair, but we must not. Gaza must move us to action. And there are still humanitarian workers, medics, journalists determined to do their best for the people of Gaza and for Palestine. They are doing so with the most extraordinary courage and without regard to their own safety. To honour them and the Palestinian people, it is right that we as political leaders play our part too. And the only way to end the appalling cycle of violence is to forge a political path. And the only credible destination is a two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. And that is why Ireland last year, with Spain, Norway and Slovenia, recognised the state of Palestine. I commend those who have taken the decision to recognise the state of Palestine this week, and I strongly urge those who have yet to do so to give it serious consideration. We know that there are people, including in the Israeli government, who are working daily to make that outcome impossible. In addition to the destruction of Gaza, settlements are expanding every day, and illegal settlers in the West Bank are increasingly emboldened and militant. If we do not move now to protect the two-state solution, if we do not work to build a process through which it can be achieved, there may never be another opportunity. That must not be our legacy to future generations. Ireland is ready to play its part, and I look forward to our continuing steadfast cooperation. Thank you very much indeed.
I thank His Excellency for his statement, and I now give the floor to the Prime Minister of Belgium.
Dear Secretary General, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Belgium has always defended the two-state solution and is today reaffirming once again this position by having joined the co-signatories of the New York Declaration. Only this solution will allow Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security. To support this aspiration, since the Oslo agreements, Belgium has provided bilateral funding and technical assistance to the Palestinians for a total amount of around 600 million euros. We also remain committed to meeting the acute humanitarian needs in Gaza. We have recently airdropped over 190 tons of humanitarian supplies to address the most acute needs. The Belgian government has recently decided to add another 12.5 million euros to our humanitarian budget for Gaza, in addition to what has already been disbursed. Full and free access to Gaza for providing massive humanitarian aid is an urgent need, as the famine has been officially recognized by the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the resumption of settlement activities in the West Bank, particularly the E1 project, the military occupation aimed at the full occupation of Gaza, as well as the indescribable humanitarian crisis, all raise fears today that, in the absence of an international response confirming the need to keep the prospect of a Palestinian state alive, peaceful and sustainable coexistence in two states may no longer be possible. The recent declarations of a number of Israeli ministers, including the Prime Minister himself, that no state of Palestine will ever exist, is an additional reason for reaffirming the right and the need of the Palestinians having their own state. Therefore, Belgium is giving out a strong political and diplomatic signal to the world today by joining the group of countries that announces the recognition of the State of Palestine in the margin of this high-level week of the United Nations General Assembly. We are thus joining the initiative of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as advocated in the resolution adopted by the Belgian Parliament. Through this initiative, we continue to support international law, particularly the right to self-determination of peoples. Let me be clear, however, this step cannot be a reward for Hamas. Conscious of the trauma suffered after the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7, 2023, Belgium will proceed to the legal recognition of the State of Palestine once all hostages have been released and all terrorist organizations, such as Hamas, have been removed from the governance of Palestine. The effective conduct of diplomatic relations with the new State of Palestine, including the opening of a Belgian embassy and the conclusion of international agreements, will be carried out once the objectives of the New York Declaration have been achieved, notably the full demilitarization of Hamas and subsequent the renewal of governments based on presidential and parliamentary elections, giving the Palestinians a democratic, strengthened and renewed authority. All these steps are intended to guarantee the security of both the Israeli and Palestinian population. At the same time, we also strongly call for the recognition of the State of Israel by all Arab countries. Let us be clear, the two-state solution is not dead. It is bruised, but it can be revived, and it must be for the sake of both peoples. I thank you.
We thank His Excellency, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Prime Minister of Norway.
Excellencies, thank you, France and Saudi Arabia, for convening us together in New York today. I would also like to salute the President of the State of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas. I find it an illustration of deep injustice that he was denied entry to be with us today. But his address was reasonable and dignified. Thank you, Mr. President. 32 years ago, the first Oslo Accords were signed, forever creating an association between my country, my capital, and a vision for peace in the Middle East. Ever since, we have worked for one end: peace, security, and dignity for the Palestinians and the Israelis, living side by side in two sovereign states, enjoying the rights and obligations that follow from the Charter of the United Nations. I have followed this closely, now as Prime Minister, previously as Foreign Minister, and also as Secretary General of the Norwegian Red Cross. Today's conference marks a historical high point of international support for and recognition of the state of Palestine. At the same time, the situation on the ground is perhaps the furthest we have been from its realization. The situation in Gaza is catastrophic. The governance structures created by the Oslo Accords are driven to the verge of collapse, and the encroachment of Palestinian territory continues. Yes, it is complex, but it is true. The two-state solution is the only credible path to peace and security for both Israelis and Palestinians. An occupying power cannot have a veto over what happens in a territory it is unlawfully occupying. The Palestinian people have the right to self-determination, as do the Israeli people. Last year, therefore, Norway, along with Spain and Ireland and Slovenia, recognized the state of Palestine. We welcome the recognitions announced this week and last year and today. Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la décision.
And thank you, Mr. President, for France's decision.
The urgent need to stop the violence, improve access to humanitarian assistance, release the hostages, and pave the way for a lasting solution based on the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations. Only last week, this Assembly approved a roadmap of concrete actions to this end. And in July, a broad majority voted the New York Declaration. But friends, there will be no state of Palestine or a body to govern Gaza the day after without functioning Palestinian authorities. Preserving and reforming the institutions that we together have invested in and helped build over the last 3 decades is critical. It is critical for the well-being of the Palestinian population and its desperate hour. And it is critical for peace and security also for Israel. The alternative is chaos or worse. It is the strongest rejection we can come up with of Hamas and terrorism to recognize a Palestinian state under the Charter of the United Nations. Norway will continue to support the Palestinian government, including through emergency funds we are mobilizing with other donors. And we continue to call on Israel to release the tax revenues owed to Palestine. These revenues are desperately needed to fund schools, hospitals, and the police. So, friends, this is a time to stand up and be counted. As defenders of human dignity and human rights, as defenders of a world with firm laws and rules, as defenders of peaceful resolutions. For 80 years, the UN has been a family of nations. The state of Palestine belongs to this family. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Prime Minister of Luxembourg.
Monsieur le Président, Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, there are moments in history when the cause of peace demands both moral clarity and political courage. 80 years ago was such a moment. The founding of the United Nations was an act of courage, guided by a clear vision of a world based on universal values and principles of peace, freedom, and justice. Today, again, is such a moment in history. Luxembourg stands here today as a partner to all those who believe that diplomacy still matters, that it can make a difference. We want to remain true to their promise made 80 years ago. Luxembourg stands here today as a partner for peace. We remain convinced that a two-state solution remains the only viable way forward for a lasting peace. Our goal is a safe and secure state of Israel living side by side with a safe and secure state of Palestine. Rarely has the prospect of a two-state solution felt more distant than today, and yet never has the international will to achieve it been more unified. When doubts grow, we must face them with the certainty of hope. That is why I solemnly declare that as of today, Luxembourg formally recognizes the state of Palestine. Recognition is not the end of a process. It is the beginning of a renewed commitment to hope, a commitment to diplomacy, to dialogue, to coexistence, and a two-state solution, to the idea, fragile but still possible, that peace can prevail. We take this step fully aware of its great symbolic weight. It is our contribution to a political process, one that we hope will revive the prospect of a negotiated two-state solution, grounded in the legitimate aspirations of both Palestinians and Israelis. It is fully aligned with the principles that have guided Luxembourg's foreign policy since 1945. Respect for international law, the promotion of a rules-based order, and the values enshrined in the UN Charter. And let me be clear, this is not a decision against Israel or its people, a people with which my country shares strong historic ties, and whose right to live in peace and security we have been fully upholding since 1948. Luxembourg has been and will remain a friend of the people of Israel and Jews around the world. And with the same clarity, let me say that this is not a decision to reward violence or endorse any actor who undermines peace. Luxembourg condemns, in the strongest possible terms, the atrocities of October 7, and we call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. And in line with the New York Declaration, we expect the Palestinian leadership to live up to the responsibilities of statehood. The road ahead will not be easy. We do not claim this recognition alone will change the course of the conflict, but we hope it will contribute to restoring momentum to the political horizon that has been lost. Peace is not simply declared. Real peace, lasting peace is built step by step, brick upon brick. Let this recognition be a message to grieving families, to hopeful children, and to all those who have not yet given up. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency the Prime Minister and give the floor to the Prime Minister of Malta.
Excellencies, dear friends, let me begin by stating clearly and unequivocally that the Republic of Malta is proud to confirm our official recognition of Palestinian statehood. We do so as a demonstration of our concrete commitment to a genuine and peaceful two-state solution, as the only solution that will secure the future of both peoples. Malta is equally unequivocal in its support for the right of Israel to exist alongside a democratic Palestinian state. In making this commitment, I am acutely aware of how events have unfolded since the appalling Hamas attacks of October the 7th. They were the despicable work of a terrorist organization
which must have no place in the emerging Palestinian state. Since then, Malta has been unwavering in calling for the unconditional release of all the remaining hostages. No ifs, no buts. The hostages must come home now. Malta adds once again its voice to those demanding an immediate and permanent ceasefire. The fighting must stop now. I am also aware of the opinion that recognizing the state of Palestine somehow amounts to a victory for Hamas. A two-state solution, however, is the worst possible outcome for Hamas. It is not what they want to see. They want to see Israel wiped off the map. Malta and our allies want to see Hamas wiped out. We must never forget that Hamas openly and violently opposed all the previous efforts at peace. If Palestinians can see a peaceful and realistic road to nationhood and self-determination, it fatally undermines the siren cries of Hamas. It offers the only hope that there is an alternative to conflict. I ask, what is the other alternative? What is the future that the hotheads on both sides envisage? A conflict without end? Israel under constant attack? A region mired in instability? That is an outcome nobody should want. Instead, with the right to recognition come huge responsibilities for the Palestinian leadership. There must be absolute adherence from the outset to non-violence, and mutual recognition. Hamas must have no role in any shape or form in the future government of Palestine. Malta supports the Palestinians' authority, one state, one government, one law, one gun approach, and the need for urgent, free, and fair elections. Equally, there are urgent responsibilities for the Israeli government. The attacks on civilians and infrastructure must stop immediately. The illegal settler encroachment and accompanying violence in the West Bank must also stop immediately. And unhindered aid under genuine international auspices must be allowed to flow immediately. Starvation is being suffered in Gaza, and the deaths of hungry civilians trying to access the pitiful trickle of food aid being allowed in cannot be allowed to go on. I am not ashamed to admit that I cried after recently visiting the young children we brought over to Malta from Gaza to give them the best medical care our island has to offer and the required prosthesis. These innocent children have had their limbs and the best part of their life stolen away from them. They have also lost their parents, and they have been caused irreparable harm. But we will not allow their hope for a better future to be stolen away from them. And we will protect them. Ibrahim, I promised you that, and we will stick to our word. What is happening is morally and legally very wrong, and we have a duty on all of us to act. We know that the path to a functioning, free, and fair two-state solution is a long and also hard one. We know the dangers that lie along that path, but we also know the greater dangers that arise from saying nothing can be done, that the dream has died. We cannot, and we will not remain silent or complacent. The depth of the current tragedy must be
The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
I thank His Excellency for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the EU.
Monsieur le Président, Altesse Royale,
President, Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, I would like to thank the initiative of France and Saudi Arabia, the initiative being to gather us at a critical juncture for peace in the Middle East. The region has known far too many wars, far too much violence and terrorism, too many deaths. Today in Gaza, we are facing a humanitarian catastrophe. We see families broken, famine used as a weapon of war. This disaster must end. The European Union once again calls for an immediate ceasefire, unfettered humanitarian access, and an end to the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We condemn the military offensive underway in Gaza. We also firmly condemn the violent escalation in the West Bank. We call on Israel to put an end to the aforementioned operations, to stop the illegal settlements. Excellencies, today, thanks to the impetus provided by this conference, the State of Palestine has been recognized by the majority of EU member states. Nonetheless, we must be clear-eyed about the day after. There is no room for Hamas, for terrorism. There is no There's no room for deaths of innocent civilians. Nowhere. Neither in Gaza, nor in the West Bank, nor in East Jerusalem, nor in Israel. There's only one way forward, and that's the two-state solution. The State of Israel, secure and recognized by all members of this General Assembly, and the State of Palestine, democratic, independent, viable. Two states living side by side in peace. The time for peace has come, and we're duty-bound to live up to the times we face. I thank you.
Monsieur le Président,
President,
ladies and gentlemen, when the night is darkest, we must hold fast to our compass. And our compass is the two-state solution. October 7th has opened one of the darkest chapters in history. We all agree that the tragedy in Gaza must stop right now and all hostages released. But ending the war might not be enough if there is no pathway to peace, if the prospect of two states is no longer viable. And as we speak, the two-state solution is being undermined, and this cannot be, because the only realistic peace plan is based on two states, with a secure Israel, a viable Palestinian state, and the scourge of Hamas removed. Since the beginning of this war, Europe has been the lifeline of the Palestinian Authority. We have put together an unmatched and unprecedented financial package of 1.6 billion euros. But as the very survival of the Palestinian Authority is at stake, we must all do more. And this is why we will set up a Palestine donor group. Any future Palestinian state must be viable, also from the economic point of view. And this can be achieved also with the support of the Palestinians' neighbors. We Europeans will set up a dedicated instrument for Gaza's reconstruction in coordination with other donors' efforts. Gaza must be rebuilt, the Palestinian economy must be relaunched, and I invite all of you to join in the effort to make this happen. Of course, in the end, only the Israelis and the Palestinians can agree on the way forward. But the international community has so much to contribute. We can facilitate, we can rebuild, but most importantly, we can keep hope alive. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your statements. Given the limited remaining time, we ask the Excellencies to limit their statements.
Mr. Faisal, this conference takes place at a crucial time. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is catastrophic. Our position is clear. Italy is against the occupation of Gaza Strip and against any idea of displacement of its population. Italy condemned also the recent attack against Doha, but we encourage Doha to continue in the crucial effort to mediate, together with Egypt and the United States, to reach a ceasefire. We deplore the decision of the Israel government to expand settlements in the West Bank. We also condemn in the strongest terms, the recent terrorist attacks carried by Hamas against the Israeli civilian population in Jerusalem. We are fully convinced that a path to peace is still possible. Like Pope Leo said, we cannot abandon the hope for peace. Italy strongly supports the dream of the Palestinian people to have a state. We will continue to support the Palestinian Authority in its reform. We will work hard for two-state solutions with the peaceful coexistence of the Palestinians and Israelis. It is the only solution to ensure a future of peace and prosperity in the Middle East. For this goal, it's crucial to reach the ceasefire, the liberation of the hostages, and the assumption of full humanitarian access. From the beginning of the conflict, Italy provided thousands of tons of aid to the Palestinian population. We also organized medical evacuation to cure in Italy hundreds of Palestinian children. We know this is not enough. We must interrupt the cycle of violence. The message from New York is clear. Israel, stop bombing. Hamas, freedom immediately for the hostages. We must focus on the day after. It should meet
The microphone has been cut off.
Minister. I thank His Excellency. وأعطي الكلمة الآن إلى معالي وزير.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Foreign Minister of Algeria. I thank the co-presidency of this conference. Algeria welcomes the convening of this conference, which is the fruit of an international consensus. This consensus is the main guarantor for a just, lasting, and final settlement to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This international consensus is a strong barrier against Israeli expansionist policies under the guise of the Greater Israel myth. This international consensus is the most powerful response to the illusion and its belief that it alone holds the power to veto the establishment of the Palestinian state on the land of Palestine. It is time for concrete action to realize and enforce this consensus on several levels. The first level is expanding the base of official recognitions of the State of Palestine as an irreversible international. The second level is enabling the State of Palestine to obtain full membership in our organization, a membership that the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, has consistently called for from this very rostrum. The third level is confronting diplomatically, legally, politically, and economically the plans of the occupation to annex Palestinian land and to displace the Palestinian people from their historic homeland. The fourth and final level is the internal Palestinian level. Palestinians have to close ranks and unify their word in order to regain their independence and for their movement to regain its strength and for their voice to regain its influence regionally and internationally. Thank you.
شكرا معالي الوزير.
I thank His Excellency, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Foreign Minister of the United Kingdom. And I would like to remind you once again that you have 2 minutes, after which the microphone will be cut off.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Your Excellencies, President Macron and Prince Faisal. I stand before you today beneath the emblem of the United Nations to confirm the historic decision of the British government to recognise the State of Palestine. This step, alongside friends and partners, reflects a long-standing truth that statehood is the inalienable right of the Palestinian people and that two states is the only path to security and lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians alike. But it also reflects a grave reality. The two-state solution that for decades has commanded global support is in profound peril. From continued bloodshed, man-made famine, terrorism and hostage-taking, settlement expansion and settler violence. And Hamas terrorists continue to hold hostages seized in the barbaric attack of October 7th, prolonging the unimaginable anguish of their families. And in Gaza, the unbearable humanitarian catastrophe worsens as the Netanyahu government chooses to escalate war and hold back aid. Children dying of starvation while food rots at the border. And settlement expansion threatens the very viability of a Palestinian state. The two-state solution risks disappearing beneath the rubble. That is what extremists on all sides want, but we refuse to let hope be lost. Recognition is born of urgency and principle, alongside our unwavering support for the security of Israel and its people. This pathway is the opposite of Hamas's hateful vision, and this process around recognition has helped cement the rejection of Hamas across the Arab world, alongside new reforms to the Palestinian Authority, because there can be no role for Hamas in the future governance of Palestine. But recognition must be a spur, not a substitute for urgent action. A ceasefire now, the release of all hostages, the restoration of aid, and a lasting framework for peace. Recognition is about the future, but it is rooted in our past. 75 years ago, Britain was rightly proud to recognise the State of Israel. But the promise of upholding Palestinian rights has gone unfulfilled. For decades, my country supported a two-state solution, but only recognised one state. That changes now, as we join more than 150 member states in recognising the State of Palestine and protecting the pathway to peace. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, and I now give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Mexico.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we are all concerned by the grave crises in the Middle East. It requires urgent actions, and it's on all of our minds. Since our meeting in last July, we have seen confirmation of a famine in Gaza, and the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory has concluded that genocide has been committed in the Gaza Strip. There is an urgent need for collective actions which put an end to this heart-rending war. We need to see a just, peaceful and lasting arrangement based on the effective implementation of the two-state solutions. This should allow a safe and prosperous future for all countries in the region. The support for the New York Declaration issued by the General Assembly should lead to the establishment of political and security frameworks able to halt the humanitarian crises. We must begin reconstruction and recovery work and guarantee the long-term security of both states. Mexico recognizes these steps taken by all mediating countries to immediately achieve a definitive ceasefire and the release of all hostages. It is our view that a just, peaceful solution based on international law must be supported by narratives, underpinned by narratives that humanize the problem, counter division, and promote the acceptance of the other. The microphone has been cut off.
Your Excellency, Mr. Minister, I would like to draw the attention of the Minister that his mic is no longer working. Gracias. Thank you, Excellency. والآن أعطي الكلمة.
And I give the floor to His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Japan.
At the outset, I wish to express my profound respect and sincere appreciation to France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their leadership in convening this high-level conference. Together with Norway, we have had the honor of serving as co-chair of the working group on the economic viability of Palestine, engaging in sincere and constructive discussions with UN member states and international organizations. Urgent action is required to address the fiscal challenges facing the Palestinian Authority, sustained support for the PA, concerted engagement by the international community with Israel, and reforms undertaken by the PA itself. Japan continues to make tangible contributions, including recent financial assistance through the World Bank. Yet today, the situation has reached an extremely grave and alarming juncture that threatens to erode the very foundation of a two-state solution. The sharp deterioration of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the expansion of settlement activities in the West Bank, and steps toward annexations are completely unacceptable. Japan strongly condemns these actions and calls on Israel to immediately cease all such unilateral measures. At the same time, Hamas must release all hostages and disarm. Japan has consistently supported a two-state solution. For my country, the issue of recognizing a Palestinian state is not a matter of if, but of when. While carefully monitoring developments in the region, Japan will continue its comprehensive deliberations with even greater seriousness. Above all, what matters most is that Palestine can exist in a sustainable manner, living side by side in peace with Israel. Japan will continue to proactive role in advancing toward the goal of a two-state solution, even by a single step. Should Israel take further actions that block the path to the realization of a two-state solution, Japan will be compelled to introduce new measures in response. Japan fully supports the aspirations of the Palestinian people to establish their own independent state.
I would like to thank His Excellency and give the floor to His Excellency the Foreign Minister of Andorra.
Messieurs les Présidents, Excellences.
Presidents, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the situation in Gaza has become unbearable. Civilian victims, mostly women and children, run into the tens of thousands. Humanitarian access has been seriously hindered. Hunger is a weapon of war. Forced displacement has taken on outsized proportions. Faced with this human tragedy, we reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and the need to ensure a lasting end is put on this terrible conflict. The only credible path out of this conflict, ladies and gentlemen, is the two-state solution. The 12th September vote did not leave a shadow of a doubt. This assembly, by an overwhelming believes that the Palestinian people should live in peace and security within their own state, side by side with the State of Israel. With this widely shared assessment in mind, the government of Andorra approved the recognition of Palestine. We will continue to forcefully call for the release of all hostages, for the disarmament of Hamas, the perpetrators of the atrocious 7th of October 2023 attacks, and for the advent of a Palestinian state that's been demilitarized and that exists under the reformed authority of a government that excludes Hamas. When the conditions are in place and if we can guarantee the full regional integration of Israel, this recognition will take its effect. With this recognition of Palestine, our country, which is proud of its over 7 centuries of uninterrupted peace, and remains committed to neutrality, multilateralism. The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
Your Excellency. Okay, bravo.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I give the floor now to the Deputy Prime Minister of Slovenia.
Your Excellencies, I would like to thank France and Saudi Arabia. A mutually agreed and sustainable two-state solution is the only viable path forward for peace in the Middle East. This cannot exist without a legitimate and capable Palestinian Authority, which requires reforms but also international support. We cannot allow the region to revert to an ineffective state that leaves a vacuum. It is for these reasons I signed a memorandum of understanding with Palestine last month. The horrifying images of starving children in Gaza are the outcome of deliberate choices. This is a man-made catastrophe. Gaza is enduring what international law defines as genocide. This demands clarity of words and urgency of action. When brute force replaces law, it will not bring security. It will bring instability and radicalization for generations. We insist that law must apply equally to the powerful as to the weak. Slovenia has acted. We recognize Palestine together with Ireland, Norway, and Spain. We call for a permanent ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and the protection of all civilians. We insist that humanitarian aid must flow into Gaza. We are at a turning point. We welcome the most recent recognitions and insist others must follow suit. History will not be kind to hesitation. It will not remember speeches that avoided difficult truths. It will unapologetically remember those who stood silent when genocide unfolded. Let this conference be remembered not as another echo chamber, but as the place where the international community finally moved from words to consequences. And
the speaker's microphone has been cut off.
أشكر معاليها والآن أعطي الكلمة
I thank Her Excellency and I give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Germany.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, across Gaza, people are living through hell on earth. Tens of thousands of people have died. Hundreds of thousands are starving. Colleagues, the horrendous terrorist attacks of October 7 and the most brutal war that followed have made it very clear. This decades-old conflict cannot be solved by terror, destruction, and death. It can neither be won nor managed. It needs to be resolved. We are well aware that today a two-state solution appears more distant than ever. We are well aware that steps are being taken as we speak to bring it further out of reach. We are meeting today because we are convinced there can be a better future. An independent, democratic and viable Palestinian state existing side by side and in peace and in security with Israel. A negotiated two-state solution in accordance with international law, one to which no convincing alternative has been presented so far. Colleagues, to bring that future closer, Germany is guided by three principles. First, we do not and will not recognize any changes to the 1967 borders unless agreed upon both parties. Second, we consider Israeli settlements in the occupied territories unlawful and a serious obstacle to peace. And third, we respect the IGC's advisory opinion of 19th July 2024 and act in line with its stipulations. My country will always be deeply committed to Israel's existence, which is still being questioned by some. My country will always be committed to Israel's long-term security.
Microphone has been cut off.
Herr Minister. Herr Minister. Herr Minister, Ihr Mikrofon ist ausgeschaltet. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. شكرا معالي الوزير والآن.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Denmark.
Thank you, President Macron and Prince Faisal bin Farhan, for your unwavering effort to push for momentum towards the two-state solution. Denmark has endorsed the New York Declaration and remained deeply committed to build on that momentum. Almost 2 years has passed since Hamas' appalling terrorist attack, and ever since Denmark has repeatedly condemned the attack, and we continue to insist on the immediate and safe release of every hostage. In the meanwhile, the war in Gaza has created a humanitarian catastrophe of unbearable scale, and Israel is expanding its military offensive. This needs to stop now. Israel needs to change course now. As an elected member of the Security Council, Denmark actively pushes for solutions, urging for an immediate ceasefire, release of hostages, unhindered humanitarian access. Today, the two-state solution is challenged by the war in Gaza, by Israel's direct opposition, expanding of illegal settlements, and threats to annex Gaza and the West Bank. This is why I say today, the keys to recognition of the Palestine state should no longer lie in the hands of the Israeli government. The Palestinians themselves must be able to fulfill the conditions for the creation of a viable Palestinian state. The key must be in their hands. The Palestinians must become masters of their own destiny. Therefore, Denmark stands ready to recognize Palestine as a state when certain conditions are met. The Israeli hostages are released, when Hamas are disarmed and no longer plays a role in Gaza, when there has been further progress on the PA's reform agenda, and when it is certain, and when there is certainty that a future Palestinian state will be demilitarized. In that spirit, we welcome the strong commitment by President Abbas regarding democratic reform and condemnation of Hamas, confirming that they can have no role in Gaza. Denmark has been at the forefront pushing for
The microphone has been cut off.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency, and I give the floor to His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of the Netherlands.
Your Excellencies, today we unite as international community to voice our support for the two-state solution. Allow me to thank France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for providing this opportunity. We must bring an end to this continuous cycle of violence and suffering that Palestinians and Israelis have for long endured. We have both the ability and the obligation to provide hope and a future to those who seek peace and reconciliation. The horrendous war in Gaza must end now, and the worrying tide in the West Bank must be turned. With this in mind, we put our signature under the New York Declaration. And with this in mind, we have taken and will take steps to preserve the two-state solution and alleviate the immense suffering of the people of Gaza. A full course correction is needed, and the steps the Netherlands takes at the national and European level should force Israel to change its course. A legitimate and democratic Palestinian Authority with full control of the Palestinian territories is critical for achieving a viable Palestinian state. Hamas can have no role in future governance, must release all hostages and lay down its arms, and any future solution must guarantee the security of Israel, as we remain fully aware of the intention of Hamas and its likes. The Netherlands will recognize the Palestinian state at a later stage as part of a political process that should commence now. In the meanwhile, we actively contribute, for example, through hosting the Global Alliance or through the Ad Hoc Liaison Committee, and all of the areas identified in the annex of the New York Declaration currently count on Dutch support. We must continue to build on the outcomes of this conference and maintain momentum. An independent Palestinian state alongside a secure Israel.
The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Minister of State of Qatar.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Your Excellencies, I would like to express my appreciation to the President of France and His Royal Highness of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their perception in convening this historic conference for the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian cause under the umbrella of the United Nations. This international movement comes in a very important context. First, a historic context of decades of injustice, occupying the territories of peoples who have been subjected under occupation, taking their land and living under complete destruction in Gaza. At the same time, the West Bank is subjected to reckless practices, annexing land, expanding settlement, and violating the holy sanctities. This is a dangerous threat to international peace and security and to the Middle East. This Israeli escalatory aggression came as a threat to so many countries in the region, including my country. Our capital, Doha, has been subjected to a treacherous Israeli aggression that violated its territorial integrity, led to the killing of 6 martyrs, and put the entire region to the brink of danger. This was a violation of international law and the UN Charter, and we believe that Israel is fully responsible for this rogue aggression, which was condemned by the Security Council and the United Nations. We have participated in the preparation of this conference to come up with a document that will be balanced to ensure the participation of all. Today, we must stress the establishment of a Palestinian statehood with sovereignty. The mic was cut off. Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of State in the UAE. Your Excellency, the President Emmanuel Macron, Your Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic for their concerted effort to organize this conference and the adoption of the New York Declaration by an overwhelming majority at the General Assembly. This would lead to the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state living in peace and security alongside the State of Israel. We welcome the growing international recognition of the State of Palestine. We call upon the states that have not yet recognized the State of Palestine to do so. In light with the dangerous developments unfolding in the Gaza Strip and the ongoing threats to annex the West Bank and other serious and unacceptable violations, it's imperative that we intensify our efforts to achieve an immediate and lasting ceasefire, release all hostages and detainees, and guarantee full, unconditional humanitarian access across the entire Strip. We have to support the mediation efforts by Egypt, Qatar, and the USA. We call upon the Security Council to uphold its legal and moral responsibilities by taking measures to deter Israel and stop its violations in the occupied Palestinian territories and acts of aggression across the region. We caution that this would have grave risks to regional and international security and peace. The achievement of lasting peace hinges on creating a clear political horizon to establish an independent Palestinian state. It's important to have a legitimate, capable Palestinian national authority that can control arms and be accountable. To conclude, Mr. President, let's pave the way for a lasting, just, and comprehensive peace that fulfills the aspirations of the peoples of the region. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, and I give the floor to the Vice President of the Vice Prime Minister of Russia.
Distinguished co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in the Middle East has exceeded all thinkable and unthinkable limits over the last 3 years. We've seen an uptick in the aggressive attacks on sovereignty and the territorial integrity of states, violations of the UN Charter, as well as attacks on sites under AEA safeguards. Before our very eyes, we have seen hunger, man-made hunger. We're seeing queues, people queuing for foodstuffs. 50,000 people, children have died, and many children are suffering from malnutrition. According to the OCHA representative, the city of Gaza has been handed down a death sentence. The Israeli leadership has announced it will be annexing a large portion of the West Bank, building up E1, that sector. and thus doing a blow to the establishment of a continuous state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital. Palestinians are being subjected to unspeakable suffering, as well as having their hopes for a better future taken away from them. And this at a time when we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II and the establishment of the UN. Many states promised the recognition of Palestine some time ago, and today they made good on that promise. They did this 80 years after the adoption of a key decision, Resolution 181 of the UNGA, with the partition plan of former Mandate Palestine into two states. I'd like to remind you that Russia, much like the overwhelming majority of the world's states, 149 states, long ago recognized the legitimate rights of Palestinians to return to their own state. And we did this without waiting for this current human tragedy. The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for this statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency, the Secretary General of the League of Arab States. Your Excellency, we face an extraordinary moment by all standards and means, while the Israeli occupation is seeking now to bury the project of the Palestinian state on the streets of Gaza. We see the representatives of the overwhelming majority of the countries of the world and at highest levels to save this project. We are here today not to save the Palestinian state only, but to also save some of our common humanity. I would like to remind everyone that the State of Israel was established through a UN resolution, and the the states recognizing Israel had the biggest impact on the fact that it was established and given legitimacy. The UN resolutions stipulated the establishment of Palestinian state to be established alongside Israel, but this state did not see the light of day for several reasons. We have a duty, this important duty, to make this conference a major milestone on a path that is important and a road that is irreversible towards implementing the two-state solution, and for the states to recognize the Palestinian state today. They should also have the duty of protecting Palestinians against systematic killing and the Palestinians against punitive measures that undermine future opportunities and bring us backwards. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you, Your Excellency, for this statement. This would be our last speaker for this afternoon. The fifth plenary meeting is hereby resumed. I now invite my fellow co-chair to make his statements.
I wish to thank you, heads of state and government, ministers for foreign affairs and official representatives, for having participated in this historic conference on the margins of the UN General Assembly. The conference has allowed us to take note of the significant progress that has been made since the conference last July, and we must not and we will not stop here. This collective effort is vital and must continue in the next few weeks if we are to rise to the major challenge of transforming a hopeless ongoing war into a reality of peace and security which stands the test of time. Time is marching on, given the extremely grave nature of the situation and the collective suffering of civilians. The dynamic we've ushered in today must be followed by rigorous work on Palestine's tomorrow. The Palestinian Authority must be reformed. There must be the laying down of arms, Hamas excluded from government, and other things. This will, if we move forward in this way, there will be able to be a sovereign, independent Palestine state alongside Israel, guaranteeing everyone's security. As we chart this course, our only adversaries are extremism and hatred. Let us give them no ground whatsoever. Ours is the duty to stop Israeli and Palestinians from getting bogged down in an infinite spiral of violence. As the President of the Republic said, thank you.
اسمحوا لي الآن أن أدلي ببعض الملاحظات.
Allow me to make some concluding remarks. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its appreciation to all countries that have announced their recognition of the State of Palestine and its deep appreciation of President Mahmoud Abbas for his unwavering commitment to peace. These recognitions today are not symbolic but reflect a will and a responsibility in fulfilling the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and decisive action towards ending occupation and make the two-state solution a reality that is irreversible. Based on what we have witnessed today and this growing consensus, international consensus, we will continue to work with all our partners in order to end the Israeli aggression and ensure accountability, achieve sustainable peace and prosperity for Palestinians and all countries in the region. We also thank our partners, the Republic of France, for their constructive efforts and genuine efforts to support the peace and the path of peace. I therefore conclude and we come to the end of the conference for the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question and the implementation of the two-state solution. The meeting is adjourned.
Congratulations.
Gone up in smoke. Kitty Shopaka doesn't see a bright future either, but she's still passionate about her business.
So let's see if you like the smell. Coffee blossom instead of tobacco. Okay. There's also lavender, maybe better mix. So instead of using the tobacco.
The new government in Thailand is now even considering a ban on recreational consumption. But Kitty is still sure that legalization is the right way to go.
That's great. Thank you. And you got to realize that not every answer is going to be a no. And if they choose to use it better, if you give them the proper knowledge of this is how I use it properly, this is how I should